drives me. Guess the rhythm drives me. Guess the rhythm drives me.
Yes, it really drives me. his arms, and time would pass us by, and I really need you. I know there's a choice in everyone, and I know there's a promise of a way out. It's not just anyone, it's us, so clear it out.
privilege for all who can witness this. I am close to divine. Know the moment is mine, need no omen or sign. Oxbridge, providing a back sound to all the squares that ask around. We getting it, my skills pay me. Trying to get a million, baby, with an adopted flow that God gave me. Nino, tell whoever runners that they spot is temporary till I take it as mine. I'm selfish, yo will. Tell Miss I'm on my wealth tip. So when we cash out soon, I'm just investing. No yes men, I've been a legend since before mom and dad had me and was best friends. I chew through comp, don't test them. I chew on tracks cause after that I bless them. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do. Listen to this rhyming exhibition. I'm something you ain't seen like an honest politician. This ain't just head hitting. A lot of pinched nerves on necks are caused by bars that bless spitting. Wait, don't hate, I just move how I move. I can't describe what it is, I just do what I do. I am better than any rapper from here to wherever, and my legacy will harass my offsprings forever. I flow and write better than any, I'm the hottest, and trust me, that's not being conceited, that's being modest. I'm being honest, pop up my collar, school of hard knocks, I graduated with honors. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do.
Maybe all I need is you. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Give me something 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 to let go. Maybe all I need is you. Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the rhythm of my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Give me something 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 to let go.
Body's moving slow, spinning in the afterglow. Got it feeling so good. 'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Move faster than the sun over the horizon. Can't sit all to feel alive. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Move faster than the sun over the horizon. Can't sit all to feel alive. Body's moving slow, spinning in the afterglow, dancing till the daylight. 'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Move faster than the sun over the horizon. Can't sit
Put your best shoes on, to see what it's all about. But you're never gonna lose on. Yeah, you make me wanna shout out. The shadow and double quick, like a rocket to the moon. Systematic, I'm automatic, cold static. Everybody's a fanatic.
There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Feed the monster, fuel the fire.
7-seater jet plane, hot in the sky. Everybody's looking at us, all know why. Systematic, I'm automatic. You can pin disaster on me, I'll do the time. You can try all night to wrong me, but I'm bad by design.
There's poison in my blood. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. One perfection, one desire. Yeah.
I've got a special secret. Don't waste your time on me. If you can swear to keep it, I might just let you see.
There's poison in my blood. Yeah. Feels so wrong but tastes so good. Ooh, yeah. Feed the monster, fuel the fire.
赛季一开始打算是我们全胜，然后 A 组全胜嘛，因为我觉得 A 组没有我们赢不了的对手。
确实，我们队现在有一点膨胀，感觉过完年之后我们都比较太轻松了吧。
哎，没了，只要没了，杀不了，其实。拿手，一步，推他，拿手，
没事，推他一波了。
练，
我觉得对于我们来说，就是没有，就是说是，就是哪个队伍是不可战胜的。
就是我们基本上就没有胜利过，然后突然就打一个这么猛的队还赢了，就自己都有点惨。
可以，
老干爹的话，可能就人员方面，书面人员上面没那么好吧。
在打 M 上面来说，还是那句话，就是我们中野打他们中野，还是我们是6，他们是4的，这个就我非常自信。
我希望队伍成绩就会越打越好吧。
打连败的教训其实挺好的，就接下来的比赛都要好好的反思一下。
就有比赛就发挥好自己就够了，就可以了。
Welcome back, everyone, to week number 3, day number 4 of the LPL. My name is Dom Romer. Joining me on the desk today is going to be Zach Rusty Pie and Barento Raz Mohammed. How are you two doing today?
Fantastic. Had a day off yesterday, but got to watch all of the, let's just say, beautiful chaos unfold on the Rift, but happy to be back again for day 4.
Absolutely. And before we get to that, again, just a quick notification. This is our last day of regulation play in the LPL. Next week of our competitive play, we will be taking a break, and the week after that, we will be turning to cross-group play. So let's take a look at some of those games that happened yesterday. WE played Vici. We saw EDG play against Xiaogu, and finally, Newbie against Game Talents, and all of those games were pretty thrilling.
They were pretty up and down. I want to start with WE and Vici as well, because it was a 3-game series. It's not a surprise that when WE meets Vici, it goes to 3 games. They all go for 50 minutes. Everyone's a bit all over the shop, and because they try and play too slow. The thing that actually stood out to me the most that I wanted to highlight was Xie on his Rise. I really did like him on Rise. I think it was a standout performance, honestly, and the creativity and unique styles of which the LPL teams are using Rise ultis is starting to step up more and more.
I mean, Condi as well. I think Condi coming into that set really... I mean, we talk about Son of Baron. He got a few Baron steals, kind of necessary, but really got that team ahead. But then you had EDG going in forward, and EDG played... I mean, they were behind in a few of those games, and that... I mean, they were able to get it going. So it looked like they can take team fights when they were behind. It was fairly scrappy, but they got the win and really got that differentiation, taking first place, solidifying it.
Yeah, that match was a real slugfest, even though it was 2-0 in favor of EDG. And of course, EDG will not be attending IEM this next weekend. In their place, we will be seeing Hong Kong Esports, currently 4th place in the LMS. They're going to be going with Flash Wolf to represent the Greater Asia region. So we wish them luck in that.
Yeah, look, honestly, it's good to have 2 LMS representatives at an international tournament, but it's just as much unfortunate that we won't have an LPL team because we can't gauge our strength now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the big point. We talk about the competition happening in both Group A and Group B, but now it's like, oh, it's competition, but where do we stand, as you mentioned? We don't know how we stand against the rest of the world, but, in the, a few more LPL games amongst each other, I think that's just going to be just fine.
Yeah. I mean, we're looking at all the chaos in the LPL going like, what's happening in the league? But we're actually the best in the world.
We just don't know it yet.
Yeah, we just need to show it yet.
Yeah.
And of course, our final game yesterday, I think, is the biggest upset of all and the most surprising. Newbie ended yet another streak. This time, not a win streak, but a loss streak.
Yeah, I mean, Game Talent's coming in ahead. I mean, first game was the longest I've seen this split, and then the second one was just clean. And it's off the back of Xiaoyu, and of course, the support will of Soulmate. I felt like this team, I mean, I say that, but Zubin. Right? So Zubin and Goon had a lot of fantastic plays in and of themselves, and I like to see how this team is changing now that they don't have Savoki in the support role, and now there's going to be questions about the jungle position.
I think the phrase that we used was he was imping out.
Yeah, he was definitely imping out. Going forwards is Caitlyn the best way to describe him, being hyper-aggressive. And he's a smart player, so it's good to see him getting opportunities to make big plays with his smarts backing it up.
With that, we have covered all of Group B. Today, we're going to be playing 3 games in Group A. Getting into the matchups, it is Snake versus OMG. Afterwards, we're going to be seeing IMA take on IG. And finally, at the end of the day, RNG versus LGD.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I think looking back at this in the past, looking at this week, I would have thought that IG and IMA would have been the best game of the day. But RNG and LGD are solidifying themselves as the top team. I mean, we have a lot of second-place teams in this group, but LGD have been on a winning tear lately.
Yeah, here are the current standings. Group B, you saw lockdown yesterday. EDG ended up in first with the other teams hot on their heels. But in Group A, everyone is within 1 game of each other, but for RNG and OMG.
And there's only 1 extra game between a lot of the standings on Group B as well. Right now, Group A is just chaos. You have no idea who's going to be anywhere. If RNG win today against LGD, that does secure the first place position for them at the very least. And I can't say that's something that we expected coming into this split whatsoever. They made the commitment to a full Chinese roster. They got rid of the Korean superstars, yet they're still number 1.
And this is the first time that I'm looking at this group. I mean, EDG has been a consistent force in China, and RNG, there's been a few questions. But now that even though they've lost their players, as you mentioned, the fact that they're able to solidify first once again off the back of star players, sure, and Uzi and of course MLXG, but with their support players, they're newer players coming back in the supporting lineup, doing quite well for
I think
themselves.
if you throw week 1 out the window, they do look like a fantastic team, but we also saw the growing pains in that first week. I'm more impressed with the exponential growth from the 2-week break that we had for Chinese New Year that we actually saw from RNG. It indicates that it might have been a break for everyone else, but they were still definitely practicing.
Yeah, and there's fighting for the top 2 teams, but it looks like for Snake specifically, Snake going up against OMG. I mean, we're talking about how OMG looks like the bottom of the group. I mean, their last win up against IMA was pretty impressive, and they're just win away from tying it with Snake, and they're going up against Snake right now, who's slumping. And if they can take that win and tie him up in the series, I mean, that just throws this group up in the air once again.
And of course, this was Snake who lost in their most previous game 0-2 against LGD. We were talking about this a little bit earlier. Snake were winning the game for 98% of it. Then they got to the Nexus and couldn't get the final 2%.
That's the thing. If the 2%'s the Nexus, you're not actually going to win the game. Snake look good. And they have early games. They questionably changed their jungle and AD carry position, and that's the thing that I actually wanted to even briefly mention is they want to keep tank, it seems. They don't want to put Zatai in, and they were willing to get rid of SOFM, their star jungler, to keep tank and to bring OQ in. It doesn't exactly work when OQ just completely loses control of his mental. But I can see what Snake's doing, and right now they're making a conscious decision that tank seems to be the be-all, end-all.
And it makes sense because tank, I mean, coming into the season, Zatai coming into the spot, you're like, well, has to be Zatai first and tank second. But he's been playing incredibly well, even with the wrenches they've been throwing into the team lately. SOFM here had a really, really questionable game, or at least set last time we saw him. And now they're bringing in ZZR, and there's been a few questions. He had a pretty good showing up until they lost, but that's just been the tail of the tape for Snake here.
ZZR looked fine.
Yeah.
And of course, our second match of the day is going to be IMA versus IG. And as you said, our expectations, just a week ago, or even perhaps 2 weeks ago, we were thinking that this would be it. Duke was looking great, really bringing IG up. IMA were undefeated in their first week. Now we're at the end of week 3, and things have changed.
I mean, Duke's still looking great. Like, Rookie's still definitely looking great. I think Kid's the person that we have to highlight when we look at Invictus Gaming, because he can be so hit and miss, and it feels like he just needs to have winning laners to be successful.
We'll definitely be getting to that match a little bit later as the day goes on. But first up, as you can see on your screen, it is going to be Snake taking on OMG in our first match of the day. And this is going to be intense. I feel like this is going to be the real check of, are these teams showing growth?
Yeah, and I think that's a good point, because OMG has. They have been showing growth in the sense that they put in World 6, and I mean, there were a lot of questions as to whether World 6 was going to be able to fit into the meta, and he has. He was able to play that Lee Sin, Joy Trace Lee Sin, and do incredibly well on top of that. And that team just looks like they have a lot more, newer focus, and they're able to hit points across the map that they haven't been able to do that before.
And it can be as simple as one person coming in, such as World 6. So when we look at OMG, it's definitely something that we should continue to focus on and see if he continues to improve the team overall. It is kind of funny that he played JJ's champion and still does well. World
Yeah.
6 is renowned historically as just Gragas.
Yeah,
only
like you
Gragas.
see World 6 play, it's Gragas. And that is literally it.
Well, we'll see if he can show us something new here as we run through the roster of Snake. It's Flandre, SOFM starting with Tank in the mid lane and Mint and Mo in the bottom.
Yeah, so their bottom lane has seen a few changes, but Mint and Mo has just been, it feels like they're stock standard, and they've had a lot of faith in them.
Their opponents, OMG, are going to be running Xiyoung, World 6, the Gragas man himself, Icon in the mid lane, along with SMLZ and 5.
Yeah, so World 6 is going to continue to start for this team. We're not going to see JJ again. Of course, he's available if something goes wrong in game number 1 or if OMG make a conscious effort to want to substitute their junglers again. But I really like this iteration of OMG. I think they have a lot of potential still. And there's a very real chance for an upset here against Snake.
Yeah, and both of these teams statistically have had the longest games in the league on an average, 40 minutes averaging. That's just, but here's the thing. Here's the
Why
new
is
wrench
that,
in it.
Rez?
I mean, that's a good point. But OMG, I wanted to talk about OMG because they've changed so drastically, so that might not even be the case. Meanwhile, Snake, they get those massive leads, and then they just don't know how to push it forward. They're just a longer-term team.
I think it's an LPL thing. Like,
Yeah.
we're struggling to end games, but it's also because when teams are behind, they're not playing as aggressively as they used to. They just kind of sit back and say, well, if we just hide inside our base and protect inhibitors, we won't lose the game in 20 minutes. And we'll just try and go for a 40-60 late game team fight when we're behind.
Yeah,
Hey, you know what?
LPL special.
LGD have been doing quite well off that point. A lot of comeback wins. If those comeback wins come through, then you know what? Let's keep doing it.
They will be playing later today. One of the big questions that we had for OMG was, if you've got World 6 replacing Shui, who's going to be taking the responsibility for this OMG team? Who's going to be taking the shot calling mantle on this?
I mean, so 5 has been in the team for quite a while. Xiang's also an experienced member in the roster. SMLZ has been playing LPL League of Legends for an incredibly long amount of time as well. They've got enough experience in this roster that, funnily enough, I don't think shot calling's even a big deal. And World 6 as a jungler will have his own early game pathed out. So realistically, we get to mid game, we hit late game, and the same people that have always existed in OMG will continue to shot call for them. And I think the major difference is actually just that World 6 is controlling his own early game, working with Icon.
Exactly, and I think that newfound direction is what's going to take him. Look, for instance, World 6 has recognized, hey, if he ganks towards the mid lane, or if he looks towards, if he times the red buff, that's something that we don't see generally from Dredra. He looks towards impacting lane, specifically bottom lane he goes towards, and if it doesn't work out, then that's the problem. It just doesn't work out. And so it looks like we see more neutral camp control coming in for World 6 and just more success with him working with Icon.
What's cool to me, actually, is that when we watched MLXG play, he had a lot of buff focus more than gank focus. Marta was also the person in his ear for a very long time telling him what to do, when to do it, and how to do it. And so that influence has definitely held true throughout the rest of the split. MLXG with some independence now being more of a leader in the team, but still looking at those buffs, and it feels like the all-Chinese roster works better, even though MLXG is the only one talking now. Same thing applies with OMG. When we actually look at this, if it's buff focus opposed to gank focus, and it slows down the pace of OMG, they don't just unrelentlessly feed. There's a lot of positives behind that.
Yeah, the classic fit a triangular peg into a square hole. Doesn't fit, keep shoving it in. Hopefully it fits eventually.
That's pretty much JJ.
Yeah.
It really is. So I think that it's nice seeing that these new teams coming in. It's not even new teams, but newfound focus for these teams. Game Town's coming with new jungler. We see a lot of a change in them, simply because how the jungler sees openings, he'll look for it and he'll attack it. And we're seeing that with World 6. Now we've only seen that one set, and so consistency is the biggest key for us. And if they can do that tonight against Snake, if they can at least, I'm not even asking for a win. I'm not asking for a 2-0. I'm not asking for a 2-1. I want to see OMG saying we can actually consistently play around our jungler, and maybe World 6 can showcase something other than Lee Sin. If he can actually play, let's say, Kha'Zix, it's not a big change.
Sure.
But it's a change where he can actually say, I can play around the team and it'll work just as fine.
Yeah, that's something that we're really looking for a lot of the teams in Group A is, sure, they can take wins every once in a while, but can they do it consistently? And we're starting to see that a little bit more in Group B. So the hope is, can Group A keep up?
Yeah, Group A has to try super hard to try and develop these other skills, or they can, and it's really hard to do actually, because when you're playing against your own group, you'll be practicing against Group B, or you'll be practicing against teams that you're not playing against, and then they throw the spanner in the works with more just mechanical plays. Like, where is this middle ground? Are they growing in macro? Or are we just watching two mechanical players confuse each other and go chaos theory. Like, the growth should still be there, and we are still seeing signs of growth as we move throughout the split, but we just have to see if it's the right direction.
Yeah, and I remember there was an Uzi interview where he was asked who's the best team currently in the league, and he didn't mention a single team in his group. He didn't even say his own team. He just said WE, EDG, Chaogu. That was it for him. I mean, that's probably just a bit of humility, but overall, it showcases what the players think, even through scrim culture, that they do respect the other group quite a bit.
A lot of, so we had conversations with Mithy during IWCA, and he basically said that EDG was the hardest team for him to play against, but that's also just because he gets bopped in laning phase. So when you ask AD carries generally who the best team is, it's who have they lost to in laning phase. They're very conceited opinions.
A little bit of perspective. AD carries pull in a very specific type of mentality, but we have entered into picks and bans for game number 1 on your screen. You can see Zyro LeBlanc, what appears to be Camille, and I believe that is Rengar. Yeah, that is, along with Kha'Zix and Shen to round out the bans. And Snake, starting blue side, immediately lock in Varus.
Yeah, the 2 strong bans seen from OMG, so kudos to them for actually banning these champions.
Yep.
We don't have to endure another random first pick, Camille or Rengar. However, giving the Varus over is still a dangerous thing. Remember, this is the last day. We'll be on patch 7.1. Varus isn't as strong as he will be in the future, but he is still a good pick.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll get to see Mint show us some exciting plays in that, as he's going to be trying to take on SMLZ and 5 in the bottom lane. We haven't seen too much pressure towards that support pool just yet outside of Zyra, so Malzahar is going to get through, and we've already seen what can happen when the Voidlings start swarming up on a very immobile Varus.
Yeah, definitely, but there's also going to be the Misfortune potentially picked into it. Lulu's always in the back of everybody's mind. I know PYL has been playing it, so the LPL is somewhat familiar with these picks. The Maokai Malzahar, though, if they're locked in, is, funnily enough, really good into champions like LeBlanc or champions with mobility to be able to lock them down. Of course, LeBlanc being banned, Ezreal's another one that comes to mind. Champions that jump around a lot.
Looks like Elise is going to be the pickup for SOFM, and there is the Misfortune, getting a bit ahead of myself here, locked in for Mo to help support Mint.
I wouldn't, yeah.
Oh. I didn't see the picking. It was in the moment where I glanced up and it was in between the flashes, and I was like, is that actually a Zed? It's not actually a Zed.
Not actually, nor is that actually a Sejuani, as we're waiting for exactly that to be locked in.
Yeah, Lee Sin, stock, standard, middle of the road, World 6, the Gragas player. If he's going to show he can play anything else, it's got to be that Lee Sin.
It seems that OMG have decided that they just play Lee Sin from now on in the jungle position. And we work around whatever exists, ban Kha'Zix, Rengar, pick Lee Sin. Stock standard OMG.
Very good, as they will ban out Flandre's Fiora in the top lane to try to burn through that Maokai's enormous pool of health. With Shen banned as well, you have to look at the next big tank, Poppy, or perhaps Flandre has got something else for us, as Jin is going to be targeted toward SMLZ.
I mean, Flandre is also a singed player.
Yeah.
There is a very real chance that he looks towards that as another split pusher's banned away from him. They do not want to empower Flandre, and I don't blame them here if I was OMG. He is a star player, and Xiang has been underperforming a fair bit, especially through the first week coming into the second. He's getting better, but he can be exploited.
We'll definitely see what he decides to go for, as the final ban is towards Icon in the mid lane with that Syndra. So it is mid and top lane still up for Snake, whereas it's mid and AD carry for OMG. Still a lot of pretty comfortable picks. We'll see how they decide to round it out.
I would like something along the lines of Cassiopeia if I was Snake, again for the mid lane of choice. However, he even has picks like Aurelion Sol.
Yeah.
Orianna is also another one that comes to mind. It fills the same purpose of letting the team poke, and then they round it out with a good champion in the top lane. Something you would expect tanky, given that Elise already exists, and that Misfortune is the support.
Looks like Nautilus is the hover.
Singed also works, again, if he wants to group around mid-game and not around the early game. But Nautilus is also just a very generic, really good tank. He builds Courage of the Colossus, which is why.
No surprise. Lots of shields, plus his passive shields that he can build up as well. And we'll see if Tank decides to get something, the Locket of the Iron Solari or something of the like. As as we're looking at the final pick for Snake in the mid lane. Cassiopeia is locked in for tank, and Icon immediately going looking at that Rise.
Which is interesting because Orianna is a good pick into Cassiopeia, whereas Cassiopeia is a good pick into Rise. And so if they lock this in, they're making a conscious team effort that he's not going to have the best laning phase, but they want to utilize him. So I would not be surprised if this is locked in opposed to the Rise. See what direction he goes.
Maybe a bit of a call out towards tank, because he hasn't had too much time just yet on this Snake lineup. And Jace is the final pickup for Icon in the mid lane.
Yeah, going for this Jace. Lee Sin, quite good for pick. Maokai and Malzahar are also very good for pick, so they can work around that well. Siva also to empower them. Without the Karma, means they'll still move quick, but not at light speed. And so they just are a fast rotate team. Siva ultimate gate, they'll catch anybody that they find out of position. But this is where Snake's team composition, now they're completely locked in and traded, comes to fruition here. They've got a Cassiopeia that can actually stop people from coming at you. Elise Cocoon, Misfortune with her ultimate and her E, and Varus with the chains and the E as well. Like, they kind of built this team composition that says, come at us, OMG, and we'll absolutely blow you up. And that's, in a way, what OMG want.
I mean, when you've got the Jace, Lee Sin, Maokai in the front lane, then Sivir using On the Hunt to try to get them in, you've got to expect somebody's going to get blown up, either the person who's diving in or the person they're diving on.
Yeah, and that's where you look at the setup and the counter engage, and if Vision's there in the first place, because if OMG can establish their control wards, get their Vision placed around objectives, then they'll be very happy with the setup for a fight, and they'll be able to make those picks with the increased move speed. However, when you look at Snake's team composition, they just want to sit back, throw out all of the arrows that they can possibly find from Varus, and then look for an engage with the Nautilus hook.
Yeah, which seems to indicate that Snake are leaning more and more towards these slower styles, whereas back in the day when I casted the LPL in 2015, Snake was the reckless team. They just did things.
Snake were a young team then as well. Like, it was fantastic to watch. I will say it was entertaining, if nothing else. But so they're Deficio's favorite team. Right? The reason that they're Deficio's favorite team is that they try their absolute hardest to play macro. And back when lane swaps were a thing, they were the most consistently lane swapping team. And, you know, Deficio as a European was very fond of this.
Of course.
And that's why he likes Snake a lot. So they've completely reshaped and restyled themselves as a team and a unit to be much more of a slow-paced, methodical team that tries to make smart decisions and get really good objective trades and be the ones pushing the tempo. And hopefully with this team composition, they have what it takes.
I feel like there was a but at the end of that sentence, like, but...
Yeah, but they're not performing well right now. The idea is still the same. They need to make it work.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see if they can do it against OMG, who are currently at the bottom of their groups. But Snake not farther ahead at 2-2 in the standings, just a single win up, as Snake and OMG have now loaded onto the Rift. Standard defensive lines, and it looks like 5 and SMLZ playing nice and far back, even pinging onto Mo just to keep an eye on that Misfortune, as SOFM and Flandre sneak in as a unit, looking to get a ward with some help from Snake. Or Tank, sorry. I saw the Cassiopeia and I was like, yes, that's what it is.
Yeah, so Flandre will never start with Hook or he'll lose his laning phase. There's no reason for him to try and find World 6. Even though it was a good time to do damage.
Oh, Mo. That
just got
exhaust
exhausted.
Used immediately to try to slow it down. The arrow is going to pop that Void Shift as Mo just gets chunked down, but the minions are already halfway to lane, and Mo is going to start this lane.
And that is so worth for Mo. Like, supports start with 3 potions. You actually want to damage the AD carry if you're going to pick somebody off like that. I mean, it wasn't the smartest idea for Mo to do that in the middle of the bush and make his Make It Rain instead of the front of it. And it was nice that 5 and SMLZ were there, but that felt like a one-man decision. Whoa.
Icon getting very aggressive as he fires a quick shock blast and then takes to the skies. Ooh, that was unfortunate. Just a little bit too little health on that melee minion. And they both start consuming potions, 3 of them for Icon with the longsword start. Invade out of World 6.
Straight to the red buff. So red to red, he gets it in the bush. But he's about to find SOFM and doesn't have his Q or his W. SOFM doesn't know that, but he can fight him.
Yeah, the red buff is actually about to reset, and now SOFM is tanking it. They've got to try to juggle the aggro on this.
He wants it to
without
reset.
going for it. Yeah, they both have smite.
Oh,
Sonic
no.
Wave onto SOFM. He smites to heal himself up. That's red buff picked up, and the shock blast is not enough. First blood on the tank. Meanwhile, 5 collapses, and SOFM is trying to stay alive and will auto attack for health. Icon
what the
follows
hell?
back, level 2.
How'd he get here?
Oh, he took the
Get back to your
blast
mid lane.
zone. Wow.
Icon. Okay, that was unusual, Dom. I will say SOFM living is actually a result of Tank being there super quickly. The exhaust was the determining factor there. Now, World 6 went for his W after having the Q. He wants level 3 to be able to fight the Elise, but in that same vein, Elise won't have Cocoon if it's level 2. So you can win a 1v1. But this...
Whoa! Hey there, Tank. He's got the red buff for slow, but flashing after missing his Noxious Blast.
Yeah, he should have waited for the poison to hit, but he was making the all-in decision and trying to catch Icon off guard.
Yeah.
I remember that Jay still has exhaust, so if that flash and the Q had connected, he would have killed him before the exhaust could have come out and prevented damage.
Yeah.
Cute
meanwhile,
idea.
Mo continuing to take harass under the turret as you said it, Snake. The Snake are playing a composition where you can't run at them. Well, what if they're running at you?
It's certainly becoming interesting. I mean, it's working and it isn't all the same.
Yeah.
Tank is a very big deal at this point in the mid lane. He can go back for a tier at any stage he wants, but he'd rather use this red buff for all it's worth and the experience advantage for all it's worth, as SOFM is just genuinely wasting time.
Yeah. Hoping for a very opportunistic kill to stack onto his Dark Seal, but Lee Sin's on the other side of the map. Icon going to play it safe and stay close to his support bottom lane and mid lane. But he will roam back towards mid. He knows Tank has no flash. There was just a ping out, even though Snake didn't see him, but they're still going to play it safe. They found him again.
Yeah, this is actually really good awareness from SOFM and Tank combined. By putting this vision down, they recognize SOFM obviously on the top side doing the Krugs. Where would World 6 be? He's not where I've warded in his side of the jungle. There's nothing on the bottom side available besides my jungle. And so Tank, can you ward the Raptors? They find him. He's level 3. He is super behind, and he's only got a blue buff, so his kill threat and ganks is significantly lowered.
Yeah,
Speaking of,
finally trying to force a fight down here, but Mo, such low health, is going to have to dodge the Sonic Wave. He gets out of range. That's the ward hop. Lands it and dives under the turret. Almost certainly going to go down. A 1-for-1 trade. World 6 is committed.
Xiang's now here.
Oh, man. Tank, he has the exhaust. Manages to land the Noxious Blast as they dash forward onto him. He still gets the kill as the red buff is wearing out. They get the hook. Tank walks past Xiang back under the turret, but will finally go down as Xiang trades his life. And OMG, this is a square peg. This is a square hole, and you are a triangular peg.
I have no idea. Tank could have just kept running and got to safety, but he makes a decision that SOFM wants to help and get this kill. So again, you can see them talking constantly. And Xiang just walked down. And then Flandre just reacts with teleport anyway. There was no teleport available for Xiang, so really unfortunate that the top lane tempo then results in this being counter-ganked so effectively, but still really well done from Tank to be able to get the kill in what was effectively 1v2 until the cavalry actually arrived. This is really solid from Snake. And World 6, like that kill on the bottom side, we didn't really mention that. I think it's still worth it for the Lee Sin because he had nothing else to do. He still needs gold, and Misfortune gets the kill. Like, they're in a position where they can potentially just reset and let the buff end.
Yeah, you can see the super early Sightstone out of Mo being used to get vision of that bottom side of the map to provide some safety for Tank and that bottom lane of Mint and Mo. And 7 minutes in, it's a 1,500 gold lead. Again, SOFM invades. He's got 2 stacks on that Dark Seal as he was able to get the kill onto Xiang, and now is with Flandre
and Tank
invading the Raptor camp here. Yeah, as it spawns, they're going to try to burn through and just put World 6 in the bin.
And so this invade at level 2 from World 6, from red buff to red buff, he basically ran coast to coast to find him, ultimately results in SOFM getting his second spawn of the red buff because he's now behind. If the invade was successful from World 6, this game would be completely turned on its head. And as a result though, Snake are now pulling further and further ahead, and OMG have to start reaching for more options.
Yeah, taking a look at the lanes, Tank full 12 CS ahead, plus 2 kills under his belt, which is a completed
look at Elise.
Seekers. Yeah.
So this is going from red to red again in defense. So steals a red, defends his own red. World 6 is just stuck on vision level 5. Like, that man is on struggle street.
Yeah, he is a walking ward. Hopefully he'll be able to make something happen, as SMLZ and 5 are actually the only advantage right now for Snake. A 20 CS lead, BF Sword versus Caulfield's Warhammer.
And they're happy down in this bottom lane. Malzahar is usually the champion that you'll see with a Sivir. You don't often see Sivir with another champion. The reason that you'd have this is Sivir wants to control minion waves, and Malzahar can control champions. And so if there's pressure from a Malz, then you can push minions in, and then you get the 2-for-1 bonus there, where they're stuck under turret and at risk of dying. Zyra is one of the other options to do the exact same thing. And so far, so good for the bottom lane of OMG. Unfortunately, everywhere else is imploding.
Yeah. Oh boy. SMLZ and 5 are like, team? Invade with no support?
And for what it's worth, Xiang's holding his own in the top lane, but it's kind of just a tank off. The major conflicting difference was that he teleported earlier, and Flandre was able to just reactively teleport. So instead of forcing teleport to the top lane, he kind of rotated at a really inappropriate time to try and just take a red buff off tank. And this is all compounding from level 2 invade from World 6.
Yeah, it looks like OMG are committed to the pressure bottom, however, as World 6 and Icon, spotted out by our ward, will make their way down to Tribush, but immediately Snake back off. Mint and Mo already know to play it safe as tank is gifted over his blue buff. There's no chance of support, so instead they turn tail and make for the blue of their own.
The World 6 can't even cure blue buff. That's where we're at. He missed that. These guys get blue for tank. They're about 10 seconds ahead. It's only a Cloud Drake, so they don't actually need to go and take it. It's nice for a Cassiopeia in particular to have a Cloud Drake, especially because you can't buy boots and your scaling move speed is nice. But the sooner you get the Cloud Drake, the sooner it compensates for your lack of move speed early.
Yeah.
But instead of going for that, it's kind of risky for an Elise. You can do Mountain Drakes. The Cloud Drake attacks so fast.
Xiang somehow managed to sneak underneath SOFM here and get some great damage. Shock Blast is dodged by SOFM as he repels, but turns back around with the red buff. And just going to scare Xiang back away, as both 5 and World 6 were on their way to get involved with that. 5 is now level 6, and World 6 also has his ultimate as well. So Mo going to start walking in, looking to clear out some of this vision.
This is the War Party. 5 is level 6. With a really annoying name for someone when you talk about his levels. This means that he is able to roam around the map, work with the Lee Sin and the pick composition that we were alluding towards in Champion Select. If they find somebody, that somebody dies, but they're really struggling to find that somebody.
Yeah. Mo's even using an early control ward on top of the Krugs.
SOFM knows this is warded.
Yeah.
If
but
he
he's
dies...
still moving forward. He shouldn't be there. There they go. Sonic Wave is going to catch it. There's the insect back. SOFM just gets crushed by Icon.
That was clean from World 6. I will give him credit for that. It does mean they can go straight to the Drake, look for these objectives, but SOFM knows that was warded. He has his flash available. You have to assume Lee Sin's going to flash kick you, and he does none of the above as a reactionary measure and just dies. And this is the kind of play that has been plaguing SOFM consistently in this split of the LPL. He just does things that no other jungler would do because it's greedy. Sometimes it works and sometimes you die.
I can definitely see the logic in his head. Who expects the level 6 flash insec? Well, it's part of his kit since level 6.
I mean, Malzahar was roaming with him for over a minute.
Yeah.
We watched Misfortune fight them both for vision.
Jace walked away from lane.
Like, it's very obvious that something was wrong, and he still chose the Raptor camp without vision in the bush to the right of him.
And he could have pulled it back into the brush as well.
Absolutely.
So SOFM will try to make up for it, catching the recall out of Icon. That's actually teleport used by Xiang. Flandre is there, but does not get the cancel off as it's completed. Mo and SMLZ get a solo kill in the bottom lane as the mid-tier 1 gets chunked out.
Yeah, this kill in the bottom lane, of course, we get to watch this again. It is clean from World 6. Watch the Q ward hop, super quick, super efficient, not much of a chance for a reaction from SOFM. Unfortunately, his reaction should have been before they caught him at all. This movement's still now towards the mid lane turret. They think they can get it down. The teleport wasted by Xiang means if they can get a numbers advantage, they will be sitting pretty.
Yeah, they've got Flandre's teleport ready. And with a 20 CS advantage, Flandre is ready to wield that anchor, catch someone if he possibly can. As Snake are starting to slow down just a little bit, taking a look at the vision on the map. OMG are still pressing forward with their wards. They've got a deep control ward behind the red pit of Snake, but Snake are keeping their bottom lane nice and safe with a control ward in Trine. They're just now spotted out by 5, and 1 on the Krugs as well. So that's 3 control wards from Snake on the bottom side of the map.
And you did mention it already, but SMLZ went down in the bottom lane during all of that. The Cloud Drake was taken, however, by OMG, so that's nice to deny it from Elise and from Cassiopeia. Be super handy for them. Even Miss Fortune's move speed, having the amplification bonus on top of her strut, is quite absurd how quickly she can move. And it's also really good for a Sivir composition just to have some bonus move speed to get Maokai in range of the Twisted Advance. But as a result of going for that Cloud Drake, there's no Malzahar to protect SMLZ, and he gets greedy and dies. And that's what this is really becoming, capitalization of mistakes and making something out of something that shouldn't exist.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of greed going on from both of these teams right now. Red buff is taken at the cost of the Raptor camp as World 6 will invade yet again, despite being bopped not once but twice in this effort, as SOFM and Mo use their freshly restocked wards, Tracker's Knife and Eye of the Watchers, to try getting some vision on that top side of the map. They could be looking for a play bottom. As you've said, they've got that teleport advantage.
I have a personal gripe with what SOFM just did as well. Clears the explosive plant and then walks past where it would be. Is now looking mid.
Ooh. Gets in there very quick. Level 2 Lucidity Boots gets the Cocoon. And they are going to try to force this first turret of the game. Even the back away from Mo. The minion wave is cleared. Oh, 23 health on that mid tier 1 turret.
And that's on Mo. There. Oh, yeah, red buff, red buff.
There he goes.
All right. We got it. It's all good, Snake. It's the first turret blood, so it is important enough that they can risk it like that. Funnily enough, SOFM comes in and ensures that he gets part of the gold. Just standard SOFM. He's going towards Cinderhulk for the record on his Elise. A very different build. Most of them go towards ability power because that's what's normal. I would expect that after the Cinderhulk, he still goes towards a Leandri's build and just goes burn Elise. Like a fire spider.
The whole fire.
Only in Australia as well.
Sounds like an RPG boss. With that, however, blue buff is passed over to tank SOFM. Not going to be so greedy as to take that away, but Icon without flash is going to have to start playing a little bit back, especially now that Flandre is sitting outside of vision. Recall from the bottom lane of Mint and Mo is going to complete the very early Essence Reaver out of Mint, so we're not going to be seeing the Yomu's armor penetration build.
Yeah, we're not seeing the lethality out of this particular Varus. Now, again, he's against a tanky Maokai. Might want to go towards some crit and some shred onto the squishy members with the crit, but also to be able to take apart the tanky members with his builders. They're going bottom here.
And On the Hunt is cancelled. Xiong dives in to prevent Flandre from getting to that bottom lane.
And he still wins the trade underneath the turret anyway, because tanks are... The end result of this is that a teleport is wasted. Xiong now has an advantage, and if SOFM looks for a fight when Melz has an ultimate, there could well be a further teleport flank. You need to be careful, Mr. Spider.
Yeah, 5 has got Flash Nether Grasp. If he decides to catch someone,
Lee Sin
SOFM.
also has Flash Kick.
Yeah.
Again.
World 6 a full level ahead of SOFM despite getting shut down early. 12 jungle CS up right now.
I think the major difference there is the choice to go towards Tiamat from World 6 means that he can collect the Raptor camp super efficiently, just clearing the jungle constantly, gets one pick, and then all of the jungle has been unlocked for him all over again. There was good pressure early though from the Elise, stealing red buffs away. Good movements from Tank to react to the red buffs in the first place, and Snake set themselves up in what was honestly a fantastic position early. They even get the first turret blood and they've got a gold lead. But you can still see OMG in this game. There's absolutely no way that they're out of it.
This is now SOFM and Mo invading once again, trying to get vision into OMG's bottom side of the map. As the next Ocean Drake is spawning just now, and they've already got some pressure on that turret, though they did lose their own. Tank continues to roam towards the top side, however.
Yeah, it feels like Xiong's somehow just beating Flandre.
All the spiderlings.
He can change form, it's all good. If he goes for this, they're attacking the teleport.
Yeah, Tank has got the exhaust. They're going to try to burn down Xiong. He flashes to escape the miasma as Tank starts landing the poison. Noxious Blast and the Twin Fangs are going to burn through that Maokai's health. Now that he's out of mana, Tank drops the ultimate just to make sure he gets it.
So that was good from Xiang. A sapling actually slowed down Tankers. They've got SOFM. No, they don't. SOFM has them. He does have a Cinderhulk, but again, that move towards the top side of the map coinciding with the red buff spawn means that they're not actually looking for the Drake here, OMG, and they were looking for the buff. They get another turret and they get a pick, and it resets top lane where Flandre wasn't having a great time even though he had the CS lead.
Yeah, OMG are going to answer by taking down the dragon. Malzahar so good at tanking for SMLZ, who is just dishing out tons and tons of damage with his double BF sword build. Not finishing the Essence Reaver.
I mean, like, I'm not against it.
He's got an auto attack reset and a boomerang blade.
Like, the biggest benefit of getting the Essence Reaver is actually when you have the Essence Reaver and a Zeal. So you get the extra cooldown reduction, so you get extra mana return as well with the crit the Zeal has. So it's more expensive, whereas BF Sword is 1300 gold for just more raw AD.
Yeah.
Whether it's a misclick or not, it has merit for immediate damage amplification, opposed to if you go towards the Essence Reaver completion. Because even after the Essence Reaver, you're spending 1300, which is the cost of a BF Sword to get attack speed and crit. And it's RNG, so he's going for reliable damage.
Yeah. A full 35 CS ahead of Mint as Flandre heads back down to the bottom lane to deal with Xiang. The lane swap is initiated, and SMLZ is going to get an opportunity to get a few autos at least on that top tier 1 turret before Tank catches it, leaving Mint and Mo in the mid lane. So we have now entered into the mid game. The standard swaps out of AD carries.
That's a full tank Elise. Like, everything about it, unless he changes that to a proto belt. Like, last time we saw SOFM play Elise, he went Runic Echo's proto belt. And now he's going Cinderhulk, Spirit Visage, and cooldown reduction stacking. Like, he's going CDR Spider.
So there is a trade right now happening out of Snake and OMG. Mint and Mo are going to take down that bottom tier 1 with some help from Flandre, who's recalling. And SOFM even is on his way down to this side of the map as well. Recall out of tank means that the top tier 2 is undefended, and that double BF sword Sivir
They're getting a second turret.
And OMG are trying to get it down.
This should actually just go down. They've got enough damage. They can place Voidlings if it helps as well. And Snake's response is trying to kill Xiang with a support and a jungler.
Oh, Flash, Nethergrass, but it doesn't look like World 6 was ready to follow. Flandre is there, but they managed to get another insect kick onto Tank. World 6 is on fire as Flandre flashes and hooks himself to safety. World 6 is just a little hyphy today.
And OMG are 2,000 gold down, but it feels like they're winning. Everything they're doing right now is fantastic. World 6, these Lee Sin kicks are on point. He waits until Tank uses the ultimate and sees that's an easy go. And gets a flash kick. High reward gain from them. 2 turrets in the top lane. And this is all in the back of Snake just not really thinking ahead. That's not standard Snake.
Yeah, definitely having some trouble responding to that play as Flandre and Tank overcommit and get punished for it. And as you said, Snake are still technically in the lead by 2,000 gold, but it's OMG who seem to be getting the better of these trades when the action is happening, but during the downtime, it's Snake eking out the advantages.
Yeah, absolutely. So, like, we're at a 2-item spike point as well from Mint. He should be able to do a lot of on-hit damage. But look at the team that he's fighting against, and how is he going to do on-hit when it's a Maokai, a Lee Sin that can always threaten the kick, and a Malzahar? You get an auto-attack range of a Jace, usually getting shock blasted in the face, and Sivir can match your auto-attack trade. So it really is curious that he's gone this direction with his item build instead of lethality in the first place. I can understand it. They have a very, I'm going to say, standard team composition. And with SOFM going cooldown reduction tank, they just want to make constant picks. And so Essence Reaver's cooldown reduction Varus in this similar vein. They're just going to throw out spells constantly until one hits.
They hopefully will be able to land some of these skill shots, as OMG are playing a very mobile composition in answer to this. They've already gotten 2 Drakes, and the next one's an Infernal. Once again, they chase it forward, but the Cloud Drake lets OMG just reset vision and fall back from this pressure out of Snake.
And you know what is cool actually about the item choice from Snake is they're almost dying.
And speaking of picks, it looks like they did, in fact, find
Go
World
five.
6. 5 is in front. That is going to be bullet time. SOFM gets the execution. And Snake are just going to try to force down this turret. The wave clear.
It's a
And the
Ziva.
ricochet is enough to get the kill. Flandre now tanking the turret, finishes it off, but now is tanking OMG, gets a hook onto a minion, and that is going to be the flash. As you said,
There's a
melee range
Maokai.
of Icon. Xiang teleporting in from behind. Mint goes down as Flandre tries to stall the rest of the team. SMLC
Oh,
drops
no way.
Flandre as Snake will drop as well. Tank is now dead, and OMG win the fight.
And Xiang used his Twisted Advance to actually dodge the Cassiopeia ultimate, so they get a kill as well, straight onto the Baron buff. And OMG with a massive power play are relying now on not having it stolen by the one remaining member they know is there.
Oh, he's right on top of the control ward. He's got the rappel ready, and a World 6 with the execution hops back over the wall with a safeguard, and OMG get the unofficial ace and secure the Baron.
And they just show up to play. OMG, this is as a result of Snake initiating, but again, all the cooldown reduction and tankiness in the world doesn't save them from a Sivir when it ricochets off minions. Look at the damage that is dealt to Mo here. Just consistently critting. As a result, committing to this turret, like OMG realize that they can still win, and a flash, but the heal was matched. This is where the Maokai, like, really good play from the rest of OMG, but watch this. Like, actually dodges the Cassiopeia ultimate on the top side with the Twisted Advance.
Man.
The fact they get Cassiopeia means that everybody dies, free Baron.
Yeah. On the flip side of that, Flandre didn't land a single hook that entire fight. The first one was blocked by a Voidling from 5, the second one by the minion wave that came in from ONG, and by that point Xiang was already flanking. So just demonstrating the difference between those two top laners. Now, OMG, they feel like they're winning, and they're actually winning. 2,000 gold ahead with the Baron buff. This is also the Infernal Drake being taken. No contest. Mo does not get it with any sort of rain of bullets. And now this is OMG's momentum to fling themselves at Snake.
And a fantastic Drake for them to pick up as well while they've got the Baron buff. So the AP and AD bonus, the minion control, and a team fighting composition. Even Xiang going towards the locket to ensure they can keep the rest of his team alive. OMG, feels like they've shown up to play again today. And we've lost our old Snake.
Yeah. They are going to try to force a fight onto Xiang, but as you said, he is very tanky. Even Tank with 2 items and a Void Staff is having a tough time whittling through that health. Flandre is turned upon, and there's a huge ultimate to lock him down, and Xiang walks it off. They flash onto Tank as the Nethergrass is not enough to kill him. 5 dies. The very squishy Malzahar Tank gets revenge for the suppression.
And that was an overreach from OMG, to be perfectly honest with you. Snake decided they can make a pick that's a Void Staff second item for Tank. He has still got summoners available, and the ultimate connected for 2 stuns. Xiang doesn't die because he is just so tanky, but the rest of the team, again, that's what the overreach is. They should make a trade for Xiang being attacked by 2 people, utilize their team composition, and don't ever let 2 people go to that bottom lane. Instead, they rotate, thinking they can win a team fight. Doesn't work like that.
That is the death of 5, and the push is reset. The turrets have not been taken yet. Mid-tier 2 and bottom tier 2 are still standing, and OMG with the Baron buff for another 60 seconds or so are trying to reset Vision as 5 respawns and make his way right back down, maybe looking a little bashful after that death.
Yeah, I wouldn't be feeling too happy about
And
it.
World 6! Why are you so hyphy today?
He's got his Banshees. No one can touch him. It's gone. Run.
Evacuate.
It's still the Baron buff though, so again,
Yeah.
they've got this window of opportunity where they can use their comp. Jace has a lot of poke. Sivir has a decent amount of poke as long as there's a minion wave to recoup the mana that you've actually lost as well.
Yeah, Tank just took a crit and dropped down to half.
And that's the scary thing. If a Sivir hits the turret, you're zoned past your turret. If you're not hiding behind it, outside of auto attack range or ricochet range, generally your carries will die, just incidentally.
Baron buff falls off, and OMG take the poor second consolation prize of the Raptor camp. Unfortunately, the minion wave bottom is not pushing in, so they can't quite rotate between the two, and Xiang finally heading back down along with Icon to start prepping this play, leaving SMLZ to pressure in the mid lane. Snake looked rather good during the early game, but OMG are able to turn Snake on their head. And they're the ones setting up the pressure now. Icon, oh man, just casually sidesteps past Flandre. Depth Charge is going to knock Icon up as they turn onto Xiyoung. World 6 walks it off. Xiyoung very tanky, hasn't used the locket just yet as they prep yet another minion wave.
And Flandre is still full health. He got kicked away by World 6 to interrupt the Misfortune ultimate. SOFM didn't even have a part in that fight, and they were caught recalling Snake. Like, the rotation down the bottom was okay, but Flandre just doesn't take damage. Xiyoung does. I think it's just a combination of all of the shred that they've now got between a Cassiopeia and a Varus, Misfortune with a Black Cleaver. All of these things will compound, and they will be able to take out a Maokai potentially even sooner than that of Flandre's Nautilus.
Now that the Executioner's Calling has been picked up for both Mint and Mo, that means Xiyoung is not going to get any regeneration off in these fights. That effective health pool is that much smaller. Scuttle Crab is secured by SOFM. Baron's now up in 2 minutes. Xiyoung again shows himself on the opposite side of the map. Snake send 3 members just to keep tabs on that tree.
And the cool thing as well is that Warlord's Bloodlust is rendered useless now with 2 Executioner's Callings available. They've also got 2 Exhausts with the 2 Executioner's Callings. So the Ignite effect and the damage reduction and move speed reduction is there. So Snake are definitely still in a position of power. If they win the next fight, they got 5.
Yeah, he's going to be locked down. That's for the depth charge, and Tank executes 4-5.
They want him SMLZ, but Flandre doesn't have flash, so he's able to run away. No Baron for 1 minute and 20, so it's just mid lane. They're just going to run it down mid lane and see if they can generate more picks that might result in a Baron, or it could push into the inhibitor as the minions are now being corralled towards the turret.
Yeah, Flandre sets up some flanking vision just in case. It's 15 seconds before 5 is back up. Ocean Drake is in 1 minute, and Baron is 10 seconds sooner. And instead, they just prep some vision on that top side of the map to make sure there isn't a chance that OMG could sneak it.
There's a lot of vision. They've put forward control wards. They're going to recall and get more of them, so it doesn't even matter if those get killed. It slows down OMG even getting vision. Kill that. There we go.
Yeah.
As like, look at the minimap. All of the blue wards belonging to Snake. Suddenly from this position where OMG had momentum, they had tempo, they were set up for success, everything was going right, completely out the window. And now it's back to equal footing. The winner of the next fight is potentially the winner of the game. Because we're just that equal.
5 is just a little bit too over-eager to try to make these plays happen. Every time he flashes or nether grasps someone, that makes him immobile too. And when Cassiopeia and Varus are raining fire upon you, not going to live for too long with full support Malzahar.
And he's gone towards Redemption as his item of choice as well. We'll have to see if it's a Leandri's that he wants next or if it's a Rylai's Crystal Scepter. But as far as I'm concerned anyway, I don't like Redemption as a choice. I know that they're against a fair amount of poke. When you look at Varus and Misfortune, it's also a really good counter-engage tool, but that's what Snake excel at, counter-engaging.
Yeah, meanwhile, World 6 starts off the Ocean Drake. Flandre chases after him and gets the knockup before turning onto Icon. He's tanking that Ocean Drake. And here comes the rest of OMG as Snake are collapsing as well. A full 5v5.
For an Ocean Drake? Why are we fighting for an Ocean Drake? Both of you leave the area. And there is currently a Baron on Summoner's Rift.
Gotta get that regeneration, man. As Tank eats a huge shock blast, Seeker's Arm Guard isn't doing too much against the double lethality and Lord Dominix of Icon.
But finally we are establishing ourselves around the middle lane. So you can see Maokai being on the bottom side of the map does indicate they're looking at the Baron as the primary objective, but he's also able to fast rotate towards the Drake if they want to pick that one up for free, something that World 6 was definitely looking at doing.
Yeah, once again, he heads over to that Ocean Drake, but this time Snake were the ones who recalled. And with Flandre doing Krugs and the rest of Snake in the mid lane, it looks like World 6 is going to be able to take this uncontested.
Yeah, it feels like this is completely free. Again, the rest of OMG they've got a ward firstly in the Baron pit, so they know it's not being done. He can quickly move around Summoner's Rift, even though he doesn't have movies. He's just a Lee Sin. And the rest of the team was sitting in the middle lane, so they were protecting the area, and they would have noticed if Snake went there. But at this stage, I mean, it's just another Ocean Drake. 2 Ocean Drakes is nice to have, and it's nice to take them away from a Cassiopeia.
Yeah, OMG are just dominating these neutral objectives for for Dragons overall over the course of this, and just letting World 6 move around the map, set himself up for success, and the rest of the team following.
Now, it will be a big Elder.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of how it benefits OMG, it'll be a massive benefit towards their burn damage.
225 burn damage for every hit.
Yeah, I will say, though, the amplification of the prior Drakes isn't that good for them. It's a Cloud, 2 Oceans, and 1 Infernal. It's not going to give them the best benefits. It's more so an excuse to perhaps fight.
Like this, as they have found Mo over the wall and deleted.
Okay, so he doesn't have his team with him. SOFM was a little bit too far behind and doesn't use his Make It Rain to check the area where 5 was. And so now World 6 getting hyphy again.
Yeah, using the Sonic Wave onto SOFM to kite him back, but the quick Miasma from Tank prevents any sort of follow-up. He's got his blue buff, so can afford to spam these spells rather aggressively. Xiyoung is split pushing in the bottom lane, and Flandre, grouped with his team, might have to answer as OMG quickly invade into Snake's jungle, walking past a ward, and set up some deep vision to prep for this Baron.
They got no time for that ward, Dom. They're going straight towards the Baron Pit area, but they have to clear vision first in the Baron Pit area, so I guess in order of priority, they're still standing on 1 and they're not doing it. It will get spotted if they do it because they'll have the burning Baron acid images come up on their bodies.
Yeah. SMLZ actually completes his recall outside of vision, finishes off that Lord Dominic's regard as Xiyoung shoves out bottom, but Mo has respawned. He's now grouped back up, so this is back to a 5v5, and Mo didn't use anything in that endeavor.
No, and Malzahar's ultimate is close to being back up again anyway. Nothing was really used in the way of killing Mo, so it was kind of just a kill. A nice little bit of bounty in the back pocket. I was pleased to not take that one. I know you're getting hyphy, but that's danger zone. The one thing that you mentioned as well, having the Lord Dominic's completed is really handy for SMLZ. He can deal with Flandre a little bit better now. And the thing about Siva that we always mention that makes us strong is... Oh, never mind.
Yeah, they were looking for Tank, but instead settled for Flandre. That is so much damage onto the full tank Maokai. And the kick is going to get a lot of knock-up, but with World 6 in the front, he flashes, GA is popped, and 5 is going to try to sidestep this, keeping the team separated. Icon in the back gets 2 with the full assistance of his team, chases it back around onto Flandre, and it will pick up that kill with SMLZ. That is 3 members of Snake dead.
And World 6 can make those plays because he had a Guardian Angel, so he's back alive. They go straight to the Baron area. Xiyoung is a tank and should be able to maintain. He's going for the Scuttle Crab first. He wants to tank the Baron. Thank you, Xiyoung.
Yeah, priorities.
And now OMG with the Malzahar Voidlings and only SOFM to contest this unless Tank pulls off a big play.
Yeah,
they want the steal.
Is waiting for it. Icon's waiting in the wings with the power. Uses Repel, tries to get in, but gets in too late. Baron secured. A quick smite and burn from World 6.
And really good from OMG once again. They get a team fight as Snake was building back all of this momentum. Completely eradicated. And look at the damage to Flandre. You said it yourself. He basically loses all of his health at the start of the fight. The ability to use Redemption, Reset, very handy here for OMG. And Icon just went off. Like, he just 1v2'd them. No problems at all. SOFM does not know which direction of the wall to be on. No one's really helping Tank do damage because Xiyoung doesn't take any and Flandre had already taken a lot.
You can hear the Naisu without actually hearing it as Mo is caught yet again. The mid-tier 2 goes down, and this time,
could be it.
The Baron for OMG breaks the base. Still no SOFM as he's only just now respawning, but the inhib goes down without any protection for Tank and Mint. Flandre can't afford to let himself get caught out again, and the inhib goes down.
Yeah, SOFM back alive, as you mentioned, so they aren't going to continue and push anything further, but Mo just consistently getting caught out of position. Now 2-5-2, not having a good game, honestly, outside of laning phase, and I feel like that's where Snake's really struggling, outside of laning phase.
Yeah.
Something that they would generally excel at, and when they were horrible at laning phase, has now become inverse.
It is upside down split in the LPL. The undefeated teams lose, and the unwinning teams win.
It's a bouncing castle. That's what we said, you know, up and down all the time at the moment.
Never really can tell where you're going to end up. Hopefully these teams find some stability and safety, not only in the metaphor of a bouncy castle, but also in their wins.
Yeah.
That'd be handy. Right now, OMG are looking like they have found some stability. World 6 coming in and just showing, hey, I can play Lee Sin too. Shui Shui might have this champion on lockdown, but I have got a completely different style. Full-on carry Lee Sin.
Yeah, World 6 is super clean on his Lee Sin. I've been impressed with him from what we have seen in his showings on the champion. Snake in response now, just holding on for their lives. 0-3 Varus doesn't do a lot of damage, and he's building in a way that will not do a lot of damage anyway. I don't want to go too deep into it. I'm actually just quite annoyed that he went this build. I already highlighted why earlier, so go back and watch it.
Yeah, seeing the super tanky Xiang, World 6, finishing off his Deadmans and Banshees and Guardian Angel is going to be a very tanky Lee Sin, whereas Icon 5 and SLMOZ are doing quite a bit of damage out of OMG. They turn now onto the Elder Drake, have it all set up. Here comes
big
Snake.
for OMG.
They're going to try to force the fight here. It's already down to half. World 6 is looking for the fight. Level
low.
17 to 15. And
Oh,
it's
he got
stolen! SOFM will get it, but trades his life over, and for now, OMG have been halted.
And that's really big. 4 Drakes about to be amplified with burn damage. Saving the game, honestly, from SOFM. Unfortunately, you have to lose your life by saving the game. And that was risky. They took a 50-50 OMG because they're confident in their gold lead. And they still get the kill. So they will push. They will accelerate this game and look for a second inhibitor. See if they can make it work against the Elder Dragon, though, even in a 4v5. It's dangerous.
They still have got the momentum of 4 dragons underneath them and that Baron buff for another few seconds. The minions are about to fade off as they burn onto the turret. Redemption to top themselves off, as World 6 is going to be the only one who doesn't get any of that help. They force through this inhib, and Flandre looking for it. Somebody just needs to attack once.
Ooh.
That's World 6 knocked up, and 5 is going to be caught too. Xiang in the front has got a Guardian Angel. They're trying to burn through with the true damage, and there's the kick disengage out of World 6. OMG cannot get the inhib and decide to back away.
And Mint didn't auto-attack once. He's got an Elder Dragon buff. He's not auto-attacking. He's got an auto-attack build. And he's just throwing spells out. Fortunately, I will say for Snake, as you can see on your screen, the inhibitor is standing. And so they get to fight another day. The Elder Dragon steal from SOFM does save the second inhibitor from going down, and potentially the entire game on the back end of that. And it's good to see another big play from a big player.
Yes. World 6 keeping his tank alive. 5, 2, and 9. 14 out of 17 kill participation. Looks like 6-1 in 10 out of Icon. He's been involved in every single kill except for 1. So definitely coming up huge for his team. And OMG, despite a bit of a rocky start, it seems like they were overzealous to get to this very aggressive style.
I think it was just a early blunder. The level 2 play from World 6 didn't need to happen, and it could have went either way if Icon had lane pressure. But to get lane pressure against the Cassiopeia is quite challenging regardless of what champion you're playing. And so because of that, they were put behind, and you'd expect Snake with that advantage to be able to make the plays necessary to get the rest of the game in their hands. They don't, and OMG bring it back.
It really seemed like it turned around in that mid-tier 2 fight where Snake overextended just a little bit, and Flandre wasn't able to land a single hook. The huge flank from Xiang, the huge damage from Icon really just got them back into it despite those difficulties that they struggled with. Now you can see the teams are fighting over vision over that Baron pit as it's up in 90 seconds. Snake, we're looking for a bit of a cheeky play, but OMG do not fall for it.
And at this stage, if you're watching Snake playing as a Snake fan, you're just hoping the tank goes godlike. I don't actually expect Mint to auto-attack anything from now on. I have dropped my expectations of the player in this game. We will reset those expectations in Game 2.
You have tempered them.
But for right now, he is relegated to just death and sitting beyond them.
That is an aggressive statement.
Well, I mean, what is he going to do? He's against a Maokai.
Fire arrows.
Yeah, but they tickle. I'm talking about impactful things, though.
He can snare somebody.
You watch him throw these arrows if he does and how much they do.
Oh, man.
Ready?
And that was a miss. That is
Nailed
going to be
it.
the depth charge, knocking up 5 and Icon. On the hunt is used from SMLZ to finish off that inhibitor. OMG aren't even waiting for the Baron. SOFM, that was about as half-hearted a cocoon as I've ever seen. Flandre tries to force a fight, and OMG collapse over the wall to demolish him. turning now onto the second inhibitor and finishing the
going.
job they started, and that's Mint flashing back. He's got the Chain of Corruption, but the GA is popped. Once again, Icon gets the kill on the Fountain, knocks Tank back. Zanyas to try to buy some
dead.
time, but there is not enough. Sonic Wave is not going to be followed up, and Mint, you called it.
Look at him. He's having a great time.
Oh man, a big dunk from Icon. The front flip slam. He's going to net that 4th kill, and S2FM half-heartedly trying to stop this. Is not going to do anything. OMG knock down the Nexus turrets and bring down the Nexus itself, taking game number 1 against Snake.
And it was a pretty clean finish there from OMG. They just walk into the base, waltz in there, and take the inhibitors through brute force. They kill the tank of Flandre, and it felt almost too easy for OMG once they got an advantage. The unfortunate thing is it took them a little while to get that advantage, but once they got it, they did not slow down.
Yeah, they certainly didn't. A very, very concerned face out of Snake right there. But joining us back on the desk is going to be Raz. Welcome back.
Hey. I mean, that was quite the game, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I remember we had a discussion about Snake's problems, right? Strong laning pace, get into the mid game, and then it starts going downhill. And if you just look at that goal graph, it really does hit it on the mark. 17 minutes was the moment it started to go downhill, because at 20, proper trade, like, remember that tower trade? Makes no sense to me. Where Snake were doing such a fantastic job. I mean, they took that mid lane tower. Obviously, the level 1 didn't go, or at least the level 2 for World 6 didn't work out for him. And just look at that.
5.1k damage from SLFM. I don't want to consistently harp on and highlight this player, but if he's going to be a star player of a team, he needs to do more than just get a kill at level 2. Like, they had to use that advantage and try and make something else happen.
I mean, technically, here's the sad point of this, is that they were making the right points, making the right movements from like 10 minutes in, where they were really challenging Lee Sin. World 6 was far behind. They decided to pull in the full top lineup to just go into his red side jungle, and they demolished him. In fact, Tank even went up top side, secured tower, and demolished the Maokai there. So that was all great. Challenge them when you are far ahead. You don't want to take trades, but suddenly the tower trades were happening with OMG, and it went downhill because they were just, I felt like they didn't know what to do at that point.
Yeah, and I'm not lying. OMG started at their second inner turret after the Maokai dies, and they just kept going the whole way. They just kept going, and Snake's response was like, we'll go mid, we'll go to blue buff, we'll go bottom, and then realize that 2 turrets are dead.
They just were not paying attention. That's one of those moments. You expect at least one person on that team to be looking to the opposite end to say, do we want to back and actually defend, or do we want to keep pushing? It felt like no one was looking. Because at that point, for whatever reason, they thought, oh, yeah, I can do blue buff while we're, that trade. We're ahead, right? No, they're far behind.
To be fair, it really seemed like that happened to Snake throughout the duration of the mid game. The teleport flank from Xiyoung. Somebody should have spotted that out. The fact that they grouped as 5 and shoved down mid lane to try to force a fight on the tier 2 and just couldn't do anything. There was a very clear lack of sort of clarity in these plays. They had the idea, but it just wasn't clear.
Clarity is the big point here, because even though OMG were behind 2k gold at really early on in the game, it felt like they were ahead because they were making decisive moves here. There was that major power play 22 minutes into the game where Snake decided they were going to move into that mid lane tower. The TP comes behind by Maokai. And I mean, by the way, before that play even starts, or at least before Maokai starts rolling in, Sivir Ricochet just deletes, just demolishes him. And you were like, all right, well, you're starting this off with a 4v5. Good luck. And so, I mean, OMG clean up the fight. They go towards Baron, and it's like, well, yeah, there we go. There's your lead. This is a constant state for Snake, and Snake needs to actually look to do something about it.
They certainly are going to have to improve their clarity. Overall, though, OMG looked very good over the course of the game. We've said they've been on the rise. Some of the big questions I had were for World 6. At the beginning, I was like, you know what? He's too hyphy. He's trying to make a name for himself. But then he started executing. However, we're not going to be giving the MVP to him. We're giving it to Icon in the mid lane at 9, 1, and 11, involved in 20 out of 21 kills. This guy was everywhere.
He was actually 95% kill participation. This guy was a part of everything.
Icon was a monster in that game. I think it's safe to say that the Jace was a really good pick for them. They didn't go for the Rise, so I was very thankful for that. And, I mean, World 6 was making big plays. He was hyphy, but he was just aggressive enough. Like, he was exactly what OMG needed. They needed that flash kick for somebody to make the picks, to get the ball rolling. And whilst we were saying all of these potential problems for Snake with decision making or communication or whatever it may be, we could still look at OMG and say this is an improved side already, just because they are saying go constantly.
Yeah, and that's the big point. It feels like OMG now with their new jungler, or at least, newfound jungler in World 6, even though he found himself so far behind in the jungle there, this is a quality of a great team, because great teams, they find themselves far behind, but their mentality is still go, or at least to always look to defend when they are in that position and then make the right calls. That was really a top-tier play or top-tier game from OMG.
At least a great LPL team.
Yeah.
Great LPL teams in
asterisk.
behind know how to make and generate picks by having vision in certain areas ahead of time. So like it was really good from them. The Malzahar pick, I don't think we should see again personally. If you were Snake and having Malzahar with Lee Sin, it's just so easy to cover massive distances and lock someone down for like 5 seconds.
Especially since we saw the misfortune into Malzahar. We've seen it time and time again because it's the constant lane counter, but teams don't want to put themselves into that position where you have that misfortune in the mid game specifically, because look how long that Malzahar reach was in his ulti. Mo kept getting caught out, and it's not really his fault in one specific play when like it's all other plays are fine, but in one specific play where he was just apparently Malzahar ulti was just that long and he was able to get caught out near the mid lane on that one.
Just a little unfortunate with his pathing. Hopefully he'll get a chance to move it forward as we're getting ready for game number 2. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back. It's OMG versus Snake. Welcome back, everyone. We are just about ready to get into game number 2 between Snake and OMG. After seeing OMG on the rise earlier this week, they continue their momentum upwards with a very commanding win over Snake in game 1.
Yeah, you have to give credit to OMG again. I think it was a fantastic performance from them to be able to utilize leads effectively. The only thing they really would want to shape up coming into this second game is to get those leads in a more streamlined, let's say streamlined way.
I like the girth on World 6 when he went for that level 2 1v1, right? I just, if he's doing that, calling everybody early. Let's go for that early 3v3, 4v4. I just want to see it. I just want to see it happen.
Even Icon was in on that, like flashing forward to try to get the auto attack, taking the blast cone into Krugs to try chasing the final auto hit onto SOFM.
Here's the thing about that. LPL logic, he came in too late. You got to get in there early when it starts. Yeah, so, he came in and he followed up. but clue in, get in there.
Cassiopeia got there first. That's the
Yeah,
problem.
of
So
course.
Tank was there in advance, and this is where the strategy was unfolded, right? Level 1, your coach says we're going from your red buff to their red buff. Means you push mid lane at level 1. You make sure there's minions crashing on his turret at the right time, or you have control of the wave to the point where you can just leave, and either he leaves and misses minions, or he doesn't leave and their jungler dies.
Yeah, you don't have to shove it in completely, especially since Cassio, if she gets to level 2, it's going to be a problem. But all you have to do is put the wave, deal with the wave in a position where you have to go in and help out. And if Cassio has to make the decision either to help or just push consistently, and that's just not the right decision, she has to come in and help.
And that seems like that was a bit of a theme for Snake over the course of the match, that they lacked that clarity to make the intelligent decisions over the game. Certainly they tried and they had plays and they had the advantage in the early game, but once OMG started tossing a couple wrenches in, making it a little bit chaotic, Snake started to fall apart.
Yeah, and I think just to start it off, because these are large problems coming in from Snake, right? That's a team-wide problem. What they can solve quickly is how much engagement they have in their lineup, right? They couldn't deal with that Malzahar all too well, and their solution was, of course, Misfortune. And the other solution up against that, Zyra is a little better, but overall, I just want to see them give themselves opportunities to engage. That isn't just Elise. Their top lane matchup and Nautilus was just a beast.
But he was kind of losing as well, which shouldn't be happening, and Xiang was actually performing really well. And that's genuinely surprising given how he has been going up until this game. There's been okay moments, but there's mostly been underperforming moments from Xiang. But he actually stepped up. He outplayed Tank multiple times on the Cassiopeia, forced extra things to be used, got the kills, and he was a big proponent towards their success in that first game.
Exactly. And so if I'm Snake, if you are blue side, I would say maybe prioritize the Malzahar. Otherwise, just outright ban it. I think that's something they don't want to deal with, simply because if they don't have it, they don't want to have to deal with it in the lane and lose out in the laning phase, or pick proper matchups, which essentially make it a lot harder in the mid to late game.
Yeah. We'll definitely keep an eye on whether or not they can adapt during this pick and ban phase, because of course OMG have got priority for side choice in game number 2. We're expecting them to take blue side, as we haven't seen anyone effectively choose red side, because those early picks, especially on 7.1, are just so valuable.
Yeah, and I think if you're a top tier LPL team, or at least if you're very comfortable with certain picks, then you can take purple side and look to, I suppose, open up the pick ban and say we can play up against Rengar. We've seen a few of that globally, and we can play against LeBlanc. LeBlanc is the key one. LeBlanc just has not been having a good time so far in the LPL. So if there are teams that are comfortable with that, red side is okay. Otherwise, yeah, stick to blue side.
Yeah, and in saying that, most of the teams that are winning are just on blue side because they're getting Camille and Rengar constantly.
That's true.
So again, these consistent experimentations and trades on red side seem to be an ongoing problem that we're experiencing, and that the blue side are banning none of the broken champions and forcing red side to either ban all of them and leave one up. But what if you want to target ban someone's best champion? Then you have to get rid of these 3 strong ones. That's how we sometimes just see Camille exist.
Yeah, and the big one too are the strong blue side picks that come through simply because of those top 3 bans coming through. Like for instance, Jace and Varus. Suddenly you want to have to deal with Jace, you want to have to deal with Varus, but you don't have that many bans, as you mentioned. Not only the target bans, but just honestly the powerful picks. There's just too many.
Yeah, there certainly are, but as you can see, we have entered into pick and ban for game number 2 between OMG and Snake, who are looking to take this series in a clean 2-0 if they can pull it off. LeBlanc is the first ban for Snake, and there is Rengar as well. We'll see if the Camille is going to follow it up.
Yeah, now OMG banned Kha'Zix and Camille the first time around. They actually second ban phase got rid of the cannon, so they have changed things here, knowing that on the blue side of Summoner's Rift forces Snake to get rid of these champions. And I like that they have.
Yeah, again, the Shen target ban towards Xiang in the top lane. We saw what he can do on Maokai, and perhaps OMG take a page out of Xiao Gu's book, and they do. Is that Kabe? No, that's Xiang.
Yeah, so they lock in the early rotation of a Maokai. Xiang in game number 1 looked fantastic on the pick, but you have to remember that this is the direction Snake will go. It was banned in game 1.
Yeah, it's Fiora from Flandre to answer this. And Varus is going to go through once again for Snake. So, already, Snake showing us something a little bit different in their draft.
And Varus is still a perfectly fine pick. It just, with the Fiora being locked in, changes how Snake will execute their strategies. If Tank goes to the top side of the map and gets Flandre snowballing again, the difference will be that he keeps it in top lane and pushes Maokai further behind, perhaps prevents any kind of teleport plays. Raz mentioned already Malzahar is meant to be a big priority. I am surprised that it gets second rotation on blue side, opposed to being taken away by Snake. They didn't need to go for Fiora first pick. Like, they could have picked it now instead of the Misfortune, but it seems that they're just content actually having MF into Malzahar.
And this time OMG are going to priority pick their bottom lane as they get both Malzahar and Jhin for themselves very early on. Misfortune makes it through for Snake, as they now also have got their bottom lane to answer. So top, bottom, and that means mid and jungle are open for both.
Yeah, and again, I expected these drafts actually from Snake. They wanted to match the bottom lane, prevent it from being banned out, especially after a Malzahar is locked in. I just don't like the order with which they did it. They could have picked MF in any order and not revealed the Fiora for a little bit longer, as we're going through the 4th bans now.
Yeah, Graves banned away from World 6. So far he has played it twice. Once recently in his win against Aimee, most previously a very, very long time ago. So, interesting target ban out of Snake. Cassiopeia is going to be the follow-up towards Tank in the mid lane. They don't want him on that Petrifying Gaze.
Which is not a bad decision. Now, Tank was good on Cass. Maokai, we mentioned it in the last Champion Select, very good at locking down select members, and with mid lane still not being picked for either member, and jungle not being picked for either member, we'll see what ban OMG goes for here, and whether they want to Elise, Lee Sin, something like that, or if they want to pick it for themselves. Just ban out one of the better options.
Yeah, we saw what World 6 can do on that Lee Sin. He doesn't have too many games on Elise, a grand total of 1, now that I look at it. But Corki is going to be the ban towards Tank. Snake are thinking about it. Pinch mid lane, pinch jungle. What's it going to be?
Ryze, Cassiopeia, Corki, Orianna, and Syndra were still there, so not a shock that it's been picked that quickly. Where do you go from here, though? Is it Jace again for OMG? It'd make sense into the Syndra. You can get Hex Drinker, you can survive the burst, and not a lot of champions build Hex Drinker and can go mid lane. So unless you're going something like a Galio, I'm expecting a Jace.
Yeah, Lee Sin is picked up once again, and despite the fact that they've got Jhin, OMG looking at a very similar composition. 3 of the same picks, slightly less mobile AD carry, as Echo is the hover from Icon.
It's a good hover. I can see it working. Katarina, Fizz, the other options we've seen as they do lock in the Echo. Now, Echo is not a champion that outright wins lane against a Syndra, but you can use your ultimate to stop hers. You can get back to lane with your ultimate if you've already been poked out and you're in kill range, and you've got teleport as well. So it survives quite well and does have a lot of assassination as the games progress. Can 1-3-1 and kind of push Snake into an awkward position, even though they have a strong 1-4. I do like the pick.
In answer, it is Rek'Sai, picked up by SOFM, much more mobile, much more capable of tracking World 6 around the map and preventing him from getting those sort of early movements that he was so aggressive with in game number 1. And with that, we have our final compositions set up for OMG versus Snake.
And the big thing as well, while we mentioned that Jace is a good pick, is that it doesn't actually have mobility. And a lot of the champions that are picked into Syndra have the availability of dashing around and dodging the stun combo that comes out of Syndra. Corki uses Valkyrie and then trades at the same time as the stun. So this pick with Echo does have a lot of potential. I'm just a little bit sad that we're not seeing Icon on his stellar Jace performance one more time.
Yeah. This time, perhaps looking for a few more outplays instead of team place damage. We saw how effective he was flanking single-handedly in that fight in the mid lane tier 1. So perhaps he can do it once again as these teams are getting ready. Snake having some difficulty outside of the early game. They've got a slightly easier transitioning team towards the mid game this time around. Can they show growth here?
Yeah, Snake hit 1 item breakpoints quite successfully for their team composition. Rek'Sai will just be a tank. They've got a Varus, Misfortune, Syndra. Fantastic disengage and wave clear. I feel like an Ivern would have actually been a better pick for Snake in the jungle. But it's a shame that SOFM wouldn't play a champion like that, because it's not a Thunderlord's Rek'Sai, is it? Whereas he'll always go Thunderlord's Rek'Sai for some reason and just do damage. It's just the kind of player that he is. Whereas when we look at OMG's team composition, it still rings true and similar to what we saw of them last time. In a way, the Maokai and Echo can diffuse a lot of areas. They've got decent objective control. Jhin Long range pick and lock down with the Echo stuns. Malzahar as well. And
Yeah.
Mal's Jhin is a nasty lane
You get
if
hit
one
with-
of them hit.
Yeah, one thing, and then there's immediate follow-up from the other. Sort of like the classic Ashe misfortune. Make it rain to get the slow for an easier arrow follow-up.
In saying that, the hardest lane that I have seen to lane against is actually Misfortune Varus.
Yeah,
And so in
yeah.
terms of lane strength for both of these bottom lanes, super dangerous, a lot of kill threat, but one is more consistently dangerous, and that's Misfortune and Varus.
We'll have to see if Mint will be landing enough arrows to make that bottom lane the threat that it needs to be, as he did not have a lot of success in his previous matchup against SMLZ in 5. But as you can see, we've loaded onto the Rift. It's OMG versus Snake, Game 2.
I think it's safe to say he found no success in game number 1, but it's a really good opportunity for him in this particular game to show up and express his ability to play AD carry. Of course, new to the league, definitely still has a lot to prove, as nobody being aggressive one more time. Standard LPL just want to maybe get a ward down. The big thing that all supports and bottom lanes are doing is getting control of these brushes, as Zyras exist. And Mo shows this propensity to do exactly this. He'll always sit in the bush, throw his Make It Rain in the second one eventually, and try and spot them out so they don't get cheesed.
He did exactly the same thing in the previous game, which ended up forcing the exhaust out of OMG to try to harass him with 5's Malzahar.
There he goes, makes it rain, knows that nobody's in there.
Yeah.
And now they walk in there, so they've got their timings down.
As it is World 6, playing nice and safe with the defensive line. He's going to be getting that blue buff start with some help from Xiang. Oh, lots of Thunderlords. That's even Thunderlords on 5.
Yeah, they've actually even changed their Keystone Master to Fervor of Battle here on the Rex. I feel like his coaching staff has finally told him that Thunderlords isn't standard. But he does want to do a lot of damage, so it doesn't go Courage of the Colossus, and we're still on 7.1. Again, we've spoken about what SOFM does. He's a hyper-aggressive player by nature, always looks for farm above all else. Super value on the farm.
The classic lane tax jungler.
And then just tries to get really far ahead. He's like a Hecarim, you know?
Yeah.
He's always a Hecarim.
Even when he's not on Hecarim, as Icon eats 2 very poor trades, as Tank actually takes some damage from the minions here. Oh, he gets one of the 2. As the minion wave pushes in, Icon has got Teleport along with the refillable flask and a Dark Seal for sustain, so...
Yeah. Icon will most likely early Teleport if it comes to it, get a second Dorans if necessary as well, maybe even a Null Magic Mantle. He's perfectly fine and can build whatever he would like on his Echo. The idea is push the waves, push Tank under the turret, make him use mana and expend it on getting minions opposed to you, and then rinse and repeat until you finally poke down low enough that you have to recall, and you can go back to base again.
And there he goes with that first recall. Picks up Doran's Ring and Control Ward as SOFM. Just wanders by mid lane. Question mark ping coming out of OMG. There's a Rek'Sai in my lane. And they continue clearing out. So this time, we're not seeing World 6 go for an aggressive jungle start, taking it a little bit more patient this time. Instead, it was 5 who went for the aggressive invade and spotted out SOFM at that Gromp. So junglers will meet at the Scuttle Crab on the top side of the map.
Yeah, he actually hits level 3 before he makes a big play. Refreshing change from World 6. Again, yeah, we look towards them fighting at the same spot and meeting each other. The question is surrounding who wins. I would say Fervor of Battle favors SOFM if they keep fighting. But if the Q connects and World 6 can get some poke off, he has a Thunderlords to out-trade. But neither of them really want to meet in the middle, because World 6 was there first.
There goes the harass you saw out of that bottom lane. Mo landing the Make It Rain to slow SMLZ, along with the piercing arrow from Mint for follow-up damage.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. And like an 80% slow on a low cooldown and high range means if you miss your Varus Q, I've got some questions for you. Like how?
I mean, he's starting off with a long sword once again this time. We'll see what he decides to build for as 5 gets some harass onto Mo. Actually gets the refresh.
Oh, that's big.
That's a lot of damage as Mo is burning down. Might have to use the heal as the Voidling is not enough, not high enough level, and Mo walks it off.
Still has extra potions too and isn't using them. The kill threat exists right now if OMG choose to be hyper aggressive. It also just gives them complete lane control And so you may see an even bigger minion drop-off, in fact, for Mint, who is definitely not winning this lane by any means. As World 6 even just hanging around, placing wards for his allies. This is the start of a really poor laning phase for Snake, something that they've been excelling at.
They're going to find SOFM here. 5 follows up, that's Flash, the tunnel. Ooh, Deadly Flourish is not going to catch SOFM as he makes it over the wall to safety, but they will find him clearing out a ward and burn his Flash.
Yeah, and you see what happens when the bottom lane's winning from OMG. They can rotate up. Jhin and Malzahar have a lot of lockdown and pick. And the one thing that we did see from OMG was catching SOFM out of position time and again and giving themselves big advantages through those picks. Starting to watch as the laning phase goes well for OMG. They move around even earlier.
Meanwhile, the top lane still on an island. Flandre and Xiang both using their teleport. Early Tiamat start as 5 continues to harass Mo. Yet again, that's the heal now being used as the Voidlings continue to chase. Mo's got to keep walking. Oh boy.
All right, go back to base this time, Mo. Use 2 potions instead of recalling. What can you really say? The Malzahar found him and warmed up. The Jhin W has to get blocked by his own teammate, otherwise he was definitely dead.
Gets the refresh on the Malefic Visions for continued damage. Oof, that hurts. As Icon finds Tank. Gets a quick Z-break trigger onto Tank for some damage and then just runs it off.
So the really good window of opportunity to actually gank the Echo is when he does make aggressive moves like that, because there's no go back and try again. You can't rewind time. Rewinding actually just puts you close to their turrets. And so if you're SOFM and you're watching these trades in the middle lane, you let the trade start, and once the E is used by Icon and he's committed, Syndra can stun him, you can go in, and there is no way out for him.
Icon, well aware of that, likely going to be trying to play around it as World 6 is going to gift his blue buff over on top of a ward. There is some good deep vision out of Flandre and SOFM right now that sees just about everything World 6 is doing on that top side of the map. However, he's not doing it.
No. I mean, realistically, they're just farming, having a great time on Summoner's Rift, getting towards those item spikes, which they will be very happy to get towards. Icon doing well in lane is always a blessing. World 6 wants that level 6. Said that twice now, it's just really weird to say every time. But he's not far away from it. Icon, when he goes back to base one more time, will have enough money to potentially even just instantly clear the back wave minions. And he can go towards the Proto Belt build. And once he gets that, he destroys everybody on Summoner's Rift.
Oh, that's level 6 from SMLZ. Mint is going to have to be careful here. They're standing still to make sure Mo tanks up all 4 bullets. And the harass from SMLZ and 5 continue despite the expected pressure of Mint and Mo.
And that's the thing, like, World 6 doesn't need to make plays until he's hitting that ultimate point, because the rest of his lanes are doing perfectly fine. He was going to take that blue buff, wasn't he?
He really was.
He was.
And then there was a single question mark from Tank.
And now you can start the red buff, the blue buff again, SOFM. We can start this from scratch.
Efficient pathing.
Oh, no, it's not his.
6 health. There he goes.
Oh. The red buff burnt it to 1 health.
Oh, boy. Yeah, red buff only burns down to 1 health now.
Red buff?
Deliberately. Yeah. All burns deliberately
No,
burn
red
down.
buff steals blues.
Oh, does it actually?
Yeah, for sure. We've seen at least 6 blue steals. in the
Oh,
LPL.
yeah. You're right. I'm thinking of the
Cinder
Bomby Cinder. Yeah. On the Cinder Hall. World 6 hops over the wall. SOFM now seems to have transferred his vision towards this bottom side of the map. As, ooh, SOFM gets a nice 30 gold knock up out of Icon, and he just backs right on up, resets the fight. I was just kidding, it was a prank.
Yeah, he does a reset, but his ultimate's now used, and so he has teleport. It's not about lane pressure, it's the tank can kill him now. And so watch now with a bit more aggression how a tank can assert himself in this lane, just throw spells around recklessly.
Especially with that blue buff. Yeah.
Exactly right.
World 6 now heading down towards that bottom side. Spotted well in advance, so Mint and Mo are playing very far back. SOFM uses the window to invade and steal away the Direwolf camp. He's going to be spotted as soon as he goes around, and instead just decides to invade. Or
Now
take
he's
the
going
very
the long way
route.
so that he won't get spotted for as late as possible. Also sets a ward for a teleport in.
Hops over. That's flash into the chain of corruption. World 6 and Mo.
They're both out.
Yeah, they're splitting.
But this means that OMG have just got free reign on this turret. There's only the 4 minions remaining, but with 4 people hitting it and Voidlings, it might actually be enough. That's first turret.
Yeah, there was a potential for Xiang to be dived by SOFM and Flandre, but a quick sapling clears out the minion wave. The first turret goes down and the gold is split amongst 4 members of OMG.
But fantastic proactivity once again from OMG. If they can defend the mid lane or trade further objectives, they'll be sitting very pretty as an end result of all of this. Mid lane will not die, top lane definitely will not die. And so they get a bottom lane turret. They don't get kills, but a bottom lane first blood turret and a Mountain Drake is a massive win.
Yeah, there is a lot of vision on this side of the map from Snake, but none in the actual pit. So World 6 is able to snipe that away very quickly, and that's now a 600 gold lead for OMG.
Yeah, and none in the exact spot that he walked into bottom lane either.
Yeah.
Like he just walked through the one dark spot and places a ward where they teleport towards immediately. Not good for Snake.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate in that they had that gap in their vision, but that means that OMG have got the momentum once again as SMLZ harassing SOFM as he did go for the Tiamat first, still relatively squishy on that Rek'Sai.
That's what you do as a jungler. You look for the gaps in the vision. The easiest ganks that you can actually get off that are successful is by finding a hole, having your teammates communicate where the wards have been placed and avoiding them, instead of clearing them. Clearing them obviously is a sign of you have to run away, gives the enemy time to react.
Yeah.
So that was a good move from OMG.
Abusing the false sense of security that having wards gives. As Icon catches the minion wave shoved in the bottom lane by Tank, it's AD carries now, both in that mid lane and with SOFM and Tank grouped up.
So the 1-3-1 is really good from OMG, but the problem here is the 4-man of Snake can absolutely destroy OMG. SMLZ doesn't have the best wave clear when he's playing Jhin, so if they do pressure him, they will die. And so 5 has to actually contribute to wave clear in scenarios like this. It's not sustainable this early in the game, you would imagine, if you're OMG. However, Icon with item spikes can kill people if he finds them in a side lane.
Instead, it is going to be a 3-man recall out of this mid lane pressure out of Snake, which gives World 6 a brief window to top himself off and secure Scuttle Crab on the top side of the map. I don't know that they think SOFM is there. And
hello.
Now he knows.
Get him.
So again, SOFM has just been seen all over the map. World 6 has done one thing this game. Completely different pace from the previous one. Xiang stands still, confuse SOFM.
It is quite disorienting as a Rek'Sai, someone stands still. Now going towards the blue buff and OMG pushing mid lane. SOFM has different objectives in mind. OMG's objectives involve winning the game. SOFM's objectives involve getting SOFM ahead. He is ahead, and that's actually the difference in the gold lead.
And now they set up the curtain call. This is about as stock standard Jhin as it gets, but World
That's
6
big.
is caught by the chains of corruption and goes down. First blood to Mint, and this push has been halted.
And that's what a Varus and a Misfortune can do. Flandre's losing these trades quite severely. That's not something that should happen, honestly, but Snake getting that first blood. We'll be very happy with that because the difference between AD carries is being closed as a result.
Yeah, World 6 playing a lot around that bottom lane is going to help SMLZ maintain that nearly 30 CS advantage, but his death now gives a bit of freedom back to Snake as Mint picks up an Essence Reaver. And all in all, it's probably pretty even in gold between the two, as that was also first blood gold on Mint.
This is the kind of game where you press tab if you're SOFM and you say, I'm winning. Is the team winning? No, we look even, but I'm winning. And then you have a look at the actual gold as a spectator, and they are 1,000 ahead.
Yeah, I'm super far ahead of the enemy jungler.
When you consider that the 30 CS is predominantly jungle camps, he is actually winning.
Yeah.
And he is a big part of the gold advantage.
But taking a look at the actual items they have, SOFM has slightly more cooldown reduction. Actually, no, that's probably 5% more cooldown reduction, all in all. But World 6 has got more damage. As Tank just harasses Icon. SOFM is down here. Proto Belt finished. Icon gets baited in and immediately backs it up. Once again, just a prank. Sorry.
This is why Echo is a good pick.
Yeah.
But by getting rid of that ultimate again, we can see Tank now in a 1-3-1 will be pretty happy, actually. Whereas when that isn't available...
Yeah, they saw Tank and SOFM in the bottom. SMLZ is looking for the big hits on the turret, drops the Yomus to get away from Mo as SOFM flanks. He's got the tunnel ready and continues to steal World 6's jump.
He's got those Raptors. He's 2 levels ahead, so he's actually quite large on this Rek'Sai. But you still feel like that one kick is all that matters at the end of the day.
And we've seen World 6 get the kick twice in the previous game. So he's nice and warmed up. He's ready to make a statement.
Yeah, definitely. He just needs to make the kick, and in this game he's not looking for those at all. They're looking for turrets. Xiong is actually a point of power still. Even though there's a CS advantage for Flandre, there's still CS advantages everywhere except bottom lane for Snake. And they're just sitting here having a laning phase. No fun time adventure. But OMG are the ones trying their best to push the tempo and make things happen for structures. And with this next Drake coming up, I wouldn't be surprised if it's OMG again who started off.
60 seconds before that Infernal Drake spawns. Icon drops the Chronosphere. Tank is caught inside of it as they drop the suppression as well. And that is Tank dead. Icon initiates the play with some help from 5, and they pull it off.
And that's the pick again that comes out of a Malzahar and an Echo. Whilst we haven't seen Lee Sin really turn on in this game, when 5 works with World 6 or 5 works with, in this case, Icon, the picks are still there. As here we go again.
Whoa, that's SOFM. Guys, I'm not winning jungle anymore.
And see how easy it is, Dom, to lose it all. All of this farm, but you make a single mistake. Unfortunately for them, they're not going for Drake. It's up in 10. They go for Harold, the Herald. They may go straight to it afterwards. We'll see. But again, good pick. World 6. I said take 1. That was 1.
Yeah, they're even going to give Icon the Rift Herald buff to encourage his split pushing. If he finds Tank, might be able to duel him this time.
No, they probably shouldn't go for the Dragon fight this time around. Flandre's even walking down. And they've taken so long doing the Herald that Rek'Sai can come back in with the ultimate if he chooses to scream loudly. There's tunnels below them.
Try to get to the pit very quickly as World 6
They
is
just
to
don't
get
do
the
it.
smite, and that is now the second dragon for OMG. They took 4 in the previous game, now 2 in this one.
It really is irking me watching Snake play right now. Defaulting to no just doesn't always do it. And when OMG is saying go and it's always successful, it just feels like you're watching Snake gradually implode upon themselves as OMG starts to make better and better decisions as the game progresses.
It seems like we're seeing Snake play not to lose, whereas OMG are playing to win.
Yeah, and like one of those wins. How many times are we going to say this about Snake as well? We talk about their last games earlier in the week, and they were 90% of the way to a victory. And they just stopped playing to win as SOFM's got them.
Flash knockup gets 2. 5 is caught by the chains of corruption, but World 6 walks away. And SOFM tries to follow and misses. World 6 walks away with his life, but Blue Buff just might not. Instead, they decide to swing their minion wave focus towards mid.
And good decision. Go towards the middle lane turret. They don't have wave clear to stop you from pushing. SOFM is also a monster right now in terms of farm. We already highlighted this fact. And finally, they use him as a pivot point. Going for that Drake was a mistake and also a good thing, but they forced the trade.
Icon does a lot of damage with the Proto Belt Sheen. That's 1 bullet, and Icon finishes it up. Blue buff picked up. Teleport even going to be canceled by Xion.
I personally wouldn't fight the 2-0 buffed up Echo, but he did. Maybe that's just me, but I feel like most people would agree with that.
You've really got to take a look at how Snake are playing and start to wonder about their mindset coming into this matchup. It's just not enough to deal with OMG, who are playing faster. 600 gold ahead, taking turrets, setting up plays. For the most part, avoiding Snake's chances to counter.
I like that SOFM has turned on some hints of aggression, you know, like he's starting to try and make these plays. But it's not as simple as trying to make plays. You actually have to make the right ones. They're not doing that at present. They're just giving opportunities to OMG. Like fighting an Echo when your team hasn't rotated with you, it could be that SOFM is making the right decision and his team's not rotating. Or it could be that he's just outright making the wrong decision. And so it's a communication thing at the end of the day, either way. Like someone's at fault.
Question is who? And right now, it's not looking great for Snake. They're not down too far, only about 2,000 gold as we start to transition into this mid-game.
But Icon's a beast. That's what we've got going for you here. If you want to highlight the positives in this game, Icon, game 1, played a sick Jace. Game 2 now on Echo shows that he's still got the mechanics on most champions. He's an RE player at heart, so he's definitely a strong mechanical player. And he's making it work.
OMG setting him up for success. SMLZ playing a very patient, passive Jhin. Just catching minions as they're being shoved in, opening up the curtain call from long range to set up for Icon in World 6, and even Xiyoung to get in there.
And the big thing to me as well, Dom, is just that he's a wild card player. He's the X factor of OMG. Like, he can win and lose you a series by himself, if that's what it comes to. And the fact that they are empowering, the fact that they're empowering him, like the rest of OMG is making efforts to ensure that he gets ahead, is actually a big factor as to how they're able to win these games.
Snake are just not able to answer this, despite Tank's performance lately, and even performance in lane. He's just not doing enough. Curtain call is going to zone Mint away. 3 of those bullets miss. 1 of them hits a minion.
Yeah, one of them was meant to hit him. The 4th one was just thrown out, perhaps expecting them to walk back after he switched to the minions. I would have walked back, so...
The mind games. Again, the Deadly Flourish catches Mint 2 times in a row. From longer range, SMLZ is out harassing
And again, Mint has gone towards this build, so... Cooldown reduction and a lot of on-hit damage is the way that he's going to go. Help shred tanks down a little bit more eventually when he gets the items. And he's going the crit build. But he's against a Malzahar and a Maokai and Lee Sin, this time even an Echo to an extent. Like, everything that he's going to try and auto-attack will be in kill range of him. And that's really where this build could have its own undoing. But if he gets the free hits off, like if Mint's allowed to attack, they're just doing Baron.
Yeah, they're not even clearing out this one. Icon is right there along with the rest of Snake.
Wow.
There's no ward in the pit. Are OMG actually doing this? What? Right under the noses of Snake. SOFM's right there. He's even burrowed, but they're not moving.
No, he knows now. All right,
now
here we
he
go.
sees it. Now he sees it. Finally going to drop the Prey Seeker. They turn to try to force the fight. 5 goes low, but the Baron is picked up, and SOFM has never been so embarrassed.
Wow, OMG at 22 minutes with distractions in the top lane. Icon just sits up there and says, come at me, bros. My team is doing the Baron buff. And it was a free objective.
I have never seen a magic trick so elaborate. The card was right there the whole time.
And the thing is, he's a Rek'Sai, so if he walks past unburrowed, it just happens upon 4 blue dots or sonar bleeps at the Baron buff, he'd suspect something's going on.
But they weren't even moving.
Yeah.
Oh man, OMG with a huge play. Take a 22.5-minute Baron. They've got 10 seconds before the next Mountain Drake is going to spawn as well. And with minion pressure in the mid and bottom lane, Icon still with that Rift Herald buff for another 15 minutes.
And a Baron buff.
And a Baron buff. You've got to imagine that turret's not long for this world, as World 6 is going to finish off that Mountain Drake.
So he's also running the Lich Bane build. We'll be going towards his Zonias next. He has a lot of split pushing pressure with a Lich Bane, especially with Proto Belt, as they have got Tank.
Oh, Tank is destroyed by 5. That's the chain of corruption. He used his flash to get in and has no way to get out. So it is a 1-for-1 trade. SMLZ is still there, and SOFM going to try to force a fight. Yomu's, that's a knockup. SMLZ kites it away, but here comes World 6, fresh from that Dragon buff.
And meanwhile, bottom as well, Icon just consistently pushing by making picks mid lane and generating pressure. OMG are breaking the base.
Yeah, again, OMG are just playing the magic game right now. Look at my left hand, not the right. Icon takes down 1 turret and zones away the rest. Mo is caught, and Icon tries to follow up, turns forward onto mid, flashes, and executes him, resets back onto SOFM as minions finish the turret. That's going to be the bullet time to drop it off, but World 6 gets there in time to follow up. Deadly Flourish is not enough, but the inhib line has been broken, and SMLZ continues on to the next one.
And big plays out of Icon, actually using the flash to lock down Mint. Does not overexert and commit himself to Mo, and that is ultimately what comes to bite him in the end. But this is big from Icon. Places the W, instead of actually ulting into it for health, make sure that he has the flash, and this is where he flashes. Gets that last pop, dodges the Q as well out of Varus. That was beautiful. Problem is, too much zone control. As World 6 secures it, gets knocked up and interrupted. SOFM does well, but the base was broken in 2 places at the same time. The difference and problem is that they didn't get an inhibitor, but they're set up to take both of them at once.
Yeah, they've still got Baron for about another 45 seconds or so. Xiang, in the meanwhile, has just kept Flandre occupied. They banned out his split-pushing champions, and even in Game 2, he's on that Fiora, but he hasn't been able to do anything this game. 0, 0, and 0. I don't think he's seen another champion besides that Maokai.
He's just staring at trees. He's a woodsman. At this stage, yeah, Flandre, he's meant to start out-scaling the Maokai now. And at this stage, the 4v4 is just superior.
Oh, man!
They were looking for him, but he was at the Raptors
They
all along.
found it, and Icon, just by pure happenstance, hops over the wall to safety as SOFM pulls the trigger on the attempted gank.
He wanted the Raptors.
Yeah.
He got the Raptors, and everything works out as it should for OMG.
Yes.
But by sitting in that bush, Snake already showing signs that they're looking for picks, and usually when they're looking for picks that desperately, they are desperate.
Yeah, absolutely. Now setting up for that inhibitor once again. SMLZ going to start pushing this minion wave forward as Icon is in the bottom lane.
Yeah, bottom lane minions are actually already a massive wave, so someone firstly has to deal with him, but he can 1v1 anybody now with his Zonias completed. Syndra cannot kill him, cannot hope to kill him, just pressure the minion waves as the rest of OMG will go mid, and then they've got the teleport threat from Xiang. Now he does need to exist in this game at this point. If he wants to break the base, the teleport will be essential to helping them tank it out, as Flandre doesn't actually need to be top lane. He can pivot and wave clear.
Yeah, he's trying to cover mid right now. Doesn't look like he knows where he's going, running in between that mid and top inhib, before finally heading over to try dealing with Icon, who's on top of a ward right now, slowly bringing these minions in, but SOFM kites them to the side to keep them off of the inhibitor. 4 members of Snake are trying to deal with Icon instead of SMLZ and 5. Yeah. They are so afraid of this Echo.
Icon can kill anybody. The fact that SOFM's dealing with him, he's the tank of the team right now. This is all it takes.
Yeah, they open up the curtain call as the Deadly Flourish harass catches Mint. SOFM eats 2 of the bullets at least. 3 of the bullets. And
2 inhibs.
Both of the inhibs go down. Stock standard Jhin setup. And the 2 inhibs have been dropped. OMG break the base and take the inhibs.
Clean inhibitors taken. Xiang doesn't even teleport, he just waltzes in. And all it takes is the Jhin ultimate. A bit of poke and a bit of pressure, and they lock it down. So now they've got complete control of Summoner's Rift with 1:40 until Baron. They've got 2 Mountain Drakes to ensure that Baron is taken quickly. All it took was a 22-minute Baron sneak, and OMG have just blown this wide open.
That, to be fair, that was amazing. Snake, how could they have known? It was right there. Whoa! Red Buff actually picked up Flash Knockup. They're going to try to force a fight here, but OMG still have got their cooldown. Snare is going to catch SOFM along with Mo. Icon now teleports to join into the fight, so along with Xiang. Icon in the back keeps them occupied while World 6 does some damage, kites it back out. SMLZ gets a big crit, but here comes Icon racing back in. That's the flourish onto Mo. He is burning down from the Deathfire touch. And Sapling is not enough. Icon follows it up to lock down the kill. Even the full power unleashed onto SMLZ is not enough. Sonic Wave finds Flandre. He's got the riposte. World 6 tries to bait it by dashing forward.
He thought there was a ward, so now they're just going to dance as they try and end the game mid lane, stopping him from going back.
Yeah, once again, SMLZ is starting to put some pressure onto this Nexus turret, and poor Flandre is just absolutely denied by World 6. He can't do anything here. It's all up to tank, and it is not enough. As the Nexus turrets go down, the Nexus is being shredded through. Even the Zhonya's out of Icon to disrespect. Chrono Break right afterwards to reset the health. A very clean 2-0 out of OMG. And Snake are left wondering, what just happened?
Something I didn't expect to say at the start of the day, Dom, is that OMG are going to cleanly 2-0 Snake. A team that is renowned for their macro, their slow, patient play.
Yes.
Not pay.
Easy for you to say.
And their ability to win on Summoner's Rift by not just fighting you, by making you fight minions or dealing with their rotations. Just rolled over and lost.
Yeah, and joining us on the desk once again is Razzleplasm to help break us down. Welcome back.
Yeah, hey, the Razzleplasm himself. But yeah, it is what it is. As he said it, that was a very clean victory. And even the mistakes that they made, OMG did make a few mistakes, but the mistakes were a product of OMG not being afraid to try things. So every single time they made mistakes and tried things new, like Snake didn't really do anything off of it, and OMG kept pressuring forward and getting more victories and more victories.
Yeah, you just saw the players bow. Icon with a huge grin on his face. You can't help but feel happy when so enabled and still able to see success.
Yeah, and I'd be surprised if he's not MVP in this one. World 6 definitely had a standout performance of his own rights, and I will say, if we're looking at junglers for OMG, I'd keep World 6 from now on. I'd say JJ, have fun on that bench.
Exactly. I think he has, if you look at that bot lane, here's the biggest point. That is a double counter in the bottom lane. Snake legitimately countered this bottom lane heavily, and they still lost heavily. And so the best thing about this is World 6 recognized that 9 minutes and 30 seconds into it comes down bot. And sure, both of them actually, they did get away from the entire gank, but they got the tower early. Not only were they out CS'd in that lane, out pressured heavily, but then of course they lost their tower and World 6 kept moving.
And that breaks laning phase, right? So then they can go mid lane and everything's disrupted. So the flow of Snake style, which is slow and patient, was completely disrupted from proactive moves from OMG. I really am happy with how they were moving around and using advantages, but just making them in the first place by being at the right place, focusing the right thing.
And sometimes they would mess up, as I mentioned, like at 13 minutes, they go into, after breaking bottom line tower, they send 4 mid. And they just siege up on them. And Snake didn't have the proper response. In fact, Rek'Sai wasn't there. They still actually end up getting World 6 because he did make a bit of a mistake. But then they just go right back. And it just feels like OMG, they recognize that they make mistakes during the game, and they just double down. And that's how they keep getting these victories. And they end up tying it up in the brackets. Now these teams are both tied up here. And I guess
2 and 2, yeah.
Yes.
Or excuse me, 2 and 3.
OMG aren't last anymore.
Yeah, there you go. We can't say it anymore.
They're now tied for second, along with every other team except for RNG.
Yeah.
But I feel like to continue on with that point, like the fact that OMG were trying new things, and when they didn't succeed, like you said, they doubled down. Snake, every time they tried something new and it didn't work, you could hear the gears grinding. Instead of swapping them out and trying something different, they just kept on locking up.
I think the only member of Snake that was actively trying to do something was SOFM.
Yeah.
And the problem is when you've got losing lanes, firstly, and like take that with a grain of salt, the lanes were losing thanks to OMG's ability to play.
Yep.
It became more difficult.
Yeah, there's Icon once again, 6-1-1 overall. Only 78% kill participation this time, but a full 31% of his team's damage and his 3rd MVP so far.
Yeah, I think 78% on that kill participation, and he's playing a TP split pushing champion. That's still incredible. Because he was still looking for those plays mid. We saw him actually look up and open up, I guess, 16 minutes into the game with a Malzahar pick. And that's the biggest point, is that they are working together with 5, and 5 is working together with World 6. They're making these picks happen as a team.
Yeah, and 5 was actually a massive proponent in that game. Like the flash Malzahar ultis to lock things down, to follow it up with a Lee Sin kick, or follow it up with the Echo damage. Like, I feel like looking at their communication, they'd hit mid-game, and 5 would be controlling everything between all of them, honestly.
And it's because he can. Just getting into that game, before we got into that game, I didn't want to see Malzahar open. I didn't want to see it be given away. In fact, they put themselves in the same position with the MF, and they lost with it as well. So they, the only one winning point for the Misfortune pick is in the laning phase. They lost the laning phase, couldn't do anything past that point. Just give it away. I mean, that's a problem that we have right now.
There was an interview with Zet, I believe, where he said that Misfortune Varus is a strong lane because you just can't miss arrows. And like, it's surprising that you can lose lane in that situation.
That's the thing, though. They were missing arrows.
Well, the problem is that, like that's a fair point.
Sure.
But Misfortune kept getting into small trades that she should not be getting into in the bush.
Yeah.
And so she kept finding herself like, I mean, I didn't think they used heal, but she just got completely shoved out of the lane. Why is that happening? Why is the 2v2 not communicating with each other or backing each other up in the lane?
So Make It Rain does kill Voidlings as well, right? Like there's definitely some miscommunications between them. If I use Make It Rain forwards, if I'm the Malzahar in this matchup, I'd just press my Voidlings and go then. Whereas it's just like they're not playing the 2v2 how it should be played. The other thing as well, though, is that like Icon's coming bottom. They're getting bottom turret. Like, everything about OMG seems to happen through being able to win their bottom lane. And this is the first time we've really seen this executed on well.
Yeah.
And to help out with that bottom lane was World 6. To contrast with his previous style in game number 1, where he invaded at, the 2.5 minute mark, 3 minute mark, and died, giving up first blood. This time, he didn't do anything except go bottom lane at the 9 minute mark, then again at the 15 minute mark.
Well, we just saw a slower, patient game from OMG. I mean, we didn't see any firing points up until 9 minutes where they were deciding, say, hey, you know what? We're winning lanes consistently, or at least we're winning lanes naturally here. And they started to really hit on those points. So one big point, or at least plus for World 6, is that he's really listening to his lanes, is that he's able to act on it rather than, I mean, that's not, that wasn't a problem with Dre, but Dre was kind of like doing his own thing.
Yeah.
And so we see World 6 who's acting in behalf of the team, and the team is really working well with that.
Yeah, I just think they work better with World 6. And like, it could be communication, it could be that there's more hero plays. I'd say Dredger is closer to the SOFM side of the spectrum than World 6 is. I feel like World 6 is a better fit to this team.
And I would have never said that Snake would be the last team in this group, or at least the worst team in this group, except for today.
With how they look right now, it really is a little disheartening. But OMG still looking on the up and up. What can we look for them to continue to improve? They've got a week break before they get to come back and play cross group and start to try taking on some of the Titans in Group B.
Where do we find improvement for them? For Snake, their jungler needs to shape up. Their mid lane is still good, but they need to use their mid laner more often with their jungler. So the 2v2 is actually an area where a lot of teams are excelling at the moment. Running around, having these dynamic duos, the kid rookies, things like this are happening everywhere, but they feel like they're two separate entities. SOFM is like a part of Team A, OMG's Team B, and then Snake's Team C. But SOFM's by himself, just doing his own hero plays.
Raz?
I back that entirely. And in fact, I want to see ZZR push that position, because I think he did have that one good game.
Alrighty, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get ready for our next matchup. Don't go anywhere. We've got IMA taking on IG next. welcome back to day number 4 of week 3 of the LPL 2017 Spring Split. We're about ready to get into our second matchup of the day, in which Invictus Gaming are taking on IMA. And right now, IMA, they seem to be up struggle street just a little bit.
And I think it's just coming off of their last setup against OMG, where they were the first victims to World 6 and Icons run. So, I mean, that's what it looks like here. So, IMA, they had a great start in the LPL, and suddenly they're starting to have a bit of a stop.
It could be a case of, saying that EDG looked bad, but it was actually just Coco coming in and Newbie looking good. It's really hard to monitor how IMA looked. I think that there are some questions we could throw in their general direction, but IMA, we really just have to see how they shape up again coming into this game.
Yeah, that is the big question. Can IMA recover from a fall like this? Because, I mean, they did just barely make it into the playoff run and then, therefore, into Worlds just last split. Moving forward, they looked really strong coming out of the gates, and now they've found difficulty again. Is this supposed to be the big test for them against IG?
They're a team known for hard work. So when everybody came to the LPL finals, the regional finals last year, we said, who's going to be our third team to Worlds? Every Chinese caster said IMA. There was no chance W was going. It has to be IMA. You ask why, it's because they consistently work the hardest. They're the hardest working team that you will see in this region and what we have put out. So I would expect after a defeat that they're the kind of team that just says, well, we need to fix everything that went wrong by playing 20 hours a day until we do. So I expect this is a big test, but they've got all the tools to make it the right one.
Yeah, and last summer, honestly, we talked about how much hard work they put in. It was really that they came into the LPL with one style, very, I guess, one-dimensional in a lot of ways, and they really worked hard to, at the very least, be a little bit more dimensional, a little bit more strict in how they play. So overall, they were the hardest working team, and they saw the most, I guess the most result. They really got a lot better. So this time they got to put in the work again.
Yeah, we're certainly going to see if they get the opportunity. Their opponents on the other side, though, Invictus Gaming, they've also been looking remarkably strong with their fresh top laner in Duke, who has been one of the best, if not the best, top laners in the LPL right now. They're looking pretty good.
I'd say Duke's up there in top 3 for top laners at the moment as well. Definitely performing well. Rookie has still been performing to the highest level that we expect from the Korean mid laners. I mean, at the end of the day, they have strong players, and IG's problems don't really relate to the players on their teams. Even their 2v2 bottom lane has shaped up since last year, where that was the major concern with them. So yeah, coming into this game, they've got a lot of teamwork to improve on. They have strong players. IG, they have teamwork to improve on, but they've got a lot of strong. You see a theme here.
Yeah.
Even in that vein, though, like the way in which they used that teamwork was pretty apparent. Like IG, it's all about Duke and Rookie and Kid. They just keep on moving in between those two lanes.
The thing that has changed, though, is that whilst it's about those guys, Duke and Rookie, and having Kid pivot and place vision for them, Rookie and Kid went bottom one time. And I feel like the sky was falling.
I didn't know it was happening.
Raining cats and dogs.
Yeah, it was raining Katarinas in bottom lane. So like the changes is there. Like you can see strategy movements. Kids always come in with mentalities of we attack the winning lane, we make the winning lane better. And so it could just be a result of IG's bottom lane getting better and he's going down there. But I think by bringing Rookie, they're just actually changing up their strat.
And the way I see it, I think IG, it's going to be an uphill battle for IMA. I think IG right now, they're fighting for top 3 with LGD and with RNG in their group. They were able to 2-0 LGD in a pretty decisive fashion in the second game at the very least. Meanwhile, going up against RNG was a hard-fought loss, but they went up to all 3 games. I think it's IMA right now that really need to get it together. They've been kind of, even though Ben4 had a fantastic start in the split, they came up to a point where suddenly Ben4 and Athena are really like that mid lane synergy isn't too strong. In fact, that was the hardest hit point up against in their OMG set. And suddenly they're going up against Kid and Rookie. That's, if you're having problems there, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, it's going to be even more terrifying. Plus, you've got the top lane where Amazing J has really taken a step forward in helping his team shot call. And you can see how they prioritize getting him on something comfortable, always picking top lane last. He's got to deal with Duke.
Yeah, now they're conversely very different top laners. Amazing J has a big part of shot calling. He likes to talk a lot for his team. We watched Duke 1v2 yesterday and just chew gum. And literally, I don't even think he said there's 2 or that I'm fighting them. He just killed them and walked away and just kept chewing gum. Like, they're just entirely different people. So coming into this matchup, the question has to be arisen of Amazing J. Can he shot call when he's against someone like Duke who can push it to the wire, make him really strain all of his mental to try and keep up with what Duke is putting at him.
And here's the thing, you mentioned that, and I think that even though they are different, they show a lot of similarities, and that's going to work against Amazing J, because Amazing J, when he went against a lot of other top laners, like Funny, for instance, his main strength was the fact that he can actually roam towards the mid lane and really impact it, not really caring so much about the laning phase. Duke has actually done just that as well when he's on that Maokai, when he's not being given that Fiora. So if Amazing J's only strength, and not so much only strength, but one of his biggest strength, and linking it towards the mid lane is something that Duke does just as well, and IG is going to recognize that, then I feel like this is going to be a big task for Amazing J to really differentiate himself from the rest.
Yeah, and one of the most terrifying things is that Duke is doing this on tanks by himself. Like every once in a while, you'll see Kid roam up there, but Duke consistently controls the lane, consistently just lanes his opponent, and then continues to make that advantage happen for Rookie, who's already a very talented mid laner.
And can do it for himself. That's the thing. So if like one of them wins lane, you will see a spillover effect. There are times where mid laners will win their lane and just kind of keep winning mid. Maybe go for a turret, but you'll see Rookie, you'll see Duke. If they get kills in lane, that's going mid, or that mid kill's going top or bottom. Like they win the entire map, and there really are X factor in this team of IG. Star players can win the whole map by themselves if they pop off, and you never really know what game they're going to pop off in. Like if Duke beats Amazing J, that could affect bottom lane, and then bottom lane affects mid lane, and that's it.
Yeah. And that very well might happen. I think that Duke, for the most part, he's the best Korean top laner that's coming into the league that has really impacted immediately impacted the rest of the map. And his team fighting, when he presses that button, I mean, if he goes in, the entire team's with him at the same time. So you just don't see that miscommunication, and that's what's surprising to me.
Yeah. On the opposite side, though, we got to look at Ben 4, the person who's going to have to try to handle this spillover. If something happens, it's up to Ben 4 to really track it and prevent that from happening. His communication has been a little bit lackluster lately.
Communication could be brought into question. I also think that he's just going to have a hard time even dealing with the vision control, which is something that Kid likes to excel at doing. So if they get a small advantage, Ben 4's got a tough task to try and bring his team back into this. And the individual flair of the player from Ben 4 might be enough to assist in that. But overall, he needs to get going early. He needs to communicate with his lanes early and work with Athena to start making something happen.
And that's a big point, because Ben 4 has showcased that he can be that star player with those flashy kicks. And when he's playing flashy, that looks amazing for him. But if you're a jungler, especially in top tier play, you have to be able to play that lane game and look towards actually controlling vision.
World 6.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So like especially if the vision control is going to be heavily centered around mid, and that's your primary focus, and if Athena's getting completely demolished in recent games because of that weak pressure, this is something IMA needs to work towards. This is something Ben 4 needs to really go on hard.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on whether or not he can do that. Will he hunt highlights once again, or is it going to be a different setup, a more patient game? As you can see, both IMA and IG are getting ready for this matchup. Ben 4 and Athena looking rather stoic and getting ready. Even Jin Zhao giving it a nice deep yawn before he gets into this.
Yeah, this is business as usual for this team. I mean, at this point, you're already 3 weeks into this, and if you're not really going to be feeling too happy because you're going up against a tough opponent and you've had a tough time, so you really just want to focus in. And if you can't focus now, I mean, it's going to be tough. It's a tough road for you towards the playoffs.
Yeah, it really looks like a sleepy day in the LPL. Rookie gives it a deep yawn along with Duke. As we run through the rosters, it's Amazing J, Ben 4, Athena, along with Jin Zhao and Road for IMA.
Strong team out of IMA, naturally our world's representatives, with Ben 4 the only change. Rhodes still playing. We go to Invictus game.
Duke, Kid, Rookie, and Marge and Megan are going to be the lanes for Invictus Gaming.
And of course, all the focus is going to be on Rookie, and if Kid's going to be able to get Rengar again. That's a thing that's constantly come by his path, and he's always going to be looking to pick it up.
Like,
so
how is he always...
every time.
Yeah, he's got it
every
twice
time.
now.
It's ridiculous.
And both time he pops off on it, it's like, okay, we made the mistake once, fine. Second time... different team, too.
Yeah, it's not even second. It's just a 10th time. I guess I'm just going to click this button again.
We can let the Rengar go through, right? There's no way he takes it 4 times or 5 times in a row.
So they're going to pick up those primary picks. They're not going to be. They're not the team to be able to leave it open and say, hey, you know, maybe we can play up against it. No. If it's going to empower your mid lane, if it's going to empower your early portion of the game and keeping Rookie up and Adam, then you go for it. So Champion Select is going to be a big focus for all of us, and to see if that 2v2 is going to be strong.
Absolutely. And again, it's all about empowering that mid lane for Rookie. He has he's such a good and talented mid laner. You can't help but respect his skill. And with Athena struggling, as you've said, might not be too difficult to empower that mid lane.
And we always joke about Rookie. He's called Red Side Rookie.
Yeah.
And that's for a very good reason. He has the largest champion pool that you'll see out of most mid laners. He also has counter picks for pretty much everything. The Katarina was another example of that. Good pick in the Syndra, and has a really good time, actually forces an assassin out of Wayless, and they just go toe-to-toe, and he still does well. So, again, Rookie on red side empowers the mid lane from IG, and so there's a possibility that Aimee would still prefer to be on that side of Summoner's Rift on red to get the last pick for mid lane, which is still a difficult thing when Amazing J always demands that he gets the counters.
Yeah, for me, there are always two teams in the LPL that really do thrive in that red side. It's them, of course, LGD as well. Teams that can really prioritize or at least have that large enough champion pool to say, I can pick up anything, and that counter pick is actually worthwhile. I can go towards this, and we can win through mid lane with this. Other teams will have difficulty in that aspect. Maybe won't even have the champion pool to look to actually to abuse it. So that's something that's very valuable with IG, and it means a lot to them.
We'll have to see how this pick ban works out as the teams are getting prepared to get into this matchup and really sort of cement for themselves an opportunity to try to claim that first place spot. Currently, both teams tied for second at 2-2 and looking to claim that. Duke, you can see on your screen, just a terror.
Yeah, and I mean, for both of these teams, Aimee and IG, they're both tied at 2-2. At the very least, out of this game, you're going to solidify second place, or even just a tie, depending on if LGD can take it. So every game matters, and it's so scary to say every game matters 3 weeks into the split.
Yeah.
Because every team is just beating each other. So if you lose a game, you actually have no foresight into how good you are, or at least how safe you are in this group.
You can see Aimee very stoic as they are preparing to get onto this. Got to be a little bit concerned playing up against a team like IG, who could just come out swinging and absolutely dominate the matchup, but we'll see if they can keep themselves ready.
Any prep time you put into IG's composition, it feels like it goes out the window until the game actually starts. Mostly because the last time we saw them with the Katarina composition, they had Katarina, Rengar, Lulu. Lulu is a big one too. We don't talk about Lulu. It's always a support pick you can go up against Malzahar, except you never see it unless if it's on Megan. And it's because it also helps out the Katarina as well, right? I mean, we talk about Katarina. It's not only about that. We even saw Echo in the last game. So it feels like if my question would be in Aimee, what Athena is going to pick. Athena's been performing very well, of course, until he gets that 2v1 pressure coming towards him. He has been the key to this team in the mid game and the late game if he's actually put off into a good spot. But if he gets put down, especially just straight off of champion select, then it's going to be a tough ride for them.
Of course, Rookie going to be looking to do that, as it is Aimee are starting off with that priority pick for matchup in the beginning. They could choose to start blue side or red side, so we'll see where they decide to put that priority, if it's toward the mid or towards the top, as Amazing J is known to be so demanding.
They've just, like they will always go towards that top lane counter pick. They do heavily value Amazing J getting ahead, or at least getting a good matchup, and I feel like one of the big reasons behind this is that Amazing J is a shot caller for the team. One big thing that a lot of teams have is if their shot caller falls behind, their shot calling tends to struggle because their mentality shifts. I can't win lane, so I can't do all of these awesome things for us to win the game. So you guys have to do X and Y, and then it changes. They're passive, they sit in base, they hide. It's why it's really good that junglers and supports are generally shot callers, because the mentality won't shift.
And so a lot of question for me is going to be on Road and how he actually performs in that bottom lane, and if he can actually connect the dots. So I'll be interested in that. I want to see Maokai, even though that's a big point for Amazing J, as we say goodbye to you, my friend.
Yes. But we have entered into picks and bans for game number 1 between Aimee and IG. Rusty will join us later for the analysis after the match. But looks like already some jungle pressure as it's Elise targeted away from Kid and LeBlanc taken away from Rookie. Two very mobile junglers, along with Camille, the standard number 1.
Yeah, so Elise is a big one because it simply helps Kid out. Kid, if he gets that Elise pick, it does well up against every jungler, just mostly because of the cocoon. And it keeps Rookie and Duke up, and you don't want to be able to do that. We've seen Duke on that Fiora, we've seen Rookie on just about any assassin mid lane champion, and you don't want him to give him that option. The Kha'Zix makes sense just the same.
Kha'Zix is the next follow-up, banning away from Kid. That means Rengar could be the pickup. Nope, IG decide not to play with fire. They ban it away, along with targeting out Amazing Jay's Shen.
So yeah, Varus it makes a lot of sense that it goes up, but that means Maokai is going to be another priority. We've seen Duke actually go towards that if he doesn't get the counter pick, and that is also an Amazing J special if he doesn't just demand for, or at least look for, a counter pick outright. So I think Maokai is going to be a big question, especially since it did go through pick ban, or at least the ban stage.
IG have got 2 picks here in answer to that Varus first from IMA. And as you said, Maokai makes it through. Duke lets the clock run out on that Maokai.
It makes sense. Both top laners love the Maokai. They've done great work with it. The roaming towards mid has been almost rampant between the two when they have that Maokai. So yeah, give it up. And actually, it's funny that we've seen Maokai and Malzahar. That's been the special between WE when they started winning out their games, and of course, it happened in the last set as well.
Yeah, the Malzahar is now the pickup for Invictus Gaming. Megan looking very strong lately, along with Marge. Perhaps they can put some pressure onto that Varus, though Misfortune could go through, and Graves is the lockup for Ben 4.
That makes a lot of sense. My question is now, if they actually go towards the Misfortune pick, Misfortune and Graves, and that would be 380 carries, a little 3 too many.
Then put Corky mid and Vayne top.
Lulu, I mean, we talked about it with IG picking it up, but this time it looks like if they go toward... Nah, I'm not even going to talk about it anymore. Get me out of here. So Graves specifically is a pick that I love to see. It has a pretty... I mean, it hasn't gotten picked up much. It's 7.1, so the strongest point of Graves is the lethality build. It's honestly one of the best junglers right in 7.2, 7.3, but 7.1 Graves is still a bit of a ramp up as the game goes along. So I want to see how it works out, especially in Ben 4's hand.
He'll have to show us that he is capable of adding to that highlight reel that he has been building so far this split. Jin is going to be the next pickup for Marge. So Jin, Malzahar, along with a Zyra ban out towards IMA.
Yeah, so if I'm IG, you just ban out what's strong against the Malzahar. The next one is Misfortune, and it makes sense that Misfortune would go away along with the Zyra, because with that tank solidified in the top side of the map, then that does free up road to go towards a more lane-focused champion. But it's Tahm Kench, okay.
Yeah, Tahm Kench is the ban instead. And as Syndra is banned away from Rookie and Jace, Invictus Gaming now have got their mid lane and their jungle left from Rookie and Kid.
All right, and I love the fact that Jace got banned out. I mean, it has a 70% win ratio so far in the LPL. It's just been going off, and primarily, even though we've seen a lot of top lane Jace, we've seen a lot of mid lane ones too. So it's had a few success here.
It certainly has had some success. And Lee Sin is the pickup, as Kid is going to be taking that in the jungle. So Rookie this time is getting the red side counterpick. Red side Rookie has made a return.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, that's standard here. And if we're looking at the picks, Syndra's gone. That's really, I mean, Syndra and LeBlanc. I mean, everyone expects LeBlanc at this point. But with Syndra being gone, that's a lot of champions up that IMA would be going for. I would say Corki is probably their safest bet, especially since they just locked in Lulu. So that's actually, I really do like what IMA's throwing out here. If they get Corki, that's just a very safe mid lane pick.
380 carries, just more 80 carries. Whatever they can do to try to keep IG down. 15 seconds left on the clock for IMA. They've already got a nice, healthy front laner. They've got some pretty good dives, some peel, and support on Lulu.
Ooh.
And IMA, yeah, they decide to lock it in. Ziggs is, what is that, a 1 out of 67% pick
We
rate?
actually don't know where this Varus is going. It could very well go into the mid lane, and that could be an 80 carry Ziggs. We are unsure. I mean, Athena has actually gone towards that Varus last split, so we've seen a lot of Varus mid lane. They don't know where it's going because, quite honestly, they're just waiting for Rookie to pick up a mid laner.
Yeah.
And so that's a good way to take away that counter pick from IG. So IG, technically, even though they have red side last pick, that is a blind pick Orianna because they don't know where that Ziggs is going and they don't know where the Varus is going.
Yeah, we've still got a few seconds left before the players have to lock these in and stop swapping. And as you've said, the Orianna is the final pickup for Rookie. As the clock runs out, it is, in fact, going to be mid-Varus out of Athena and Jin Zhao taking that Ziggs in the bottom lane.
This is interesting. I mean, this is where Ziggs actually thrives. The reason why he does so well in 7.1 and not so much in 7.2, 7.3 is the itemizing coming out of the bottom lane. where lethality was the solution because it's a very cheap item build. You can really go towards it, and it would match up with Morello's quite well. And so Ziggs with Morello's, I mean, now in this, I mean, he's probably still going to go the lethality, but he's not going to do nearly as much damage in 7.2 and 7.3. So this is interesting. Their biggest focus is going to be in sieging and poke. That's going to be a fun composition to cast out here. But Jin Zhao on Ziggs, that's going to be fun.
I mean, you've got the Malzahar flanks, or excuse me, Maokai flanks, Malzahar Flash, Nethergrass, Jin, Deadly Flourish. So there is opportunity for IG to try to break this, but Aimee, as you said, taking the long-range poke, long-range siege, very patient setup in this game. Seems like they might be taking a very deliberate approach against Invictus Gaming. You want to try to snowball your lanes? Well, what if you can't?
I mean, they just have a really... I wonder how much they've practiced with this composition, right? In scrims, because this is a very interesting composition, just being able to poke, pick, and at the same time, they have a lot of good disengage in the Lulu and the Nautilus.
Yeah.
So if they set up as 5 mid, go straight ARAM, or even just bottom lane, whenever, depends on what they're looking for, then that's fantastic. And what makes this even more special is that it's up against the Jin. Whenever we see Ziggs, it is up against Jin because he's a very, I suppose, low range. He's not like Varus in the sense that he can poke from afar. And so they don't have to deal with that poke. They were able to solidify that Varus as a first pick. So that just means that Jin and Malzahar, they could, I mean, they'll do well in this lane if they're able to get that one pick like we saw in the last set. But it should be impossible to do that with the long range and the harass of Ziggs and Lulu.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of vision from Aimee on the flanks out of both Ben 4 and Road to make sure that Invictus Gaming doesn't try to break these sieges with any flanks or rushes or even perhaps aggressive diving plays. But we have taken to the Rift. It is Aimee taking on Invictus Gaming. Final chance we're going to get to see these two teams play against each other for about 5 weeks.
Yeah, it's going to take some time. You get the, I wouldn't want to call it a vacation. Technically, you got that 1 week vacation for IEM. But then after that, you go in towards facing the other group.
Yeah, cross-group play.
So that's going to be fun.
And it is against Group A, which are currently scrambling for the throne. Very many high-level teams playing good League of Legends.
That's going to be great. I think, honestly, I would put both groups fairly even with each other. I mean, WE, you know, you can name the top 3 teams, including Xiaogu, but I think that RNG, LGD, even IG have shaped up and came to a point where they can challenge them fairly consistently. We'll have to see, of course. That's going to be the fun of the next few weeks.
Yeah. As Megan sneaks forward towards Road, again, the Lulu Malzahar interaction, a single auto from Lulu clears out the Voidling. Ben 4 going to get a very quick start on that blue buff, and Kid clears out his red and immediately heads towards the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, so biggest point to focus on here, Jin did go towards boots, pods. That's something we've seen in the LCK, something we started to see in the LCS. That means he can actually look to dodge out the poke coming through from Jin Zhao. Oh, they're going in for an aggressive pick. They're going all in.
Yeah, the bouncing bomb misses. That's Exhaust answered back. There goes the Voidling. Road is healed up by Jin Zhao. But that is 2 summoner spells to the 1 of IG.
That was smart on Marge to hold on to his 4th bullet until Exhaust stopped. Now at this point, Road and Jin Zhao, suddenly they can't push up. They have to wait for the wave to come in. Maybe they'll look to challenge, but with Lee Sin in the wake, he did start topside and going towards bot. That means he can start to pressure. If he gets to this Scuttle Crab first, as he did, that means all pressure is lost from the bottom lane of Jin Zhao and Road.
Yeah, Ben 4 seems like he's giving it up for Brogue, already making his way back towards that Gromp on the top side of the map as Scuttle Crab is secured by Kid. And as you said, Jin Zhao and Road are forced to play back. However, the junglers will meet and ping each other out in the river, now fully aware of where the other is. And
yeah, and that's just safety. I mean, Lee Sin can go back topside because there is a lot of wards solidifying that bot lane. Not only the ward in the bush and that I guess Megan was able to secure, but also Lee Sin was able to get that Scuttle Crab as you see this trade back and forth. But Marge is going to be just fine. He even has a lot of pots, and that's the benefit of having boots. Ooh.
Yeah, again, the bouncing bomb misses from Jin Zhao. The width of that skill shot is slightly lower ever since the rework as Kid cheats towards the top side of the map. Amazing J is going to see this. That's immediate flash snare from Duke. Amazing J tries to get out.
Oh.
He chases with a flash of his own and walks it out under the turret.
All right, Kid's flash was a little bit ambitious, but oh.
Ben 4 forces a play on the bottom, and they just walk away.
And yeah, that's the thing about Graves. I mean, Graves getting into ganks, especially if it's not through mid lane, is very hard. So he couldn't really get much. I mean, Marge and Megan's flash is still up, and they're going to be just fine in this lane. At the very least, that's enough pressure for Jin, Zhao, and Road to actually start their pushing. So that's good for them.
I mean, it is Ben 4. You expect he is going to be looking for those highlights.
Ooh.
As Road continues to trade with the rest of Invictus Gaming.
And this is kind of difficult for Athena. Athena needs to get this hard shove right now, or at least he needs his jungler to be pathing up towards, and that's great for Ben 4 to be walking straight mid, so he can help him out and completely get this shove. Otherwise, Kid has an opening, but Kid, he sees an opening already.
Yeah, he sneaks bottom. He's in Tribush right now. There's flash available for both. That's a silence, and the snare does not hit. Sonic Wave is going to hit Road, however, as Jin Xiao panic flashes, and Road answers with one of his own. Marge forced to heal as he lands a big fourth bullet. But I may walk away with their lives.
If Marge was able to get that W snare, that would have been fantastic. But Ben 4 in the mid lane.
Yeah, shows up mid. Rookie is there with low mana and takes the long road.
And this is what's hard with Graves. I mean, Orianna recognized this was a weak point for her because she didn't have any mana. She was shoving in the lane, so she just leaned towards the right side of the map to where Lee Sin was. It was an easy way to just dodge out. There was no harm there.
Certainly wasn't. But again, Ben 4 is hunting. That's 2 ganks so far in 5 minutes, and now an invade to look for Kid. Gets a ward over the wall. Both junglers have got Smite. Kid pulls the wolves around.
Yeah,
Ben 4 gets in, and that is Smite secure. Ben 4.
Yeah, Kid needed to watch out a little bit because Rookie was walking towards the lane, but it was not on the map at the moment. So Ben 4 wanted to get the quick steal, get out of there. He has a CS advantage, but that's mostly because Kid has been a little more active on the map, and now he's starting to clear out his chance.
Yeah, you can see Duke already with an 8 CS advantage, pushes Amazing J onto the turret, forces out that teleport before getting the Scryer's Bloom and a deep ward in that top side of the map. So already starting to get these minute advantages in that top lane. Amazing J actually recalled again for his second Doran's Ring and boots. So Duke might get to force him to miss a few more CS here.
Yeah, but the waves are in a decent spot. Once he gets to the lane, he's not going to lose out in too much, except for maybe just a little bit of experience. But if there was a time for him to back, that was going to be it.
Yeah. Athena, as you said, very comfortable on that Varus. Opting for the tier first start, going to be needing that extra mana to continue to fire arrows down this mid lane against the constant push of Rookie, as again, Megan is just landing so much harass down here. Minion wave builds up and is about to crash into the turret, but so far Jin Zhao has not had too much trouble catching these minions.
And so here's the bit of a struggle if you're Marge and Megan here, because the Lost Chapter was built by Jin Zhao. That means every level he does get is actually just more sustained for him, and that's what's a little hard to battle. And especially since Marge and Megan, they're not going to get the outright kill, but they can get these trades and look for something. That being said, Ben 4 is just looking for a counter gank. He's not going to be able to get anything off of this. Oh!
Whoa! Satchel Charge tosses Marge in, and he gets knocked down a lot. That's the Mega Inferno Bomb almost ready for Jin Zhao. He's so close to level 6, but Marge, with Flash, still feels safe staying in lane.
I wonder if Jin is actually chugging pots, because he needs to get out of there otherwise. He doesn't have any more pots. This means he needs to leave.
Oh, the bouncing bomb is sidestepped by Marge as he cancels his recall.
He's going to stick around. I mean, he's still eating up experience, so perhaps he can get to a point where Kid can help him out. This is going to be a big point of contention here. Kid and Ben 4 recognize each other.
Yeah, there's a lot of control wards out of Invictus Gaming right here as IG are ready to fight for this. Rookie even preps the wave. And Ben 4 will quickly lose that ward that he just placed, and there's another one, plus some support from Megan on this red buff. Road trying to zone and keep them away from this red buff.
Yeah, there's no way this contest can actually happen. Even though the ward was placed, the bottom lane of IG, specifically Marge, had to back. This means that Megan and Kid are just sitting around saying, hey, I know you're doing this, but I can't do anything about it.
Bit of a tragedy for IG to set that up and not be able to follow through because of that weakness in the bottom lane, but still very even in CS as Marge heads back down, fully completed Swifties along with that serrated Dirk, so he is going for the lethality build Jin.
Yeah, that's the best way to go. Ben 4 right now, he recovered quite well for himself. He was able to hit level 6 first because he was just farming out, and now he was able to hold out mid, so for IG, for Kid, he needs to level up. He did get level 6, and now they play an opportunity has arisen for him. And that's a fairly squishy bottom lane, except for maybe Road, who's once he does get level 6, it's going to be a little bit difficult to dive once, you know, you have a Lulu.
Yeah.
But that means the biggest question is going to be towards the mid lane, where Orianna has a bit of control, and if she can shove in, then that extra help towards the bottom lane can turn into a gank.
Ooh, Ben 4 is looking for a gank top, trying to end the King's reign in the top lane. Duke is going to make it under the turret. Hook is flash. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Megan collapses onto Athena. Shockwave doesn't toss Athena as he flashes. However, the Malefic Visions is enough for him to get the kill. Marge, locked against the wall, is now retreating from Aime. Mega Inferno Bomb is flashed as he walks it off.
That was a good response from the Aime bottom lane because they recognized, hey, you know, Malzahar went mid. We need to get something off of this. But that was just a great roam from Megan. He was able to get down Athena, and the CC combination turned into a kill. No Athena on the map. That means this play is free.
Yeah, there are 4 of them now in the bottom lane. Curtain Call picked up, immediately starts firing off into Road. He goes down. That's even a teleport from Duke, just in case. It's canceled. The hook catches Megan of all people, but they've already gotten the kills and gotten out.
That was unfortunate from Road. He was bursted down immediately. Not a chance for him to use his ulti. Should have used it preemptively. Didn't happen. So, you know what? That was his one chance for him to use exhaust and ulti to keep themselves alive for when Amazing Jake gets there. But awkward situation, they both die and the TP comes through, so now Maokai's able to get the shove topside.
Yeah, they're even going to take down this Infernal Drake. 3 turrets to 0. At the 10-minute mark, it is a 2,000 gold lead. Rookie winning mid lane by a good 16 CS. Now he's got 3 assists on top of it, and already 2 assists onto Marge and 2 kills onto Megan.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Ben has to watch out for this mid lane because the wave is in a difficult spot, and Rookie has blue buff. If Rookie has blue buff, he was already winning the lane before. Athena doesn't. That just means that, you know what? Athena was losing his lane before. Now it's just impossible.
Ben 4 is going to have a tough time really affecting these lanes with the advantages that IG are opening up for themselves. You can see he's continuing to move around the map, paired once again with Road, this strategy that saw so much success during week 1 of the LPL. Even now roaming towards the bottom through a control ward, knowing that Marge has no flash, but he's playing so safe.
Yeah, and they're not going to be able to get anything anyways. That's a Lulu and Graves. There's no pick potential out of there, maybe burst potential. That's nothing. Here we go.
Flash Shockwave catches Athena, and despite the chains of corruption, Rookie snared down, laughs as Athena dies.
And you want to talk about pick potential? Rookie's ulti, every time it comes up, Shockwave hit and Athena's dead. So this is one of the weaknesses that Varus mid has. And quite honestly, Ben hasn't been in the mid lane. Ben 4 hasn't really been helping him out. Sure, Malzahar helping out that lane was a factor, but you need to be able to double down and get Athena going. He hasn't been able to, and so now he's just up for the pickings.
Yeah, Invictus Gaming. We talked about what happens if one lane wins. It's going to start spilling over into the others. Megan gets mid lane winning, then that gets bottom lane winning, then Kid helps to get mid lane winning even more. There is so much Tiger blood on Invictus Gaming right now. Duke is winning in the top lane, 20 CS ahead. This is Invictus Gaming in the moment.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams do a great job at being able to translate leads towards other lanes. Just bleed it in. But this time around, it's IG. And the reason why it's hard for Aime to be able to, A, come back into this game, but B, more so really get the picks going for them, because Ben 4 really has a difficult spot. And I think Kobe says it best when in the C9 game today, where he was just saying, you know what sucks for Graves is that if you really have a difficult time setting up for other lanes and you don't really have that communication going, then you know what, I guess you're just going to have to farm. And that's what he's been doing. He's been farming even though he is getting out farmed. He's 0-0-0. He hasn't been able to impact any of the lanes. It's difficult for him, but if you're Graves, what else can you do? I guess farm.
Yeah, there's really not too much. He's got the Tracker's Knife, so he can ward?
So that's the thing. That was a first purchase Tracker's Knife. He didn't have the damage, so he couldn't really walk up and impact
Megan
it.
sneaks past the vision once again. Athena is going to die. Rookie is 1-0-4. Look at the cheeky little grin he's got.
I mean, it's like 13 minutes into the game. There should be a fast track to see how Shockwave has been used this game. Every single time it's just about off cooldown. Well, I mean, Athena's already dead at that point. So this is ridiculous at this point. Ben 4's position, he's just getting a little, every bead of sweat's just dropping down right now with every kill that goes through in the mid lane.
Athena's not having a great time. Kid and Megan find Ben, who's forced to leap away from the red buff despite not having smite. and not even the collateral damage is enough to secure it. Kid, 2-0-1 right now. Mega Inferno Bomb in the mid lane will damage Rookie and clear out the minion wave, making it a little bit more difficult to expand this advantage, but Invictus Gaming are just bleeding into one lane, then the next, then the jungle. IMA are not having fun with this.
I mean, Ben Force is picking up the scraps, and right now Jinja, who used his ulti, he's not going to be able to get the damage because he doesn't have much. He just has that Morellonomicon. And so he was just being able, you know, he helped out and protect the mid lane, and that's what you need to do. The worst case scenario for this team is that they lose this mid lane. They're supposed to be the ones that are supposed to be spiraling their advantage through their poke and siege comp, but they can't do much off their siege. They can't do much with poke because they just simply don't have the damage.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, the curtain is opened up and Road takes a few hits. Marge just going for some harass with that as Kid tries to sneak bottom, will be spotted through vision.
Yeah, they spotted him, but you can't do much about it. Sure, Jin W actually missed, but Oriana's on the way too.
Yeah, Kid is going to head them off at the pass. Rookie takes a long way around with Duke. That's the knock-up onto Kid. Amazing J completes the teleport. Kid resets the range, but they've killed Road. Megan taking turret aggro is trying to duke it out, and slowly but surely Invictus Gaming are outplaying the heck out of IMA. They get 3 kills and lose only Kid.
And they just play it out perfectly. Here's the thing. There was so much warning for IMA for this this gank that was going to happen. There were so many players in the mix. The ward caught everyone out, but they're so far behind, it just doesn't matter. They play it out perfectly. Road used his ulti this time around. He even used the exhaust. Simply didn't matter. The kills go down anyways.
Oof, that is not great for IMA right now. Ben4 continuing to try to keep pace. He can see it all happening, but he just can't do anything. He's not there in time. Invictus Gaming are moving through the vision of IMA, roaming faster, teleporting first, using their advantages to get these kills. And IMA are just not able to answer.
It's the worst job if you're an Oracle. You just can't stop the danger that's about to happen.
I could see it happening.
It's like 2 minutes.
But I can't
the
stop it.
moon will crash into the... I just can't stop it. Yeah, here we go.
Somebody call the time cops.
This is...
Duke? Is he actually? No. Against 3, the hook actually catches him. Amazing J is going to do some work here. He's got the depth charge.
There's no damage.
But the full Spirit Visage, they're trying to do some damage to this turret. Ben4 is up there as well, and Rookie decides to quit. He was on his way up there, but heads back mid.
IG need to defend this because it is a Ziggs and he will be able to get the siege quicker. So right now, IG need to recognize you have a Jhin. You're not going to be fast at all in defending this. Put someone else top lane instead of the Maokai.
Yeah, Kid is clearing out Krugs right now. Not exactly a worth trade in that 1-for-1 turret trade. That did go first brick to IMA. The minion wave is being cleared out. There's only 2 left. Satchel Charge is on cooldown, and Jin Zhao just does enough to burn through it.
That's a 2-for-1 trade. And IG is going to look to get this dragon, but now the question is, what is IMA going to do in response? They're going to look to back, and that's a fair trade. Suddenly, you know what? Sure, you are 8-1 in terms of kills. You are 3K gold behind.
Oh, the bullet is going to hit Athena, though the shockwave misses. That is flash used. And as a group, IG roam towards mid. Marge is going to do some damage to this turret.
And this is a worthwhile trade if they can get this turret. There's 3 minions left that are not going to be able to.
Oh, nothing quite so frustrating as reloading with the turret in kill range. Even the Mega Inferno Bomb from Jin Zhao, just in case the Piercing Arrow wasn't enough to clear the minions. Kid and Megan are looking for it, though.
There are 3 minions. You don't need the Mega Inferno Bomb on that one, but here we go. Oh.
Ooh, Chains of Corruption goes wide. And Athena, probably not feeling too great about that.
Yeah, I mean, Jin Zhao and Athena right now, if they can stick towards this mid lane and just consistently clear, that's their job at this point. That's all they need to do. It's going to be difficult. Someone has to answer towards the bottom lane wave, and it's going to be the Ziggs. If there's a time for IG to get this tower, it's going to be on this wave coming through.
Yeah, they're now see Jin Zhao and Road on that bottom side. Marge continues to push forward as the recall from Athena is just not quite the best timing. Ben4 is even on that side of the map near the jungle, but there's nobody to answer if Marge decides to go forward and just get a few bullets. Solo turret gold. And
that was the easiest job of his life.
Yeah.
That was the bad timing in a lot of regards. Jin Zhao going towards that bottom lane, that's not his fault because that was a necessary venture for him. But Athena backing, Ben4 not in the area, that was just a combination that they just conceded mid lane turret for free.
Also, just to recap, Invictus Gaming ganked bottom lane like several times this game.
that's just a new theme for them.
Yeah.
Right? Ever since they've had Marge and Megan, which is in the last split, they've connected the dots with their bottom lane quite a bit. Most of the time it was Marge and Megan impacting the mid lane and helping Rookie out. But yeah, a new point for them is they are using Rookie and the rest of the team to just constantly dive bottom lane, which has always been a weakness for this team.
Yeah. Marge doing a pretty good job into this Ziggs. Will catch the minions and keep up 2-0 and 3 with the completed Yomus, as he has been doing quite a lot, especially when he's enabled by his team. I feel like that's the big theme that we're learning in the LPL. If you enable your talented players to do things they're good at, they will do good things.
Yeah, that is a League of Legends
Like
tactic.
truth, yeah.
that is just if you,
Which is like so contrary to the solo queue belief of like, I'm going in, I'm going to win the game single-handedly, teams be damned.
Yeah, I think it's a big of a surprise that there are teams that still exist right now in the LPL that have that mentality. So
Yeah.
That's it just seems like they're becoming a better team, and that's what we can take away from this. IG, they're getting better and better. Meanwhile, IMA, the biggest question now is how do they get back into this game? I feel like it's going to be very hard. It really is all on Jin Zhao and Athena just constantly wave clearing. If they can wave clear to a point and just stall out this game, then the items that they're looking for, Jin Zhao should be looking towards, I would say, a Rabadon's Death Cap, which is a very expensive purchase. But it is necessary, or at least maybe even...
Forgetting the huge bouncing bombs and the Mega Inferno Bomb.
Yeah, they just need to do whatever it takes to stall out this comp, because they have a lot of damage dealers, but if they want to get to a point where they're relevant, they need to do damage.
Ooh, Duke gets the snare, and whoa, they're diving onto Amazing J as 3% true health damage as he's actually knocked out of the Void Zone, but Megan is still enough. Invictus Gaming set top, show themselves, and then continue to follow through, calling IMA's bluff to try to defend this and take out half health on the tier 2 turret.
Yeah, the one worry here, though, there we go. He had to flash away from that. It was Orianna was not a part of the play. She was in the bot side of the map, went towards mid, so this was going to be a guaranteed 4v4 with IG not having cooldowns, but here we go.
They might try to continue following. Duke lands nothing because
ambitious.
Marge only gets 2 hits.
Yeah, Duke was probably having that inside debate whether he wanted to flash W onto a character or two. Didn't think it was worthwhile, and that's the better choice. They need to back away from this and just reset.
Yeah, the answer is always yes, except for when it's no. So sometimes.
Indeed. I guess. Yeah.
As we get to the 21-minute mark, it's a 5,000 gold lead for Invictus Gaming. Invictus Gaming. And they are starting to set up around the Baron. Complete control of this game. 5,000 gold ahead, making clean plays around the map. And just maneuvering IMA into favorable positions time and again. You'd think with a Varus and a Ziggs, they would be able to stall this out.
Yeah, they very well can, but the worry is that you can stall it out, and look at them. They're doing a great job in being able to hold out this mid lane, but the problem is, with that mid lane outer turret down, that just means IG has complete control over this Baron. And with a Maokai Lee Sin, they're actually at a fantastic position in looking, especially with the Malzahar, by the way, of just looking towards getting that Baron, either getting picks as well. So it doesn't matter that IMA can continuously hold their inside turrets. They actually have to come out of those turrets if they want to protect the Baron. It's 21 minutes into the game, but with more items coming through with IG, that's a real threat. And they have to find a way to outplay the situation they're currently in.
Yeah, and you can definitely see that IMA are respecting that with 2 control wards by that blue buff. Another set of wards all around that Baron pit. We've seen so many sneaky Barons lately that IMA are not going to take that chance. Meanwhile, Cloud Drake is up in 30 seconds, and Invictus Gaming look like they're going to force a fight onto Amazing J. He's caught mid-hook animation. Depth charge is only going to catch Rookie as the Void Shift forces the flash out from a Shockwave and even the Sonic Wave from Kid to escort Amazing J back to his turret.
The problem with that pick, oh, here we go.
I don't think Duke minds that he's going 1v2. No, it's not. Marge is there. It's a 2v2 curtain call. And Marge is looking for the hits, but silence from Road. Cupcake says no. Satchel charge keeps Duke from chasing. He's got the flash, and he's got the sapling. Teleport from Amazing J. He's got home guard after the 20 minutes. He's looking to head them off at the pass, but Duke will not be stopped. This tree doesn't give a heck or a hoot about what you're... Is he actually going to go in 1v4?
That's a Maokai.
Duke,
He's going to sit on 4 people.
What are you doing? There are 4 people there. They don't do any damage, but you're still very squishy. No, he's not. Never mind, I was wrong. Rookie catches Jin Zhao with some big damage, and again, Kid misses the Sonic Wave.
Yeah, after that entire messy affair, that's just a Ziggs that has to go back to base. What that means is IG will now have complete control of this area. They're going to probably back, but they should look towards gaining full control of this Baron. This is very messy overall from IG. It all started in the bottom lane when they tried to get a pick on Amazing J. What was rough about that was that they looked for it, and it was away from the top side of the map. It just felt like they were trying to get it simply because they believed they can get the kill, but it would not have turned into anything because the wave was so far close to their own tower that there was no way that would translate into a dragon or translate into another tower.
Yeah, using that recall timing, Ben4 gets back out onto the map first. Marge is there, and so too is Kid. He's got the smite, and all right, Ben4 able to get that consolation prize, Cloud Drake, or in Ime.
Yeah, that was something, you know, at least he's getting something out of it. And he was able to secure his own red buff as well. In fact, I would say him securing his own red buff is probably a bigger victory because that Cloud Drake is not going to help him out too much in this situation. But at this point, they're going to have to, like, just bunker down. And they're doing a good job at doing just that. Right now, IG, they have 2 Infernal Dragons. And on top of that, they have a Malzahar, which, you know, the theme of today, his Malzahar's ulti is very long in terms of pick. And that just means Road doesn't matter if he's a Lulu.
So
he's going to get picked out.
The concern that I find myself going towards is, yes, they can hunker down, they can stall out the game until eventually gold doesn't matter. But as you said, eventually they need to step forward to contest the Baron that IG is going to set up, to contest the Elder Dragon as the game goes on. Can their comp do that against Invictus Gaming?
You know what eventually means? Eventually is essentially now. It's 24 minutes into the game. They need to actually look to contest. They're losing a lot of vision here. If they lose this blue buff as well, that's going to be even worse because Athena, he still has that tier, hasn't upgraded it, not anywhere near rich enough to do just that. Oh, rookie.
You can't just do that, man.
That's just rude.
That's not cool.
Yeah, it's just...
Steals away the blue buff.
There we go.
Blue buff. Flash snare, curtain call. Athena is dead despite the wild growth. Megan Inferno Bomb along with collateral damage trades and kills Rookie, so it's mid laner for mid laner. But look at Duke. He's got teleport. He's just keeping bottom busy.
Yeah, there's not much he can do actually because Amazing J is just going to be able to pick up this wave. It was a great trait for Ime to be able to pick up Rookie unless Duke stops him forcibly from picking up the
Look
wave.
at the size of that shield that Duke just doesn't even care about.
Yeah, that's the tale of two tank top laners with Courage of the Colossus, quite honestly.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times.
But yeah, the point I'm making on that one was that it was a great pick from Ime to get Rookie down because otherwise that would have translated into a Baron, and that's something they don't want to find themselves in. So thank God that Mega Inferno Bomb got something out of it.
Yeah. And you can see going actually for the Lich Bane second out of Jin Zhao. That is a turret destruction build if I've ever seen one. So if I may get the opportunity, they can do damage, they can take turrets. Perhaps even Baron with that Lich Bane Ziggs damage.
Yeah, that's always a possibility. I like the fact that he absolutely just rushed the Lich Bane. That's the whole key to their comp. The problem is Lich Bane amplifies AP, and he doesn't have that much AP to really work with him with those Sheen procs. So, I mean, he's technically not doing too much damage. It will work out well once he starts to get more damage under his belt. But that means they need to win out these fights. Great burst from Ben 4, by the way. He kind of needs to continue to get this if IG are in a position where Marge needs to back. He's top side of the map, doesn't have a lot of mana on top of it. So even though IG are continuously contesting these vision, Ime can actually hit them up. They say, you know what, we have more numbers in the area. We don't really care about this situation.
Yeah, you can see Marge is going for that full lethality build, looking for that Duskblade of Drakthar next, only 1,300 gold away from that. As you said, Ime are starting to inch forward, feeling perhaps a little bit emboldened by the damage that Jin Zhao and Ben 4 are doing, especially if they can land some poke and soften Invictus Gaming up with Athena and some bouncing bombs from Jin Zhao. So Duke continuing to keep Amazing J occupied, but he has got that teleport once again. Now this minion wave for the first time in, what, 10 minutes, 15, makes its way to that turret.
Yeah, and I'm wondering where the Nautilus is currently.
He's directly underneath the Maokai.
Yes, there we go.
Oh, but it looks like they're trying to force a play. And Megan, whoa, Void Shift blocks the chains of corruption completely.
Oh!
Megan Inferno Bomb is not enough to break through the command protect.
All right, that was close. And that's honestly something that Megan has started to realize is that there's a lot of damage on top of him. He doesn't have any bit of resistances. That's fair. He's a Malzahar support. But the fact that he's tasked to start a fight and he's not going to be able to do that because he's getting blown up before he's able to get in ulti range is a problem. And so IG need to start grouping together. Malka has been doing a decent job in pressuring the bottom side of the map, but his pressure with the rest of the team means so much, and he can just abandon the wave. He's doing just that, thankfully. He's heading towards the Baron area.
Yeah, once again, the battle for vision begins. Ben 4 is not going to eat a big 4th crit as March decides to clear out the ward instead. And missing pings out of Amazing J. They're sitting on top of the Baron right now. There's a ward just
there we go.
There. Finally, it's going to be cleared out. Duke starts out that Baron, perhaps to try to bait Aimee forward. It's time to call this bluff, Aimee.
It's more of a mistake than anything because Duke was able, through his sapling while they recognized the ward was there. So now they're just in on it, and now Marge and Rookie, get out of there.
Yeah, if they're grouped up on the Baron when the Mega Inferno Bomb comes out, that is going to hurt quite a lot.
Yeah, this is the problem. They're trying to get onto Baron, but they need to be able to do that when there's no vision on there. And that was a single mess up from Duke when they placed that control ward. Know that there are no wards there to begin with before you start that Baron. And so they put themselves in a tough spot. They have a great ability to pick when there's no vision on that side of the map, but they're struggling to be able to find that rhythm. And that's because, first of all, Duke wasn't there. But then when he was there, they didn't start that. They kind of messed up a little bit, as I mentioned. So. Yeah. This is IG. They have a lead, and it's a problem because Aimee, they were able to stall him out and make the right choices here.
Yeah, Aimee just playing so patient. They've got time, they've got wave clear, and they're scaling up to get more and more damage to deal with Invictus Gaming if they can survive the initial onslaught that is certain to come. As Megan's Void Shift is popped, he continues to clear out the wards and try to dodge these skill shots, but even the Piercing Arrow now is starting to do half of Megan's health.
Yeah, I don't know what Megan's doing. He's doing this all alone, so he's giving Aimee the opportunity to play a game of dodgeball, a 5v1 dodgeball game, when you should be doing this with the rest of your team, specifically Kid. Kid should be there with you, so they should respect his positioning and know that an insect kick could very well happen. Amazing J. Oh, how much damage does that man do? A total of 1.
Reduced damage because there are no minions.
I'm just saying that's a fair point. I'm just saying how much damage does this guy do? That was a real question.
I think he had something like 80 AD, give or take. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Nautilus AD isn't exactly something that you keep track of pretty actively. And Invictus Gaming playing the vision game. Rookie is kiting back and forth, but they do not see the Baron burn on him.
Yep.
So they decide not to go forward and continue backing up. IG are just waiting for that site to
Malzahar's in position for it.
Flash, suppression, Road snared. They follow up with Duke, and they manage to get the kill onto Road, but that's the support. Amazing J is there with his team. Redemption is going to keep him topped up. Turns along with a shockwave. Rookie tries to get over the wall. That's a knockup, and they're splitting the fight here. They manage to kill Megan, but Duke continues to chase onto Ben 4, almost single-handedly killing him in the back line while Kid and Marge clean up the rest of the fight. Duke keeps them occupied despite the satchel charge. And a quick command protect onto Kid as they are pushed all the way back, 2 turrets deep under the inhibitor.
All right, head back to Baron. And I mean, the reason why you want to do that is because you're trying to lure Athena and Jinjiao right towards you. And if they can do this one more time, they can play this game well, they can get a little bit more in terms of the picks. Ziggs doesn't have his ulti. Athena has his ulti soon, but they're just going to try and poke him off. And there is no way you can do that.
Yeah,
seems like IG are actually going to look
a
for
lot
it.
of damage here. Jinjiao can get a lot of damage inside of the pit. Chains of Corruption catches March. He's got no mobility. He takes a big arrow. The bouncing bomb is not enough. Smite from Kid is going to take it. He flashes forward, gets the kick, follows up with the Sonic Wave. And it is 14-3 right now. 6,000 gold lead and Baron to Invictus Gaming.
Thunderlords cuts him down, but man, that was really scary because Jinjiao did have Lich Bane. That could be a pick. But here we go. Megan was in a perfect position because he could flash in. They didn't have any vision on him. They had to know that that was a possibility. And look at Duke. He's a god. I mean, Rookie and Megan could not walk forward because of that Mega Inferno Bomb. Duke just said, I don't care about you guys. I'm going in right now. He gets Ben 4, smacks him because he's like, oh, I guess you have just a tiny little bit of HP. And he was able to clean up. So that was a fantastic play coming in from IG. They should have been able to do that much, much longer ago. But they get it. It was still worrying that they tried to put that to a 50-50 against the Ziggs, by the way, for that Baron. That was a little bit much. I felt like they... And
the Ziggs and Athena, like, that's a lot of damage.
That would have been fine if Marge held his 4th bullet to burst it down, because he just used it. He just used it willy-nilly without trying to burst it with Lee Sin. So he's like, I don't care. I'm going to... You know what? If you hit this smite, I'm not blaming myself.
It's a lot of trust in his jungler to be able to follow up. Kid has been performing quite well lately. as they continue to press forward with this Baron. Road again is the target. The suppression wears off, and Kid follows up to secure yet another kill. Shockwave flings Ben 4 back in. Kid kicks Amazing J, the wrong target. Hook catches Rookie, drags him into the center of the Mega Inferno Bomb. The piercing arrow misses, and Kid is still dancing around for some reason. They have traded 3 for 1, and the arrow finally forces IG to back up. But while they're doing this, Duke is in the top lane.
This seems to be a constant against a team with a Varus mid or AD carry. Mostly AD carry. We don't see Varus mids here. Is that he does so much damage, especially if you're in a perfect... Oh, get out of here. Run away. Run to the hills. That was too much. This is a constant, but you know what? Duke just doesn't give a damn.
Yeah, he is a very large Maokai right now and brings the entire minion wave in and is cleared quickly as Athena shows up with that penetration. He decides not to risk it for the biscuit and leaves that turret standing.
30 minutes into the game, this is just a snowballing IG at this point. They took a little bit longer to be able to play that Baron dance game, but they figured out the problems. They figured out what was really stopping them, and they just hit the money in the ball. Yeah, that was really solid. So right now, IG are in a great position with Baron. They're going to constantly look for these picks because they just have full control of this blue side jungle. So Megan, he's close to his flash, already has his ulti. Nothing is stopping him from then, once they group up as a team, to be able to do it once again and get a pick on either Jin, Zhao, or Road. It doesn't matter. They're all too squishy. But it could, you know, I'd prefer them to get Road first simply because, Ben's got it.
You just saw the gold at the bottom of your screen, only about 1,000 to 2,000 between everyone, but cumulatively that's about an 8,000 gold lead for Invictus Gaming. They've still got Baron buff for a little while longer, so they can look for the opportunity to start prepping these minion waves. And as you said, Megan with his pick potential, if he manages to find someone out of position, he could punish them quite readily, and we've seen how fast Invictus Gaming can react.
And they've chose their target. It's going to be on this mid-inner turret. This is going to be a problem for Athena and the rest of Aimee because I don't know how he's going to be able to stop this from happening. Jin Zhao and Athena, sure, they have a lot of wave clear, but they have to be able to commit to this fight once IG looks for it. And just take a look at Maokai. He's already positioning himself towards this tower.
Yeah, the ball is moved forward by Rookie. They don't have Baron buff on them, Rookie and Marge, but they still have enough damage to clear out that final tier 2 turret. As Duke continues to keep bottom occupied, blue buff is gifted over to Rookie yet again. And they continue to set up around the map and just run Aimee ragged, looking for these picks and trying to force them into a mistake.
Yeah, this is going to be a little longer now. I think IG took the wrong decision going up towards topside. There's nothing there except for the wave. They could have just reset and either go towards that Maokai lane, go towards the bot lane, because that's the only inner tower that's still up and available. But they decided to clear up a wave before they head back to base. Maybe they just thought, you know what, let's go base one more time before we try and win the game out. It's a bit of a safe play.
Yeah, and that's a lot of items finished for Invictus Gaming as we get to the 36-minute mark. Void Staff, Rabadon's, Furlough's, Luden, 5-item Rookie. You've already got 3 items and a Guardian Angel on Duke, so he doesn't care if he overextends. Even Kid is working up some damage with a Black Cleaver Dead Man's Plate build.
Yeah, and the worst part about it is, as you mentioned, Duke has a lot of items, and he's got a GA on top of that. If it was hard to kill a Maokai to start, it's much harder now.
Yeah.
it's actually just impossible.
You really need something like a full lethality Jin. Oh, wait, Jin is on IG's team. And look at that, as he's chunking out the turrets, Megan almost dies to Ben 4, but when the support walks away from a jungle graves with his life, it's a good day.
I mean, he shouldn't have gotten picked. That's actually a bad point for IG. IG, they're trying to set up for this tower, and they're not going to be able to get it. It's actually a big risk for them to look to all in on it. Marge just walks up and take it, but that's a big worry if you just lose your support because he went in alone. That's something that's happened a lot with Megan. He's starting to get picked out and poked because he puts himself into that position. It's not going to matter too much this game because he's so far ahead, but in the next game, he's got to really watch out, call for his, the rest of his team so he can play that vision game a little bit better.
Yeah, continues setting wards further and further forward with all of the tier 2s knocked down by Invictus Gaming. It's down to the inhibitor line. 40 seconds for the Elder Dragon and a minute for that Baron. And that means that Aimee have got to sneak super far out of their base, which makes Megan positioning around the map even more risky. They're going to try to burn down Duke as he dodges the piercing arrow by dashing to the Raptor camp.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a stretch. Athena used his ulti for that. Sure, it's already 25% down in terms of cooldown, so that's not too much of a loss. But as you mentioned, that Elder Dragon's going to be up, and he's not going to have his ulti for it. Megan and Kid though. Oh,
Again, they
no.
turn on to Duke, but as tasty a morsel he appears, that is not something that you can finish in one sitting. Duke is like a 24-ounce sirloin steak.
Yeah, I can't even finish a small
Yeah,
pie,
you
so
can try to take bites out of this thing, but in the end, it's the steak that wins.
You know, I just at the end of the day, if I can't finish a food at a restaurant, I just pack it up and go home for the next day.
It's about the pride of finishing it at the restaurant. All right, it's a.
I have no pride.
It's a situational.
I have nothing.
Okay, well the Baron has respawned, and Invictus Gaming are sitting right on top of it. Immediately they turn to it, and IG. They're actually pinging towards the Elder Dragon. They've got the Blast Cone and could try to rush it down. There's no vision from Invictus Gaming as they take the Baron and start a recall. Two of them hop over the pit. Athena and Jen Zhao are very squishy. Ben 4 gets in there, finally there to tank. Here comes the collapse from Invictus Gaming. That's the teleport now from Amazing J. It's down to half, but Duke has entered the arena. 3,000 health, 2. It continues to drop down. Ben 4 is going to try to risk it.
Oh.
He gets the Elder Dragon, but Duke will get the fight. They've caught Amazing J, and Duke is denied over the wall. Amazing J has got his flash, but he CC'd, finally makes it away, and Mega Inferno Bomb is going to force the disengage. Kid is still going. They don't have any vision, and I may trade Baron for the Elder.
That was really close, and Kid was very close to being able to get that steal, but not gonna happen. A good trade for Aimee, where honestly the Elder Dragon's not gonna mean too much in the thick of things. It was taken at the same time as Baron, so that just means IG can just stall out until Baron outlives it. But still, that just means Aimee is able to stall this out for a little bit longer.
Again, they've got the stalling comp. Varus, Ziggs, and then a bit of disengage in that Lulu and Nautilus. They have got the opportunity as we get to the 40-minute mark. Still an 11,000 gold lead, but as time goes on, that becomes less and less impactful as Aimee are starting to complete some major items on their own and getting close to that 5-6 item mark.
You're right, even though they've fallen behind this entire game, they're farming quite well for themselves. 363 CS against the 370 of Orianna. I mean, Orianna has been getting a few assists, 12 assists in a 17-kill game for them. But you know, even though you're not getting that gold, you're still farming up quite a bit to be able to reach a certain parity in terms of items. So this is great for Athena and Jin Zhao. Jin Zhao right now is looking towards his Luden's Echo. If he can get that, then that's going to be fantastic for him. But it's going to be quite a stretch. They have to get the perfect ulti. They have to get the perfect arrow hits on top of a Rookie and Marge.
N4 hops over the wall, a bit desperate for vision. Megan flashes into his doom. That is 3 ultimates used just for Megan. It's still 4 versus 5, but the Mega Inferno Bomb and the Chains of Corruption are gone.
Elder Dragon is close to falling off. Why are they looking to force this so heavily? I mean, this is a big wave. 2 cannon creeps onto this, so they're going to look for it even though Megan is off the map. It's a big risk. If Aimee is going to take a game, it's going to have to be at this very moment.
Yeah, it's barely 15 seconds left. Invictus Gaming just have to wait the clock out a little bit longer. They've still got a full 90 seconds on their Baron.
So it was smart for IG to just back away, even though that was a fat wave. Amazing J was in proper position to be able to tank it out and threaten at the same time. So IG back away. They lost their support in that entire endeavor. So that's actually just bad for IG. They lost a lot. In fact, they might even just lose the Baron effectiveness here. It didn't really amount to much, and that just means IG stay in this game for a little bit longer.
Yeah. The inhibitor line for Aimee is still being held. Is this Aimee right now, or is this like WE or VG Gaming just waiting, sitting inside the base, let the enemy team make a mistake or overextend, and then punish them for it?
I mean, if you're 10k gold behind, the fact that they're even able to do this is kind of ridiculous. And the reason why they're able to do this is because Jin Zhao and Athena, they're able to impact the back line without having to really go out and risk their own necks. That Rookie and Megan, or at least Rookie and Marge, yeah, Rookie, Marge, and Megan, they're trying to look for these picks, and they're probably going to get it.
Yeah, they found Ben 4. That's the snare to follow it up, and they managed to catch Ben 4 on a solo warding mission again. It is the individuals who are suffering in this.
Yeah, what was he doing? What was he looking for? There was no vision anywhere near them. He just lost his team on that entire point. Oh, thank God for Zig's ulti.
Yeah, the Mega Inferno Bomb brings Rookie down to a quarter of his health. He's forced to recall, so despite the pick, he's not going to be back for another 30 seconds. And by that point, Ben 4 is going to be right back up.
And just take a look at Jin Zhao's items right here. He's got that Lich Bane, the Luden's Echo, the Void Staff. He has so much AP, he only needs one more item to be able to reach full capacity. And so, if you're Jin Zhao, you've been losing this entire game. This is your way to come back into it. He does so much damage. It's hard for Marge, even Rookie, to walk up and help out that Maokai, help out Kid to be able to get the engage down because they're just getting zoned out outright. So we're at a point where, honestly, I may outscale them. They outscale them and they're getting to a point 43 minutes into the game where it's starting to matter.
Yeah, they're starting to set up a pick around that Elder Dragon for some reason, perhaps hoping to catch Ben 4 on the exact same warding mission once again. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, don't do it, Aime.
Yeah, Ben 4 is not going to do it again. He's not going to kill himself in the same way.
He's on the top side of the map, and there's a ward.
Don't take
If they cheat towards the top side, they won't be spotted by it. An arrow is fired out. Yeah, they see the ward being placed by Kid. And they are smart enough to start tossing some harass blindly into the bush beforehand. So Invictus Gaming back away. But Baron is up in 2 minutes and Elder Dragon a minute after.
Yeah, so this might be the same trade once again, or maybe IMA decide to take this fight. Because IG, they're looking a little bit impatient. They can't really get anything off anymore. The only towers they want to be able to take, of course, are those inhib towers. If they can break one, then that can break the game wide open. They can just start to split push once again. But they're just trying to get to that point. They just need one more step, and they think that Baron or Elder Dragon, it has to be Baron, is going to do just that. And you might not want to be able, you might not want to go for a Baron run if Jin Zhao and Athena have vision. So this is going to be a tough game and tough ask for them.
Yeah, that's sort of been the theme for Aime. Like, every time they overextend or push just a little bit too far out of their base, IG just pop them right back down. Well, now they're going to have to, once again, the big neutral objectives are spawning in 60 seconds.
Yeah, and if you're IG, the question is going into the next game, regardless of whether you win or lose this one, is what's the lesson being learned other than this disco session happening here?
I may know they're playing the long con in this.
They're just waiting for waves.
I think they're just a little bit too happy to be playing the long con.
So you increase a little bit of happiness. I mean, you got to be happy about something in this 45-minute game. Why not just check out your characters dancing out?
Oh my God, Road.
All right. At least he's not playing Lux.
He's going full troll.
Yeah.
20 seconds now until that Baron is up. IG have already set up Vision, and Megan already looking for the picks to get some deep wards.
It's all looking clear here on the western front. IG are doing quite well in terms of clearing out the entirety of this side of the map. They can just go for this, but remember there's one blue trinket. It's sad that Athena hasn't upgraded towards his blue trinket as well, so they can stall this out. But
yeah, the Varus who's sitting back in the... Oh, no, wait, what?
He has a yellow trinket. He's not going to be able to walk this out. They only have one blue trinket. That's going to die.
Yeah, the Baron is just being demolished. Mega Inferno Bomb is used. Oh my God, it's at 3,000 health. No way!
Oh,
okay,
no,
Rookie
no.
gets it.
All right.
Oh boy.
Oh, relax. Let's. Whew.
I saw the
felt it
cooldown
too.
used, and it was at like 1,600 health.
I felt it too.
Oh,
a little bit.
Feel it in your bones. All right, Baroned up minions. Round 3. Fight. Invictus Gaming, bringing them in.
They're just going to all in on this one. They're not waiting for the mid lane wave, so it's a bad decision from IG. It depends on how ballsy Duke feels with his GA. The next wave is coming through, so they have to dodge out quite a bit. The easier answer is just to push up mid as well. Someone's got to do it.
Oh, Shockwave pins Road against the wall. He wild growths himself, so that's on cooldown. But Athena continues to fire arrow after arrow with the Void Shift broken from Megan and some damage being done to Kid and Marge. They've got to be careful. Even the collateral damage, Jaime are doing everything in their power, using every cooldown they have available to prevent these waves from getting onto the inhib.
For how much cooldowns are being used, just look at that big man of Amazing J. Big J himself. He's not doing anything. He's not using a single cooldown. He's just standing in front of them because he's goading them, saying, actually, hit me with anything.
Hit me.
You can't walk forward. Mark tried to walk back because a lot of things are flying past his face. Same with Rookie. These characters can do a lot of damage to these turrets, but there is no option for them to be able to do just that. So, I mean, the rapid fire cannon coming from Marge is going to be doing something, but he can't even get into rapid fire range. So this is very difficult. They have to push mid along with top or nothing will get done here.
Is that turret walking? Oh, wait, that's Amazing J.
Yep.
Full build Nautilus on the Warden skin with Elixir of Iron looks like a turret. just walking around the map.
I love that skin.
But yeah, I mean, Amazing J, he's channeling his inner Joker right now. He's just standing there saying, hit me, hit me.
Because they don't have any waves. Then now, thankfully, Duke is on the bottom side of the map, so he's going to take a little bit longer to push this out.
Yeah.
What this means is that Baron will just look to, cease to exist if this takes any longer than it should. So these are long. This is a long game, and aren't going to be happy about this. You already see Lichbane. I mean, you see Jin Jiao already going towards his last item here.
Yeah, it seems like Invictus Gaming is starting to struggle a little bit. As 5, they're not able to break it. As even with a 4-1, they can't break it because Athena and Jin Jiao just split up. A 1-3-1 seems like the answer, but they're just not doing it.
No, they're doing it now, so that's going to work out well for them. If they do this, I mean, their Baron still has a little bit of time in it. Still has about 25% left going.
Yeah.
With that wave crashing bot, there's a lot of people down there. Meanwhile, mid is actually, it's not going to crash now. They're actually going to be crashing towards top side. So this is something that needed to be done so long ago. And they just need to keep at this. Oh, just kidding. Marge.
Yeah, Marge takes a huge hit. The one Ocean Drake is...
Oh, no!
Inferno Bomb forces the heal. And Marge backs it off. And the push is stalled yet again with Marge recalling here. He's going to have to recall soon. Elder Dragon is up in 10 seconds, and I may have got some freedom to push back onto the map with Marge backing away.
What is happening here? I mean, right now they're looking for a pick.
Okay.
Actually, they might lose it. Oof.
Ooh, the Shockwave misses for Rookie. Marge is racing back forward, but they know that the Shockwave is now on cooldown.
Kid's looking for it.
Indeed. Goes forward, going to kick Road back. That is the support. And with the knockup, they're able to do some damage. Duke, which one are you going for? No, he turns it around for Road at the last second. But the hook is going to pull Duke away. Kid with the Guardian Angel takes some damage, but he's just going to soak that right back up. And I may have set back up into the base. Amazing J tanking these bullets as best he can.
Not a single one hit him, but he tried nonetheless. Yeah. He made the attempt. That's all that matters here. So, but in the end of the day, they got Road. That means something. They're going to be able to go towards this Elder Dragon. At the very least, this is secured unless Ben4 goes for an amazing steal. He's not even going to look for it. He's just going to take these waves here.
Yeah, they don't want to risk it with Megan on the map. And with that Elder Dragon, that's 180 true damage with every single hit out of Invictus Gaming. Now, even more importantly, that Ocean Drake's effectiveness is doubled. So when they get hit by poke, they can heal it up.
I don't know. This is very fast and consistent poke. Once Varus can actually hit you, his cooldown's back up in 2 seconds. That's not enough time for the Ocean Dragon to heal you back up. And the same goes with Jin Jiao's execution on his ulti. So if you get hit up, this is a problem. And the problem is that they have such massive range. So the question is, does this Elder Dragon make it easier for IG to look towards these towers? The answer is quite honestly no, unless if they go for an all-in engage with Duke. He does have his GA back up, so it has to be all or nothing. You can't look to try and chip down Turret because that's just simply not going to be good for you. Unless if you can, if you believe in your hips, if you can, sway from side to side away from these arrows.
Swing it in, yeah.
So unless they can do that, then you still have a big problem. And these Elder Dragons, let's give you a little bit more confidence, but the confidence means nothing here.
They're not doing anything as well. Like
they can't.
They've already used half of the cooldown, and to be completely honest, Raz, I forgot that sometimes this happens in the LPL. A team will just come in and be like, all right, we're not going to do anything.
I mean, they're trying. That's the problem. Is they're trying and they're doing the wrong thing. So
not Invictus Gaming. They're just sitting.
I mean, that's exactly what they should. That was their plan from 10 minutes into the game.
Yeah, from even champion select. Like they picked the Varus first. They saved the Ziggs for last. Like they had this planned from the beginning.
I think their plan was just to attack towers the moment that they fell through. Then they can actually. Their only option was to stall. So that wasn't their initial plan, was to lose until they win.
Of course, yeah.
It's working out now for IMA simply because, well, IG is not attacking these towers properly.
Looking for the big plays. Because it certainly is going to take something big. All right, Marge decides to.
This is not going to work.
Go button. They get Inferno Bomb right on top of him, chunks him down to half, but the minion wave is cleared.
They're committing.
And IMA are at full health.
Yeah, they're committing to this, but they're not all inning. So Duke still didn't think that was a good idea to go in for it. So IMA is just saying, okay, we have full HP. Other than maybe perhaps Amazing Chase, but his shield might as well be full HP there.
Yeah.
So IG are back in the same position. They don't have Jin Jiao's ulti. They're gonna have to go on to this one.
Yeah, that's the collateral damage to clear it
Ooh.
out. Ben4 eats some damage. Deadly
might be it.
Flourish locks him down, but Marge is low health yet again. These arrows from Athena are just preventing Marge from getting close to the turrets.
Yeah, this is a sick game. I don't even call it dodgeball anymore. I wouldn't call it that. It's just, it's one of those games when you're in space and a lot of things come. You gotta be able to dodge left and right. I forgot what it's called. So, I guess. Yeah.
Dodgeball?
A dodgeball in space? Maybe. You know,
Asteroids.
I guess is that the name? That's
I mean,
simple.
that sounds like it, where you're flying a ship and you're dodging meteors that are being chucked at you.
Yeah,
Alrighty.
yeah, I
Baron
think
is
that's
up,
it.
number 4. Here's the next one. Invictus Gaming again, going to try to burn it down. Jin Zhao has the Mega Inferno Bomb. He's going to chuck it. Oh, is he going to get the steal? Not again. No, it's so close. Okay.
They gotta stop trying to use Zig's ulti. I mean, that's fine, but Graves is never in the area. Maybe he's not even looking for it. He doesn't care. But if they, hey, you know what? They combined it with Jin's ulti. I mean, or Graves' ulti. That could have been decent enough to look
And
for a pick.
maybe a smite.
Maybe.
That's pretty good. 1,000 damage.
I mean, I wouldn't risk the smite because he would have died off that. But you know, that's a lot of range
But
on
then
his
you've got the
ulti.
Baron plus Athena and Jin Zhao, and you just wait. Wait until IG get impatient and make a mistake. Wait until they get frustrated.
You know what they're doing that right now? This is what I love about IMA's composition right now, that it's starting to work out. 53 minutes into the game. The gold value, sure, that looks massive. You're saying, oh, you know, that's close to 20K. 20K
Oh my god.
doesn't mean much.
Even the supports are 6 items. Quicksilver's Sash on road. He knows he's going to go on a solo scouting mission eventually and get caught by Megan, but he's hoping he'll be able to survive this time.
There might be a point, and I think Megan should probably look to sell his boots of mobilities. It's not very useful at this point. If he gets an extra bit of magic penetration, that would be fantastic. That's a small detail. Right now, they're going to be looking for another push onto the mid lane.
Yes.
They're going for it now.
Slowly but surely. Oh, that's a big bullet. They caught Ben4 on the side. Duke is going to lock him down, but he is so very tanky.
Oh, he's
Where
down.
did he go? That is a very dead Ben4. But there's no minion wave here. Marge gets another big crit. Duke is going to tank it, and finally Invictus Gaming. No! Okay, they're fine. How hilarious would it be if they set up for this for so long? Oh man, Kid tries to get the insect, trying to force this, and he will get his GA popped. Knockup is going to find Rookie as Megan is in there. Marge is very far back, does not want to be caught by a straight arrow. Kid forced to back away as Duke is being shredded by Aime. The inhib is down, and now Invictus Gaming have got to back away.
Thank the Lord, IG was able to get the inhib, but now the question is, what does that amount to? Because now they're going to back away, maybe look for the future Baron if they can. But if they go towards the bottom lane of this, oh wait, Marge.
Oh, Marge is on top of a ward. Flash hook catches him. He
Get out of
cleanses and makes it over the wall. Barely escapes with his life.
All right, that was a little risky, Marge. I don't know what you were trying to do there. You know they're all up. That's at least he was able to brush it off and back away. He hasn't died once this game, but it feels like the one time he will die or might die will cost him Steam the game. So he still has to watch himself. Doesn't matter what his KDA is. It's 55 minutes into the game. These death timers are pretty big. Ben4 is still dead. That's how big it is.
Yeah, we're still seeing Invictus Gaming play around Rookie, however. 17 out of 20 kill participation. He has been the main driving force for a lot of these plays, despite Megan being the one who's looking for the suppression. And Rookie now seems to be setting up bottom. Duke has got teleport and is sitting in base. There's a ward directly behind the inhibitor in the mid lane.
This is bad timing, though. They can actually look to shove this out unless if they get all in. Oh, they're going
Oh, they're
for the all
teleporting
in.
onto the minion. Kid is going to be snared as Rookie sidesteps the Mega Inferno Bomb, and Duke races away.
The reason why this was bad timing, because even though they got the inhib in the mid lane turret, the wave is still not ready for them. So IMA could actually just stick here 5-man and there would be no problem for them. They're going to heal up though. That is great. The wave is starting to come in. They can continue to put down this pressure. They just can't get poked.
Yeah, Duke is engaging in the back, keeping Ben4 occupied. Amazing J is snared, but Megan is locked down
Megan
under
is
the
dead.
turret and dies. Amazing J will try to force this, however, the frustration of Invictus Gaming is palpable as they are trying to force this, but they are being kited out and just baited out. The hook over the dead Duke finds Rookie, but he is going to walk away. Duke dashes to the minion a bit aggressively before being tossed back, and finally the Duke has fallen. And Ben4 is keeping the base defended in the meanwhile.
That's 2 for nothing. That is Duke and Megan down with 40 seconds, 50 seconds up. That's a massive wave in the top side of the map. I don't believe Amazing J is going to TP to it. But with that being said, that's a massive opening for IMA. They did not lose a single tower bot lane, and that's just really frustrating for IG as we play it again, because this is really tough. The mid lane inhib is down, and if you can see, Duke is trying to get something going, but the problem is Megan is far too forward without any pressure from Duke and Kid there. It was essentially a 3v5. And I mean, they paid for it. So IMA, they just play this front to back, and they're continuing to get. They finally get that mid lane outer turret.
58 minutes into the game, they drop it down and continue to push forward. What the damage on that Ziggs?
Yeah.
Holy cow, that turret was destroyed.
They may be far behind, but that's still Ziggs. You lose a lot of towers quickly. That he could probably just one-shot it by now.
Oh my goodness.
He has full build.
That is so much damage with a single shot. Okay, Elder Dragon's up in 1:45. Baron, 13 seconds afterwards. Bit of an unlucky number for some, but this might be the opportunity that IMA are looking for. They finally opened up the mid lane, finally opened up the map once again, and their ward line is going to have to start moving forward to match this, as IG have all respawned.
Yeah, the mid lane inhib should come up fairly soon, so they should just, 5-mana straight mid. Right now, Graves is going to be able to looking to deal with that massive wave in the bottom lane.
It's getting a bit testy here. An arrow again finds March. The Mega Inferno Bomb and the heal and a cleanse to keep himself safe.
This is just a replay. It keeps happening time and time again. Marge can't walk forward, and he doesn't have his flash. He's just going to die if he finds himself. I'm just surprised he hasn't. Yeah. I'm actually surprised he was able to evade death every single time.
32 health per 5 is not enough. That Ocean Drake is just not keeping him topped off. Kid is looking for a flank, however, but
they're going to see him.
The side is warded.
The only other entry is going to be seen, and he's essentially looking towards on the side of Elder Dragon when I may say, Baron's going to be up in 49 seconds. Why are we going to be looking there? There's no reason for us. So Kid is not in the right place at all.
Yeah. I may decide to focus their priority on the more pressing objective, the Baron, that can empower minions and cannon minions to slowly whittle down those remaining inhibitor turrets. They don't have any vision near that Elder Dragon, though.
They might be looking towards this Elder Dragon because it is a 10-second difference between Baron, and it is a good opening. But it depends. IMA should be in a good position to stop it from a range. That's what they've been doing all game long. There's no reason for them to outright go in and contest and find themselves in Megan's ult range. But they're going to look for this.
Yeah, they're trying to burn this down. Ben 4, meanwhile, is pushing in the mid lane. They might just try to call this bluff. Currently, they're hesitating in the mid lane and pinging towards the Baron. It's just spawning now, but the Elder Dragon is picked up by Invictus Gaming.
So now IG think they can take this fight. Now that they've actually gotten that Elder Dragon, they're going to go for it.
They're trying to race in. Duke is there. It's only down to half health, and Ben 4 is in the pit. Snared down. Rookie! Sombreros himself. That's the curtain call as they continue to try to force this fight. Kid gets pulled in. Megan is there. Marge way in the back. They pop the GA, but he flashes. Amazing J is going to walk away, and Kid is continuing to tank the Baron on the far side. Megan is going to try to corral the Mega Inferno Bomb, pops the Void Shift, and Kid is flanking as well. They turn it around onto Duke. He's very tanky, but doesn't have a lot of time. He's dead. They catch Ben 4, and Athena cleanses immediately. Kid gets into the back, looks for Athena, and is turned around upon. The GA has been popped, and amazingly, IMA have lost none. They managed to get the kill, and IMA survive.
60 to 70 second death timers on Kid, Duke, and Megan. Rookie and Marge are the only ones alive with the 5-man strong of IMA.
Teleport down mid. You can see Jin Zhao with a fresh respawn along with Athena are going to reinforce this. And they will be in the mid lane long before Duke, Kid, and Megan are back up. Rookie and Marge have got some wave clear, but they just have to survive the poke.
Athena still has ulti. Ben still has ulti. His ulti's on an Amazing J. All of them have it. Jin Zhao's going to have it soon. This should be game for IMA.
Or at the very least, an inhibitor. Duke tries to clear it out, and the minion wave is gone. Amazing J says, I will do what you could not. I am going to walk it right on down. The inhibitor is dead. Still 20 seconds left for Duke. Another 20 for Megan. The inhibitor goes down. They're going to keep moving forward. Rookie is going to try to stall this out as he gets good damage onto Ben 4. The Elder Dragon slowly burning away. Curtain call from the side, but that makes Marge a very immobile target. They knock up Rookie, but the Nexus turret has gone down. The satchel charge is not enough. Marge tries to go big. Rookie Zanya's to buy time. Ben 4's on the Nexus. Shockwave catches him. He's alive. Amazing J is trying to do it. Can they finish him off? Suppression. Kill Road. They're trying to kill Road.
They don't
Can
have the
they
damage.
have enough? No. Amazing J is still what? The Nexus. Oh my God. GA has been popped. No, he's dead. The quadra kill they're waiting. They don't even know. What?
Those are long death timers on Aimee, and they're pinging the Nexus right now. They're walking on over, thank you, Observer, and this might be game on the opposite direction.
They're running as fast as they can, but they're pushing down through these super minions. Invictus Gaming are now going to try the race. Pings, there's no teleport, there's no nothing. Aimee played a 60-minute game, all for one gamble, one chance to take down the Nexus, but they missed it by 400 health. The inhibitor goes down, and Kid is going to tank the rest of these. They are going to turn now onto the Nexus turrets. And Invictus Gaming, 63 minutes in, leave us breathless as they take game number 1 against Aimee.
IG should have had this game a long time ago, but they finally are able to take it. That's just game 1, Dom. That's just it. I mean, they still have to go for a second one. That must have been exhausting.
You don't say. So, joining us on the analyst desk, 63 minutes later, is going to be Zach Rusty Pie. Welcome back.
What on earth? It should have been over at 25 minutes. Just dive the damn Varus.
Yeah.
Instead, they almost lose. I was getting flashbacks to the reason Aimee went to Worlds in the first place. There's Amazing J playing Nautilus at 55 minutes, coming up clutch.
Yeah, we really should have had Pulse on this game because that game just went straight EU LCS.
It did.
60 minutes, nothing happened, and then a Nexus race down to 1 hit.
I mean, IG, they're going to go back into this. Thank God for for them, thank God they won, right? Because that game should have ended a long time ago. And the only solution they could have had to this is just dive. You have Maokai, he had GA, he was just split pushing for the longest time. Mid lane was open and available, they just didn't do it.
Yeah, dive the turrets. It's not that complicated. They have Ziggs and Varus, so they will sit there, they will wave clear, they will poke you down until you cannot be there anymore. Jin never went Edge of Night. And so every time that he pressed his R button, Ziggs would press his R button, and then he'd end up running away, and that's a disengage. So honestly, small things could have been the biggest difference. Duke, he was a monster, and he never went under the turret. The one time he did, he didn't have a team.
Yeah. You saw how quickly he died without his team, the fact that they were able to just continue shredding. And I think we talked about it during the game. Aimee just stalled and waited. Yes, they lost objectives. Yes, they lost early and mid-game, but they just waited and farmed. And Athena got huge despite being camped in the mid lane. Jin Zhao got huge despite losing his bottom lane early on. They were able to hold out.
And IG, they knew this going into the game, especially since they were able to get such a massive lead. That's the only win condition that this team is going to have, especially since they were so far behind in the game. There was only one thing IG needed to do, and once the outer towers were down, just go for the actual, go for the picks, go for the fights. I mean, they were trying to do it. It was a little late.
They were doing their absolute best, right? And of course, this is the last fight. Rookie plays this really well and doesn't sombrero, which is fantastic. Actually, Zonya's out of the Varus ulti. There was a lot of positives here, but the problem with what Aimee did is they spent so long trying to kill them that the carries were getting killed. The carries could have hit the Nexus, that would have changed things, or they could have actually positioned themselves in a better spot to not die because they just went all in on actually ending the game. You can, as a team, kill the carries, or as a team, end the game, and it was half-half.
Yeah, they tried very hard to get the last kills, and remember, they have Ziggs. He does so much damage to these objectives. He didn't have much HP to him to just defend the man.
Protect the Ziggs.
Yeah, Ziggs actually went for another Q onto whatever target Amazing J was looking for.
Yeah, I think it was Rookie. He tossed it off to the side instead of auto-attack.
No, but Rookie was on the side. It was another person. But overall, in the end of the day, he just was trying to go all in on killing whoever. You just auto-attack the damn Nexus. That's what it just comes down to. Kill the Nexus. That's how you win the game.
Marge flashed into 5 members saying, "Kill me, kill me!"
To be fair, he flashed to kill one of the carries as well.
Yeah.
So if a Ziggs dies or if one of the major damage dealers to the structures dies, I really did like that decision, and it was admirable actually from the Jin to do that.
Yeah, MVP though is going to go to Rookie. 6-2 and 16, 88% kill participation overall. Instrumental in keeping that Nexus alive during the final push.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. If you're coming out of this game, it's going to be a bitter taste to be MVP here, but overall, he was doing fantastically up until the game really did drag on. He did as best as he could, but But of course, it was just decisions that elongated the game. He played well.
And the one sombrero was actually just a Maokai using twisted advance. And sometimes, that does happen. He becomes untargetable. The ball returns to you.
Yeah.
These things do happen, but that was actually like this accident that almost lost them the entire game.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very, very close fight when it got to the end there. And the fact that IME were prepared from the beginning with this composition to just sit and wait. Hey, we might not take early game. We might not take mid game. But we have damage.
Throw strategy out the window is what that is. Our strategy is to sit in our base.
Yeah.
They came to the conclusion, throw Ziggs bombs, try and steal the Barons. If we do, maybe we can creep out. If we don't, we'll just throw the bombs at the champions until one of them dies. That was literally all they did for 55 minutes.
Yeah, that was a simple strategy, and strategy if you want to call it that, just playing the full defensive game and waiting for IG to do something so they misstep.
Yeah, they certainly did. We're going to go ahead and get ready for a break over here. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with game number 2 between IME and IG. Welcome back. We're just about ready to get in game number 2 between IME versus Invictus Gaming after a 63-minute game 1 in which IME were within 400 health of coming back from an almost certain defeat. The fact that they were down, 15,000, 20,000 gold for 50 minutes, 60?
Yeah, that 20k gold pretty much remained firm.
Yeah, one thing I will say about that is if you were Invictus Gaming and you lost that game, you'd basically written off for game 2.
Oh, yeah.
Like, they were mentally just out of it. They would have picked whatever they wanted and played however they liked. But they won, and so we still have a game 2 on our hands, thankfully.
I mean, hopefully it's a breezy day out there, because after that game, all you want to do is just roll in the grass or just get out of there and be like, all right, let's get back in our chairs now.
Titanic it and win.
Yes, please. And I think that's what we saw from Rookie at the end of that replay. The fact that he was so excited. Hey, we won the fight. We survived. We actually took the win that we essentially deserved from the 23-minute mark, the 25-minute mark?
Yeah, no one's going to feel like they deserve to win after that one. They're not going to feel too good.
Just that they got the victory is the important thing. But
yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's more of a sigh of relief and a smile of relief than of joy in that particular moment for
Yeah.
a game to go that long. There's still definitely a lot that the analysts, the coaches, the managers will have to say to their team after that one. It'll be really important that they have a mental reset coming into the second game.
Yeah. So moving forward, and speaking of reset, what are we looking for IME to change up? I mean, ignoring the second 40 minutes of that half, the first one was IG effectively running rampant over IME.
I would say a different composition. I mean, sometimes it feels just that easy, mostly because their mid lane, they tried to get Athena back onto that Varus. That's a pick that he's always had, but he was abused in a lot of ways, and Graves couldn't really do much to help him out. And then you look to the bottom lane, they tried out a Ziggs Lulu composition, which is fine, but they did lose out early into the game, and they got pressured out just a little bit, and so it just felt like they couldn't really do what they were intending to do.
I mean, for what it's worth, I don't think it matters even what champion Athena is actually going to be as to how that laning phase pans out. When you've got a Malzahar with mobility boots rushed, actually just coming to your lane and ulting you constantly, like Orianna and Malzahar will kill you, unless you're like Galio and you manage to get a W off.
And Clid was coming from the other side as well. He kept on ganking from the top and coming around from behind, and there was just no respite for Athena.
Yeah, and that's been a theme so far for Athena and Ben 4, and they're obviously a new duo. They haven't been together for a long time, and so just getting together and being able to work these situations out, it's hard.
Yeah, you can see Athena walking out right now, taking a deep breath. Alrighty, we got to go back to that laning phase that was so terrible in game number 1. Not terrible for him, but the fact that he was getting ganked was terrible.
Yeah, definitely. And the bottom lane as well, while we're talking about laning phase, needs to shape up a little bit here for IME. They were able to control waves, or they should be able to control waves, but they weren't. They were pushed into, Ziggs missed every bomb, and they weren't even able to trade then. So they were just losing bottom lane, and that's where Kid was able to run around the map and just go wild, really. Like, coming into the second game, I feel like the bottom lane shouldn't have a Ziggs. They could even like mix it up and go Misfortune for a bit of extra control. Zyra has extra control into the champions like Malzahar. Like, it's cute to go Lulu and things like this, but I wouldn't say do it again.
Yeah, and I do like Jhin in the hands of Jin Zhao. I think he's a fantastic Jhin player. And I mean, the meta right now is surrounding the Varus, the Jins, and unless if you're playing Caitlyn or whatever, that there are openings for other champions. We've even seen a lot of Ezreal. But Ziggs is fine if you can play it well, and I don't think they played it well when they had strength in the laning phase.
Well, we are going to be swapping sides this time around. IG have got priority, so they might focus red side rookie, or more likely look for those first picks to set themselves up for success once again.
Yeah, I think they should be focusing primarily on getting those picks for rookie one more time, get him going again. The strategy definitely shone through for Invictus Gaming. It's get rookie going, and then let rookie get everywhere else going with him there. Get Kid going if he snowballs, and then use Kid bottom. I feel like that's exactly how they should play this out again. The later that they can draft mid, the better. I don't think Duke actually should get any kind of priority pick besides Maokai. He'll just still play tanks and be perfectly fine.
Yeah, and support the team in the composition. So I think that he's been playing that tank role quite well for his team. I mean, he can still play a Fiora, but just for consistency, I think that trying to learn these compositions, especially since they weren't able to really solidify diving, like a basic diving composition, this time around, if you can just hammer it home, it's a good time to develop.
We have now entered into pick and ban for game number 2 between Invictus Gaming and IME. Immediately, Malzahar and Ryze are banned away along with LeBlanc and Rengar. So not even Invictus Gaming want to let that Malzahar go through to try to first pick priority, or perhaps force IME to waste a ban on it.
And that's been a theme. Malzahar is incredibly strong in this 7.1 meta. He did receive nerfs going forward, but that's just not the case for these guys. And every single time a team gets their hand on Malzahar, being able to get the engage or picks it's just that easy. So get that out of the way. I feel Megan used it fairly well in the last game, even though he was getting poked out a lot of the times. It was still one of the main reasons for them getting to that success in the first place. So take it away, especially since they're not going to be looking to first pick.
Ooh, the Camille is open, and Lee Sin is the ban targeted towards Kid. Duke, oh boy.
That was fast.
He's laughing now as well. Oh, man.
I mean, Duke just goes to the cool, calm chewing of the gum. How many packs of gum does this man have? It's like a nicotine addiction. He just can't stop.
That man is a ice-cold killer. I think he can afford to chew bubblegum while doing it. I'm here to kill your lane and chew bubblegum. And I've got lots and lots of bubblegum.
It's a decent reference. I do like that, actually. But IMA does a smart thing. It feels like they have a strategy already planned out for this game. I mean, the first game they had a strategy planned out. This time around, they're taking the Elise away, which gives the 2v2 priority in the top side of the map. So Duke is going to be wondering who he's going up against now that he can maybe, at the very least, get Lee Sin, but even Lee Sin versus Elise is going to do quite well for Elise for the first portion of the game. And Lee Sin's gone. Actually, this is he's going to have to go towards Rek'Sai. This is bad for IG. They're going to have to recognize that top side is going to be a little bit difficult, especially since Amazing J has gone towards the Darius in the past.
Yeah, we'll see if they decide to prioritize that counter pick near the end, as Elise and Tom Kench are quickly going to get through for IMA as they are swooped up jungle and support set up for Ben 4 and Road, something in which they saw success on in week number 1. In answer, though, it is going to be the jungle support pickup from Invictus Gaming in that Rek'Sai and Zyra, now locked in for IG.
So Zyra is a very powerful pick from level 1 going forward, and the other pick that's usually been right up with it is the Malzahar. So IG not only picking up the Camille and then also picking up Zyra as priority is very strong, and they're not going to mind too much. It seems like that Maokai is the answer, and Maokai versus Camille is fairly you got balls. That's what it is. that's something. I feel like Amazing J usually has gone fairly tricky with his top lane picks. He's gone towards the Darius, I guess, 2 games and had a bit of success with them. But going Maokai into this with the Elise, that's going to have some gank pressure. But Duke, I mean, I feel like this is just, you're signing your death warrant, I think.
Yeah, they very well might be. As Syndra banned away from Rookie and Orianna banned away from Athena. You just saw Rookie looking very happy about that, giving it a good hearty chuckle. And IMA, now they need to show something new here.
Yeah, Varus is still open, and the 80 carry is still available for both IG and IMA. So I would expect IMA to go towards that Varus if it's still picked up. They just don't want to deal with Zig.
Yeah.
Actually, it feels like maybe they do. Somebody.
The clock ended up running out on Road for his ban, and immediately IG picked up their next ban. So they're calling a flag on that. Obviously, that was a missed ban from IMA, but the fact that IG were able to lock in their next pick might mean that they are locked into missing that ban.
Yeah, that's we're gonna have to figure out what League Ops over there in China has to say about this one. Who's got right of way here? I feel like overall, just even going back to the composition there, I think that it's interesting to see Varus fall so far in priority, and I would rather see a Varus ban instead of a Ziggs ban. Ziggs makes absolutely no sense. It didn't even matter if Ziggs had a lot of success in that game. In fact, it didn't. The only reason it had success was he was able to get the 6 items.
And he did intend, Road did intend to ban Jhin. League Ops is reporting that the Jhin ban was in fact allowed despite the immediate follow-up from Megan. So quick attempt from IG to try to quickly move on to the next thing. That just emphasizes the priority of knowing what you want to do before you actually get the opportunity.
The Jhin ban is interesting. I think they don't want to deal with the setup that Jhin has in the pure utility. Not a lot of people are willing to go towards the Ashe nowadays because of how the build is. Even if you can still get the longsword in the lane for your Essence Reaver push, so like their laning phase is not going to be that bad, but it's just the build is a very long trek. It's that Jhin is just really strong in terms of setting it up. So Jin's strong setup, decent laning phase. My big qualms with this is that Varus is still open, so I'm surprised that they decided to go towards a Jhin ban when Varus is still going to be the next pick.
Yeah, it could very well be that they decide to go for that. I mean, we saw Athena take it in the mid lane. We've seen Jin Zhao play it before. They could just try to wait it out and get that sort of patient defense if they need to, effectively. But as you can see, we have entered into picks and bans once again. Just going to race through the exact same setup. Kha'Zix follows it up, along with Lee Sin, then Camille, Elise, Tom Kench. This Duke just gives it a scroll through in the client.
Yeah, I feel like he shouldn't be wasting this much time. Just push it on through. That's when you start to flag and saying, hey, wait a minute, you're not supposed to have this time to reconvene and discuss here. So as they're just kind of getting it all through, overall, we don't get to see the Rek'Sai. I mean, sometimes we get to see it rear its head. The problem with the Rek'Sai lately, we saw the Graves come around because these players have indeed played on solo queue. It comes down to the fact that Rek'Sai falls off because how much damage currently exists. And remember, Ivern is still a thing.
Yeah.
Ivern is still a thing. Didn't get picked at all in this situation because both junglers are just not going to look towards it. So it just depends on the style that the teams have.
Yeah, I feel like Ivern isn't flashy enough for Ben 4, and Kid, he's sort of a similar vein, less extreme, but just doesn't have the pizzazz.
Hey, you know what? For flashy junglers like MLXG, he got to sit on that Ivern as well. So sometimes you just got to go on Nunu duty and just play around the team.
Yeah, so there is the Jhin ban indeed from Aimee. And instead of Ziggs, it looks like IG are going to swap it out and ban that Varus instead.
So it was the Jhin on the other side that was the initial priority. That's interesting. I actually thought it was IG looking to ban that Jhin. I didn't understand it at that point. So there we go. With both 80 carries being completely demolished, that just comes down to which 80 carry is still open. It's Caitlyn is being hovered, but Ezreal is still an option as well. In March, he can play Ezreal. That's still fair for him. And Ezreal Zyra is it's a good lane up against the Caitlyn. So that's still an option. Not really much to sing about.
Yeah, it's 80 carry and mid lane for the two teams, as Caitlyn is going to be the pickup for Aimee paired with that Tom Kench. March giving Lucian a bit of a hover here.
That's suicide. I mean, it's probably fair because they're going up against Tom Kench. So if you're going up against Tom Kench, really, you can pretty much go. You can play any AD carry up against that. Especially since they have the Zyra there. So.
But an answer it is going to be the Ashe into Tom Kench.
I mean, I like myself some Lucian, but that was suicide.
And Rookie taking Cassiopeia in the mid lane to deal with Aimee. It's Athena who gets the counter pick.
So that's interesting because that's Syndra's down, Orianna's down, Ryze is down. There's a lot of mid lane picks that are still
Corki.
Corki is fair. It's just it's a little difficult, but with this composition, Corki does fit. You know what? That fits as well. Either one works. It's just the problem with Azir, if he does look to lock that in, is that you do need a lot of jungle attention, or at least some pressure, especially once you go towards the Stinger. So that's why I'm not too happy about that. It's not going to be locked in. It's going to be that Corki.
Yeah, Corki is the final pickup for Aimee. And with that, we have our final compositions all set up.
I love the fact how Corki apparently has 35% win ratio. That's pretty low. It's pretty small. Yeah, that's one of those, you look at the past and figure out if that's actually true and who played that.
But you know what Corki does have? Valkyrie away from ganks.
Yep.
And Megan has a snare,
Yep.
Kid has a knock-up, Rookie has his ultimate, plus the miasma. So if Athena is playing on his toes, he might have a slightly better time keeping himself alive if IG decide to pressure that mid lane once again.
And that's the thing. I wanted to mention that a little earlier on and how to deal with it, because this is, remember, these 10 minutes, or even just less than that, it feels like 5 minutes quite honestly, in between games, you don't get to really deal with these core issues between junglers and mid laners, where you're trying to say, oh, how much communication is supposed to get. That's one of those points where you leave that to the scrim sessions, right? And if you want to look to win these games, they weren't able to get it the last one, but they're obviously still want to be able to contest this team. Get the best band-aid solution you can possibly have. Corki makes sense because it's essentially, it still has the same idea as a Varus. You still go towards poke, but you're much safer. Valkyrie costs a lot of mana, but I mean, if that's the cost of your life, then go for it. And so if that's going to help out that mid lane synergy as well as picking up Elise, then that's fantastic. And I think that's something that is going to help out Aimee a lot in the early game.
Yeah, can you really call it mid lane synergy if he's going to be a little bit more independent and perhaps staying safer on his own regardless of Ben 4's interaction?
Even if he is, I think the 2v2 is still strong too, because he's going up against the Rek'Sai as well. Rek'Sai, Cassio does a lot of damage, but he's going to keep him safe. So for the most part, even the 2v2, he's independent, but at the same time, if there's ever a situation where he needs to get that shove out so he can back at a proper time, Elise can help him with a lot of the range that she has.
We'll have to keep an eye on how that matchup plays out over the course of this. I love how when the player shots, everyone is looking forward except for Rookie. He's looking slightly to the right of the camera.
The man is pondering life at this moment after that last game.
What will I do when I beat Faker?
I mean, that's another ponder. I feel like he's nowhere near that level. He just needs his team to get to an international event.
Well, first things first, they've got to win groups, and in order to make that happen, they've got to win this game. As we are going down the rabbit hole.
We're going straight in there.
Yeah. The,
Inception Part 2. There was definitely a Part 2 in the works.
The LPL team is like, all right, you thought game 1 was crazy. Get ready for game 2. We're going in your brains. Layers within layers. Levels upon levels of this dream.
All right.
And Invictus Gaming are saying, we have to go deeper. You know the name of the main character in that movie?
Not exactly.
Leonardo DiCaprio plays a character named Dom.
Ah.
I know there are like 3 or 4 big movie characters that have my name.
There you go.
It's not a very common name.
Not a lot of them have brains, I'll tell you right now.
Yeah, yours is probably a little bit more unique, as Duke is harassing Ben 4 very early on. I think they're trying to pop the saplings here.
That's insane that they actually committed road towards helping that out. So they're trying so hard to defend this. So they committed the support to this, which means that Caitlyn can't do anything on the bottom side of the map. That means Zara is able to actually just rush in and get those saplings out, or at least the seeds, so she gets full control.
Yeah, and that's a really wacky start from Ben 4. He's able to clear out that camp, but he does not have a leash right now. And Amazing J is going to chuck the sapling for just a bit of damage, and Kid secures his blue buff.
Yeah, the good points of being Elise and with that leash that he did have with the saplings mean that he doesn't need that leash. He's going to keep himself fairly up and at him, which is great. But that just means that IMA's bottom lane is going to have a little bit of a problem going up against Ashe and Zyra. So that's just a big shove-in coming in from IG. There's not much you can do about it. They're able to shove this one out right now, but they need to find some form of control in the lane. They were already with a tank support. So, I mean, this is going to be a little bit tough for them, especially since they committed a lot to this.
Yeah, Jinja was looking for the headshot there, but March just walked it away as junglers are now on the bottom side of the map. We'll see if they decide to head towards Skull Crab fairly quickly as...
Ooh.
Yeah, the drone is going to spot that out from Marge.
That gives Kid a bit of a heads up and going towards that Scuttle Crab. And Zyra actually did go towards it too. Oh, Athena, watch out.
Rookie is just doing work already. That's 2 charges of the Corrupting Flask used for Rookie not even using a single potion. And currently has missed a single minion.
Yeah, right now Rookie's at a great position, especially since he's just last hitting with EE. He's going to keep his mana up tight, which is really tough for Athena. And he needs a lot of help. Kid recognizes that and already tracks Ben around the mid lane.
Cocoon actually finds him, but Ben 4 does not take the venomous bite, knowing that he can be knocked up and interrupted out of that. And instead, we'll focus on the cooldown of Scuttle Crab.
That's true, but also because Rookie has so much pressure towards the mid lane. Any elongated fight Ben 4 goes for will be an outright 2v1, with Athena not being able to help, or at least for a very long time. So Athena, once again, has a really tough time in the mid lane. He should be fine the moment he does start to get levels in his queue towards like just trying to clear the wave. But for now, it's a tough ask for him.
Yeah, Duke is even going to take the opportunity to shove in Amazing J, a full 6 CS ahead with the first few waves. And with that, he gets vision in the Tribush. Kid again going to head into Imay's jungle. Ben 4 is clearing out Krugs on the opposite side of the map, which means that this Gromp is going to go down and Rookie is being pulled as well.
Yeah, this is the easiest life, or at least the easiest 4 minutes of Kid's life, where not only is Ashe sending constant scouts over there to be able to see if anyone is looking to contest Kid, but Kid just never get contested. Rookie has full control of the mid lane, and in the bottom lane, because of that level 1, it's really hard for Jinja and Rose.
Athena's trying to bait Rookie in, but he's just focused on winning the lane right now. Ben 4 shows up, and Kid is going to follow up right behind him. Can they get the jump on it?
You're trying to shove this in and help out Athena. It's a big question whether Athena wants to back right now. It's a little bit of a weird back timing, but it'd be a good time to be able to do that. He might just be able to get a longsword and a control word, which could help him out.
Drops the miasma just to get a little bit more harass. Perhaps trying to refill the Corrupting Flask to try to sustain against this presence that Rookie is just exerting in lane. Nearly 20 CS ahead at the 5-minute mark. Athena is not having a great time. Hopefully he'll get a chance to recover as he goes for Null Magic Mantle and Boots while Road takes harass in the bottom lane.
Yeah, so this is a really fun game. Usually when you see a Camille on the top side of the map, you think that's where the focus is going 100%. Camille is going to get so much gank pressure because she can, if she ever finds that 1 kill, she'll snowball the game. But IG's recognized that the rest of the map is for Aimee is in need, is just falling far and far behind. So they're saying, you know what, you can keep up and true, like well and even with Amazing J, and they're fine with that. It's going to come to a point with Camille does hit level 6, and it's going to be an easy gank to go for. But for now, IG are just winning across the map, so Kid is just helping those lanes out.
Rookie is going to pick up his early tier and Sapphire Crystal, the ward that he dropped as well, and that Pixel Brush is immediately cleansed out by Ben4, but Kid is sneaking up top and spotted out right now. Amazing J should turn around, back away, but Duke is level 6, looks for the true damage strike, gets the stun despite the dash. Are they going to try to dive this? They are indeed. Duke has to back away. Kid does not have enough, and it is not successful. Ben4 ganking bottom, though, is just going to force them to walk away.
Yeah, that gank was triggered because Ben4 went to clear that ward. And so the moment that happened, suddenly you're like, all right, Kid and Duke knew that this play was free. And Marge and Megan just had to play safely in the meantime. So we might get another gank
looking
here.
for Rookie. He's got his cleanse, but sees it coming and sidesteps well in advance.
Even if he did get cocooned, he had cleanse too. So this is, Rookie's not really too phased by this. He can take this on 2v1.
Yeah, Ben4 says, all right, if I'm not going to kill you, I'll take your raptors. Grumble, grumble, grumble.
Ah, that grumpy.
Yeah. I imagine he's probably, whoa, Jin Zhao's caught by the snare and safe. Never mind. I forgot there was a Tom Kent in the lane.
It's a little bit worrying right now. I'm starting to wonder where Marge and Megan are going to hit 6, or at least when it's going to happen.
Yeah,
Ben4, get out of there.
Duke sees Ben4 leaping over the wall. No Spiderlings to take the long route around. Ben4 with Smite looks to clear out the Scuttle Crab, but Kid will contest, and Smite gets it for Ben4.
Yeah, but both
Oh
Smites
no, they
went
actually
through.
both smited.
Yeah, but it went over for Ben4 anyways. He
Is
still
that
got
red?
the heal.
That is,
yeah.
that's Ben4.
He got the heal from it, so it definitely went over to Ben4. He was able to get the second smite that solidified it, which that's great for Aime, because Rek'Sai's job here is a little easy, and that just made it a tiny bit harder. Rek'Sai went topside when he was level 6. Duke was able to get something going, couldn't get the kill. This time around, Marge and Megan are going to be the next priority because they're going to get level 6. And then Ashe, Zyra 6, going to be pretty damaging. So now that makes Rek'Sai's job harder to find himself behind that bottom lane. We're going to see if he's still going to be able to get it going, though.
Yeah, Ben4 is now looking to potentially dive onto Duke. The Hextech ultimatum is still on cooldown, but he's spotted out by a control ward. Continues to walk past it, however. Ben4 has got his eyes on the prize. They're trying to get this. That's the cocoon. Duke is going to try to get the outplay. Stun knocks up Amazing J. Is he going to try to reset aggro? And he gets the kill. Tries to turn it around, but that's the execution from Ben4. Okay, it was attacking the minion right next to him. I thought it was totally going to hit him again.
It should have, but the fact that he used his E, so he's fine.
Yeah.
But with that being said, they knew that Ben4 was on the top side before that play happened. That means Kid and Rookie, I'll get out of there.
Yeah, they see Jin Zhao and Road on the way out and will decide to just steal away the blue buff instead. That is Ben4 taking Rookie's buff in answer on the opposite side.
I don't know what Jin Zhao and Road are doing. They're feeling fairly confident, but the next wave is coming in, so there's no reason for IG's to just double down. They're going to decide to back away anyways. Corky's just going to clear out the mid lane wave, so Cassio has to go back. So that's fair. This is just a little bit risky.
Yeah, so moving forward, we're already starting to see some advantages open up for Invictus Gaming. First blood onto Duke against Amazing J. He's 8 CS up, not too much, but in the mid lane, a solid 20 CS lead for Rookie, and even in the bottom lane, Marge is controlling the lane and keeping Jin Zhao locked down.
And so the one positive impact that Ben4 had in the top side of the map resulted in Duke getting a kill. That's what's really hard for Aime right now. It's not that far behind. I mean, Aime's still fairly in the game. It's only about a 600 gold deficit.
Can you really say that's a positive impact, though?
I mean, it's an impact.
It's a Camille.
He got a kill. It's an impact. He got something. That's why the point is that
he got a kill, but he gave a kill.
Yeah, I mean that's essentially what that was the point. I mean, the only positive play that he made was not even a positive play.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that was so. This is really difficult, especially since the Tiamat did go through for Duke, and so any play. I mean, Duke has ulti. If Kid does feel to go topside, I mean, at the very least, Amazing J does have his flash up fairly soon. So.
Yeah.
But Rookie, if he has a lot of push priority if he ever comes to the top side of the map, and he should, because a lot of times what he's doing right now, he's shoving out the lane and trying to auto and harass under tower. What he should be doing is looking to help out the other side of the map, either going bot side as he did earlier, but it didn't work out all too well, or go top side.
Trying to force a fight onto Xin Zhao, as that's both the Stranglethorns and the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, which actually forces Ben4, who is prepping for a gank with Road, into lane. But here comes Rookie, as you've said, along with Kid.
TP is available for Duke, but this is looking a little difficult, so Cassio's already heading back mid. So that was a great disengage from Road. It was just a really tough point for them, but Ben4 was also in the area, so both Tom Kent and the jungler there to save him out.
Amazing J with a very cool untargetable dash dodges the sweep, tactical sweep, as that's a snare onto Ben 4. They are going to try to execute this. Teleport is being used very late. March flashes. That's the exhaust. He's trying to turn it around. That's a quick repel, but here comes Duke, and Road just saves him. Amazing J follows up, and Duke is forced to flash away. They try to re-engage. Snare into Jin Zhao as Rookie is headed down towards the bottom lane.
Rookie.
There's no sign of Athena. He gets the slow, but they made it under the turret, and IG are not able to get anything.
Yeah, the real question now is if they're going to look to double down and defend this turret, they're going to be able to do just that. So that's a great play from Aimee. They were able to push this back and get a kill off of it. So, I mean, now Ashe is running back to the lane. So overall, that was great for them. They were in a tough position, but they were able to come out in a positive way.
They certainly were. That's going to be about a 300 gold difference between the two when it's all said and done. That kill as on Jin Zhao going to help him keep up in gold. Perhaps we will get to see Jin Zhao imp out, as we got to see Shubin do yesterday. I mean, he was doing pretty good damage with that Ziggs in the previous game.
Ooh, yeah, that's true. It's a fair point.
I think that was actually Rusty's call-out during the analyst test. The fact that he was missing those bouncing bombs so consistently in the laning phase. Well, auto attacks are a lot simpler to hit than bouncing bombs.
Yeah, he's in a good position for himself right now. He has a kill. He's got that BF sword and the pickaxe, so he's going towards his IE. Ooh.
That's a repel and onto the blast cone. Ben 4 escapes with some clever pattern.
Gotta love flash.
Rookie just going to force Athena's bluff before he eats a big one.
And so that's the big point between Corki versus Cassiopeia, as Corki's fairly fine. Oh, okay, that's
wow, that actually hit. The hitbox is much larger than expected as Duke again trades it out. Tactical sweep dodged by Amazing J, who just chunks him down to half, and now we're seeing Amazing J. Oh, Road, that's not a good place for a support to be. On top of the miasma, pops the gray health, but gets knocked up regardless. Cocoon on the Kid, and Rookie locks down the kill.
It takes a long time to be able to take that kill, but that's something. Now that Road is dead, that's an Infernal Dragon that they could look towards, but now that Ben 4 is in the area, Jin Zhao could probably do something. So overall, the Dragon is available, but they don't want to commit to it. They're just going to head straight towards the mid lane.
Yeah, Kid's got flash knock-up.
Rookie does want a back here, so he's just trying to get a little bit of help.
Yeah, certainly he has that Morello's. Jin Zhao takes some harassment. 4 is going to flash. Cocoon.
I'm going to miss.
Nobody saw that before.
Yeah, no one.
We're going to put that in your secondary highlight reel that he's slowly also been building of the disaster plays that he tries. Because every once in a while he goes for a play.
Yeah, we don't talk about that.
And Megan eats an ace in the hole before backing away. And it looks like the bottom lane of IG are going to try to get in a quick recall.
Yeah, there's no potions on Megan right now, so he's going to have to recall. It's a good point for Road and the rest of Aime's bottom lane to just kind of relax and start to clear out the wards that do exist here. So they're doing just that. It's a good time to do it. Maybe even, yeah, they're putting a ward to just set up a possible play in the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, well aware of that. The Scryer's Bloom is popped by Kid to keep an eye on Aime. And they did aggro the dragon. Not sure if that was intentional or not.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to. Neither team is going to be able to do it. Really, Ben 4 could possibly look to solo out the dragon if he finds that freedom. It's just not available at the moment, especially with Cassio being such a monster at this point in the game. Does have an Abyssal Scepter and is holding on to the last chapters.
Yeah, the Abyssal Scepter first instead of the Morellonomicon.
It makes a lot of sense because last chapter can really get you going in the sense that every level you said, as I mentioned in the last game, really is a good way to sustain up in terms of mana. So it's nice to have that along with the tier, but Abyssal Scepter makes his lane a little easier.
So it is the lost chapter, right?
Yep.
Where did he find it?
Ooh.
If it was lost.
Wait, did I say last chapter? I actually don't even know. Is it last or lost? I guess it's last. Lost.
Yeah.
Wait, lost.
It's lost.
Oh, okay.
But where did he find it?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either. Maybe someday we'll get a little bit of lore that can explain it.
Maybe.
Maybe Ezreal did some scrounging or something.
The lore is science.
Is it though? I think it's kind of fantasy.
That's science.
Alrighty. Blue buff being gifted over to Rookie, whereas Athena has already picked up his own. He's got the package as well. If a fight were to break out, he would be prepared, but not that much left on that package timer. Ben 4 is actually going to start this, and it looks like Aime are going to try to force the issue. Kid's on the opposite side of the map, and he just used his smites. Ben 4 is going to get this.
The fact that Athena was able to get package means that there's no way that, even tries to help out, just icing on the cake. Really makes it obvious for the enemy team, but there's no way they can actually look to get it.
They're going to try to force a fight here. Arrow narrowly misses. They still managed to catch Ben 4, but Devour is going to knock up Road. They pursue. That's exhaust onto Road. Rookie continuing to get damage. Gets the slow. Another kill. And the chase from Duke, a whole turret and a half deep, is going to solo kill Amazing J in the top lane.
Inevitably, that was going to happen. Maokai being able to keep in the lane is simply because he had good base damages, and it was all up to Camille to get the components to be able to take that fight. So, has a Phage, has a Sheen. As we can look at it, it's a really simple game. Just ult it on top of his face. Get right on top of him. The Sheen procs do a lot of damage, and Amazing J cannot get out of there. He has flash. He has to wait, obviously, until it gets down. But remember, the E cooldown on Duke is really low. He's going to chase it down. He even has flash over there, so it just goes for it.
Yeah, flashes himself to the wall just to make sure that he can catch up. With that, it's also going to be the bottom tier 1 turret now picked up. The first of the game for Invictus Gaming means a finished Essence Reaver and a Zeal completed for Marge. Megan going for those Moby boots once again, along with the Eye of Osiris. Or excuse me, the Eye of the Watchers. Osiris, where did that come from?
You surprised me, because every time I hear the name, I'm like, I guess I knew that one. But in general, I just don't know the name of that item. So I was willing to believe you. If you just said Osiris, I was like, yes. That's the item name.
Absolutely. Whereas Ben separates completely from his spiderlings. Be free, children. And Jinzhou and Road will try to answer by pushing down at this bottom turret. They're doing some damage with BF Sword, Pickaxe, and Zeal. But Duke is on the hunt.
And this is a better play from IG. They're setting their 80 carry to the top side with Ashe ulti. They're going to set up for this play simply because Camille has TP. Maokai does not. Maokai has to be towards the top side of the map to look to defend this, but that's the 80 carry and the support. That's not going to be helping out in the play. So Duke is going to try to just wave clear as much as he possibly can and help out. Cassio was actually...
Rookie was on the way.
Yeah, he was looking to do something possibly to stop them from continuing the push. So that was just a great move from IG to look to get that tower.
Yeah, the Sheriff of Piltover versus the Gray Woman, the Gray Lady. The Lady in Gray?
Who?
Yes, Camille.
Ah, yes.
And she is able to hold that turret for now. Jinzhou and Road are staying just a little bit longer to hope for an opportunistic minion wave, but Duke will not give them that opportunity. 2-1-0 now with the completed Triforce. He can kill just about whoever he so desires if he finds them alone.
Yeah. Right now, Aime's at a bit of a loss. They can't take any solo venture. The bottom lane will just lose to Ashe and Zyra. The top side of the map is just a stomp at this moment for Camille. I can already hear Rusty saying Camille.
Ben 4.
Okay.
Oh, and the arrow for consolidation, just in case. Oh, Road. That's rude.
Just stunned him. But yeah, this game is already looking bad for Aime. They need to be able to look for something now that Ben 4 is down. Nothing is stopping IG from just pressuring mid lane once again now that these side lane towers or these side lane outer towers are down. This is a really scary game for Aime. If not already just for that one pick that we saw.
It really is indeed a 4,000 gold lead for IG. Kid, whoa! Flying Tom Catch. That's a little intimidating.
Yeah, just a tiny bit.
Yeah. They're trying to fight over this blue buff right now as the snare goes wide. Here comes Marge. Blue buff is smited and taken by Kid, as Rookie's own is going to be spawning in under a minute.
So yeah, Athena now that he does not have blue buff, he's going to be at a bit of a loss. Doesn't really have any mana to begin with, so he's going to be looking to push this one wave and backing. Sad day.
Yeah, and Rookie is covering this window rather nicely with a needlessly large rod still sitting on that. Ben 4, oh boy, repels to wait it out. Still is going to land in. That's going to be the flash from Amazing J. And Duke is collapsed upon by 5 members of Aime. The consolation volley fired out by Marge, but Rookie is splitting on the other side of the map. IG have got a window to pressure in the mid lane, seeing Ben 4 still in the jungle and keep Aime occupied, but Rookie just pushes the minion wave up and gets a recall instead.
They were pinging down for that mid lane turret. Of course it was not going to work out. The number advantage is in Aime's favor, and it was just Duke trying to look for a pick, trying to be cute there. And I mean, he just did not recognized that Ben 4 has a repel. He's going to be able to deny it. And so he was looking for, he queued Elise initially and was looking for the second puck that would have killed him, but the timing, of course, ran out.
Yeah.
And so the rest of the team just was able to help him out.
I feel like Aime listened to our advice in the previous game, as Amazing J and Ben 4 are actually going to look for this tier 1 here, doing a lot of damage with the Spiderlings. Arrow flash dodge from Ben 4, good reaction.
Yeah, he needed to do that.
In order to keep himself alive. The turret left standing with barely a breeze of health left. But IG didn't dive at all during that last game. Well, now they've got a Camille.
Yeah, I mean, that helps.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Taking our advice in the analyst desk to heart.
I mean, Maokai is a very good diver, so that's not so much a champion thing. I mean, at the very least, Duke was looking for that play, so that's always nice. But the play, even though that was nice to see from him trying and he had the confidence, mid lane was a little bit of an easier task as the tower just goes down in the bottom side of the map. So this is once again IG being a little bit messy after these outer turrets. The side lane outer turrets are down. This is the time where they should buckle down and just look for the mid lane tower. Be it Cassio going into the side lane and shoving it up with Camille on the top side of the map, it should be very easy. There's no way that gets stopped. And then they just converge on this mid lane tower. They just weren't doing it.
Yeah, Duke is slowly shredding through Amazing J, gets down about a third of his health. Meanwhile, Infernal Dragon has spawned, and immediately Ben 4 and Athena are going to try this once again. Kid is pretty far away, though he's racing towards the pit. Here comes Marge. Arrow actually collides with Athena. He stalled for just a little bit longer, but the Cocoon zones him away. Tries to finish it off. Flash over the wall. It's actually picked up by Marge's auto attack, but now Marge is going to have to flash over the wall. He will escape with his life, and Kid does the same. Amazing J in the front is saved by Road. Caught mid-animation and tossed right back in on top of Marge. That is the face of regret. Duke is split pushing on the other side as he canceled his teleport, and IG, losing their AD carry and jungler, have got to back away from this as Duke continues to look for the top tier 2.
Yeah, Rookie is still alive in that one. And at the very least, as you mentioned, Duke looking to continue that split push and get the towers is going to be fantastic for them. They get a Dragon Fort. Sure, they lose 2 kills, which is a bit messy and is almost never worth it. There's always the cleaner play. But at least they get something off of this. And this is interesting because this is great from Ben 4 to be able to ward off and defend Athena for that duration. It looked really messy, and I don't think, yeah, the smite was down for Ben 4. He tried to smite it, or at least it just went down. So overall, this looked really messy. And just take a look at Amazing J. That was great from Road to be able to save his life, but just spitting him out.
Right back out on top of Marge. Like, get in there. The AD carry has no flash.
That was hilarious.
Jin Zhao is going to get some chip damage onto the mid tier 1, but Kid and Marge will save it in time to keep it standing. So it is still a 3-to-1 turret advantage as Duke has pretty successfully won in the top lane. However, he seems to be having some difficulty spreading that advantage across the map.
And that was the same, that was actually the same problem we had with him in the last game, where he was a massive Maokai and he just didn't look to dive, didn't look to set it up with him. So right now, that he has an extra tower to his name on the top side of the map. What that does mean is that he can continue to shove. And just take a look at this. I actually just don't know what happened.
Oh, did Rookie die? I think Rookie might have died, yeah. They get the exhaust. He doesn't have any flash. And flash auto from Jin Zhao into a remnant sapling tossed by Amazing J in the previous fight. That's just unfortunate.
So it just goes back to the point where they're playing this game fairly messy. Once again, when they have a massive lead for themselves. So the lead is shrinking to a 2K lead, 3K lead. I mean, in IG's favor, but it's just Aime's starting to get back into it. They still have a composition with Corki and Caitlyn, with Maokai as well. That makes it very difficult to team fight. It doesn't even matter that IG do have the pick with Ashe, and here we go.
Oh, field goal. Marge chucks it out, and Road kind of laughs as it walks away.
These are massive character models with the Tom Kench too. Just not able to hit it. I mean, Tom Kench was not the person he was looking for.
Yeah, the best target.
You kind of had to. I mean, even if you don't hit the Tom Kench is going to save anybody who did get hit. So it's just very hard for Marge to be able to get a pick if it's not Tom Kench himself.
Yeah, he actually picked this into the Tom Kench, which was picked second for Aime. And as a result, we're actually seeing Jin Zhao on this Caitlyn a much more comfortable carry for him. A full 25 CS ahead. It's not that much in the grand scheme of things, but it is keeping him in this game as he's 2-0-3 on that Caitlyn. So perhaps Aime might have to put their eggs in the Jin Zhao basket.
Yeah, and the Vamp Scepter's gone through. It looks like he might just go to either a BF Sword or hold on to it, and there's not a lot of armor coming in on the side of IG other than Kid. At this point, I would like for him to just get a rapid fire cannon on top of what he already does have, so he can just be a bit of a beast with a lifesteal on top of it. So that would be nice from Jin Zhao. It would be interesting to see what his decision is after this. But right now, I mean, I guess he has the decision because he's able to stall out with the rest of his team.
Yeah, he's holding down that fort with the mid tier 1 turret. We just saw the 1-3-1 attempted from IG with Rookie in the top lane, continuing to catch CS. Just getting bigger and bigger on that Cassiopeia, whereas Duke shoved in the minion wave on the bottom and forced Athena to respond. Jin Zhao and Marge continue to catch these minions in the mid, though. And all in all, we're not seeing too much excitement outside of the occasional arrow being chucked down mid lane.
And it's a game of relative strength at this point, so sure, Rookie is pushing this up and he's getting more gold for himself, but take a look at this.
Yeah, they're going to try to force a fight onto Duke, who makes it over the wall, but Amazing J follows, and the Blast Cone knocks him back into the team. Good presence of mind as Duke, locks him down and leaps over the wall, but a flash from Athena will get that. The rest of Invictus Gaming are starting out the Baron. Ben 4 with the early Guardian Angel is going to stop it, however, and IG end up coming out the worst for this.
Yeah, that is a very early Guardian Angel, but regardless of that, IME are making the right picks onto Duke. Duke is not really shoving out in the right times. Now, IME was able to get the mid lane turret.
Yeah, the mid tier 1 finally broken by IME. 2 turrets to 3 in this matchup. And it looks like IME are the ones who might be able to come back in this series and bring us to a game 3, as they're now the ones with the momentum.
I don't know what the coaching staff for IG told them in the back, but it wasn't the right thing. We're getting the same issue where they're not willing to dive with Camille. Camille ended up building a Spirit Visage really quickly, so there's no real damage coming in. He's supposed to be that pick factor, maybe looking to just continue the split push against the Amazing J here, but that's just not... he's probably looking to team fight. That's what he should look to do. The reason why he should look to do that is because right now with these waves shoving in, the inner towers, I guess there's only one inner tower, it's the bot inner tower for IME. That doesn't matter. Just push in the top side of the map and just converge onto mid. This mid lane tower should be easy to dive on.
That has always been IG's issue. And seems like they're seeing the same trouble once again. Perhaps Rookie back on Katarina, something that can get in and get out a little bit more nimbly, enable him to force these fights a little more effectively. However, they're all grouped as 5 in the mid lane right now.
This is going to be really difficult for IG. They're looking to play that vision game near Baron, but it's a very hard game to play when mid lane outer turret's still available for IME. So they can be really safe while still looking to contest vision in the area. So IME are still in a good position. They're going to sit right there mid.
Yeah, they might try to force a fight here. Road has got the Abyssal Voyage as they're trying to get through this Mountain Drake. Kid is going to be separated from his team. He's got a tunnel, but Amazing J forces the fight. Arrow catches Ben 4, but now they have completely sacrificed the pit entirely. And IME are going to say thank you very much and pick up that Mountain Drake.
I mean, that's just free for the pickings for IME. IME are back in the same scenario, and now they're just 800 to 700 gold behind. That's pretty much nothing at this point.
Suddenly Invictus Gaming seems like they might have run out of gas in this game and are just hoping to coast to victory, but IME are chugging along. Pedal-powered vehicle.
Yeah, so this is a perfect game for IME where, sure, they once again had early game problems and fell to IG's pressure in the individual laning phases, but I guess it could be the best opportunity for them to chip at this turret.
Yeah, they're starting to break it down, but the minion wave is cleared so quickly that they have to be careful. Kid knocks Road away by knocking him up. Cocoon actually catches Duke. He's level 13 to level 15, and Duke has to run away from that level 13 Elise going full tank.
It hurts that Duke was finally looking for the right play, but you know, Ben 4 recognizes that and was able to just stop him. That shouldn't stop him entirely. He should be there.
The arrow catches Ben 4. There's the Abyssal Voyage and teleport, but they managed to get the turret stopping that teleport as well.
He was taking the healing plants at the same time, so if IG were in that fight, that's a 4v5. But they were able to get the mid lane tower. That's still a victory for IG.
Yeah, finally they break it down, but they now see Duke over the wall. He can leap over that. Yeah, he's going to hookshot his way in. IG are setting up for this, trying to pull the minion wave around, but IME just give it a big loop around that brush and pick their way back there.
Unless if Camille can just outright delete Jin Zhao here, this is fairly hard for him to team fight up against the Maokai. Maokai has the 2 item power spike and is looking for the third item being the GA. If that's the case, it's actually going to be very easy for him to pressure out IG as a whole as a team. Meanwhile, Duke is looking fairly squishy. The only real defensive item he does have is in that Spirit Visage, so he's going to be a little easier to deal with if he does look to dive in the backline.
Yeah.
So this is turning into a harder game for IG. Team fighting might be difficult, especially for how far IME has gone right now.
Yeah, and Duke did just pick up the Vamp Scepter, so he could be looking for the Ravenous Hydra Camille build, as Ben 4 is going to help Athena push this minion wave up to finally knock down that remaining tier 1 turret.
And this is great from Jin Zhao. He did actually go towards the rapid fire cannon because he recognizes not a lot of armor coming in from this team. So now that he has a lot of attack speed, a lot of crit to his name at this point, he is ready to team fight. He is sitting here. Athena has the Corki package. They are hitting their spikes here. GA just finished for Amazing J. Right now, if you're IME, sure, you're 2k behind or at least close to that, but you're ready to team fight.
Yeah, package used defensively by Athena, as he's got that Maw of Malmortius, hopefully to help him survive some of the damage Rookie is going to be dishing out in this next fight with the recall that's finished Morel and Omicron at the 31.5-minute mark, sitting on that lost chapter for a very long time. He was really giving it a thorough read, as the Abyssal Scepter and Void Staff are already completed well in advance, so he should be able to get some damage onto just about every member of IME if he can stay alive long enough.
Yeah, and the question about that is not even just long enough. Does he have the range? Rookie here, that's the biggest problem with Cassiopeia. If you ever get into that mid-range, you're going to be doing a lot of damage, but there's a lot of range on IME right here, where Jin Zhao technically won't be in range, or at least he's in flash range, so he has to worry about it, but Athena can get that constant poke off. And so Athena, with how much damage he's doing right now, he does need a rapid fire cannon. He has a lot of damage, but he does need a little bit more.
Ooh. Might try to catch Ben 4, but he dodges the tactical sweep. The arrow flies right on down. Athena barely bats an eye as it passes inches from his face.
Oh!
And, ooh, flash over the snare, traded for a flash cocoon. Abyssal Voyage can try to collapse onto Megan. He did just use his flash. This is a lot of commitment for just the support. Duke makes it over the wall, and who's the target he's going to look to isolate? Rookie is dishing damage out onto Amazing J, and Road will call it quits on this fight, pulling Road back to safety. The slow catches Jin Zhao, and Kid gets a big knockup. Duke tries to go in, and Rookie and Marge are trying to shred through. They manage to kill Road, and Megan on the side is setting up some plans to flank. Amazing J respawns with the GA. And, oh, they catch Megan on the way out. Athena fires more rockets here, continuing to chase. Duke is low health, and the recall is canceled. Athena has got a lot of work to do with these rockets if he wants to help. And here comes Amazing J. This is not a very good setup for Invictus Gaming. Instead, they're going to turn onto the Baron. Kid gonna recall. He's got the ultimate, the Void Rush, along with the teleport available for Duke. They have no vision inside of the pit.
They do it
He's
really
on top
quickly.
of a control ward, and this with the Mountain Drake. This is Baron picked up. Kid flanking in from behind.
Athena.
He turns onto Athena on the back. Duke is exhausted and will still be able to get the kill, though the jungler is dead. Jin Zhao is running away, though he stepped on a sapling, and Duke now is kiting it out on the far side. They're able to kill Marge with some assistance from Ben 4 with some assistance from Marge.
But IME, Road, on there we go. But Jin Zhao, Road, and Amazing J are still alive with the Baron, so that was a great play to come back with that TP, even though the initial point of that was a little iffy. But they come out of it, are able to force that situation. Let's get a pick on that one. This was really difficult because Duke was able to get back into the backline. Athena was blown up. But overall, just look at how much damage Jin Zhao does here. So he got 500 damage crit. Duke could not go in on it, and this is why this game is difficult, because Amazing J is such a beast at this point in the game in team fights. Meanwhile, if Duke ever has a bit of time with Athena and Jin Zhao, it's actually Duke that has to watch out. He doesn't have any armor on him. He's starting to build it right now, but it's going to be a really tough point if he doesn't get the initial deletion.
Certainly is going to be tough, but as you said, IME have got that Baron buff still on Jin Zhao and Amazing J. Question is, what do they set up for? It looks like Infernal Drake. The arrow catches Amazing J, and Road resets it. He tries to turn it back around and leaps forward into this. Stranglethorns is going to knock him up. He doesn't have too much time and will try to dodge. That's a huge shield. And finally, he goes down to Duke, who cleans him up from over the wall. Jin Zhao eats some huge damage from Rookie. Marge flashes in, and then gets right back over with the blast cone. That was amazing. Duke follows up onto Road, who flashes too late as they clean up the kill onto Marge. And the advantage IME just had was discarded within seconds.
Marge and Rookie were gods in that one. They really set it up that even though Jin Zhao was doing so much damage, he needed to back away from that situation. You cannot tank Rookie, and of course March finished it up with a little bit of a tap and then got away to safety due to that blast plant.
Yeah, flash auto attack into the blast cone. Huge presence of mind as Duke trying to zone Athena away. He's got some help from Megan, who eats a turret shot. Meanwhile, Marge and Rookie are shoving down in the mid lane. They finally break down that mid tier 2 turret and are now looking to steal away the red buff. Duke and Megan continuing to keep the spot lane occupied.
Yeah, they're starting to really find their rhythm here. They're starting to really look towards these towers. That was a problem last time around. That was a problem this game too. But they're starting to go for it. So Amazing Jay, it was hard because he looked like he was going to get burnt down. Duke was in a really difficult position, but the Zyra Stranglethorn was amazing there. And so Amazing Jay just gets deleted, even though that's a massive kill. But look at Jin Zhao's positioning here. He's trying to get as much damage as possible, but he's just taking too much. And so there we go. Marge gets in there, and he gets out. And look at this. He puts him in the pen and walks away. So, you know, you're not going to help Ben 4 at all. He's going to get deleted. And that's exactly what happened.
Duke still respecting Athena's damage. He's level 18 already. So much solo CS, 367 minions, 3 items down. Athena does work at this point in the game. You have got to respect that, Quirky. So we're starting to see Invictus Gaming reclaim the tempo in this matchup. However, they don't have any big neutral objectives they can take. They just took their second Infernal. Baron's not going to be up for about another 5 minutes, which means it's back to standard laning and setups.
Yeah, so just getting back to this point, it's still in IG's favor now, simply because they already had a big win in the last point. Now, a lot of goals flowed into Duke's pockets. He's finished up that Ravenous Hydra, which is interesting.
Ooh, actually managed to catch Jin Zhao there, but he's immediately saved by Road. There's a redemption in case they want to fight. Road actually steps out of it.
Yeah, Duke is starting to get the items going for himself, so he can continue to look for this now that he has a lot of defense to his name. Just in that one armor item, it's called Warden's Mail, I believe?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. I've got the items right. Warden's Mail, and on top of that, the Spear Visage. So he's able to continuously look for these picks. And now it's interesting that he's gone towards the Ravenous Hydra. That usually indicates that he's going to split push a little bit more with the sustain that he has. So that's a positive in his way. It's interesting to see if he does continue to look towards team fights, because in general, Titanic Hydra works just as well. And it also has, in general, it works better for him.
Get a lot more health out of that Titanic Hydra instead of the sustain from the Ravenous. So a bit of a trade-off as Duke is keeping Amazing Jay occupied, both at level 18 now. Only a 40 different CS difference between them. And looking at pretty much up and down, there's not too much CS difference from anyone. IMA were able to come out of the laning phase rather comfortably. They're only down 2 kills, they're only down 2 turrets, and they're even in Dragons right now. So this is a much better situation than the previous game.
Well, comfortably, I don't know. I guess that's one way to put it. Their laning phases were essentially a disaster, and they have to really figure that out. It's only comfortable because IG once again are continuously messing up how they look to play that mid game out and how they look to converge onto mid lane. A lot of their dive threat just doesn't go through. I mean, Marge's Ashe ultis haven't been very impactful. Not only, like, when he does hit them, nothing comes out of it. And when he's looking for it, there's not a lot of setup because Camille is not in the right area. Rek'Sai hasn't really looked to set him up properly. So overall, he's just sending out Hail Marys. And it just comes down to IG's poor setup this game.
Well, seems like they're setting up now in the bottom lane. Duke bringing in 4 minions along with Marge and Megan as he starts to try to get these under the turret, but Jin Zhao is already there, and they swing it right back towards mid. So, setup and dismissal.
Yeah, they're just testing IMA for the most part. If they were given at least 1 or 2 seconds with it, Camille does a lot of damage to that turret along with the rest of his team. That would have meant something, but IMA's just been on the ball in terms of defensive play here, and Duke is just on top of a ward. Uh-oh. Oh, no, that's how it's like, wait a minute.
He's trying to bait Jin Zhao forward, but Jin Zhao knows, and Duke actually sees the Abyssal Voyage from Road before leaping through the river back to safety.
Yeah, that doesn't turn anything.
Meanwhile, Baron's up in 45 seconds and Infernal in 45 after. So already IG are prepping towards that Baron side of the map.
And this is a power play for IG, that the fact that they're setting up towards the Baron, they are there in position, just pushing IMA away, but they still have to deal with Duke. He is looking to continuously split push, and Maokai alone won't be able to help that out. So if they deal, or at least allow Duke to sit in that lane, especially since he just finished that Randuin's Omen, he's going to not care about Amazing J and just smack that tower. So that someone has to deal with him. And someone has to deal with IG taking this. Oh, yeah. Someone has to deal with this. It looks like IG are just going to sit here.
Yeah, Jin Zhao does have a blue trinket, and Ace in the Hole will find Megan, but Ben 4 eats an arrow, and the GA is instantly popped. He's got Repel, but there are no plans for him to come to. Even the Stranglethorns for an immediate knock-up. Excellent timing. Amazing J completes his teleport, and Duke will walk it back forwards towards the rest of his team, potentially flanking or just keeping them occupied, while IG start out on that Baron. And they clean it up easy peasy.
Yeah, that was an easy one. And so for the most part, now that mid lane inner turret's going to be the next focus. Oh, they're just going to look to try and get that. Oh, goodbye.
Yeah, that's a fun interaction as Duke actually tries to engage onto Amazing J before turning onto Jin Zhao. He's soaking a lot of damage here, but that Caitlyn is shredding through his health. He's forced to back away, and the final barrage misses. He's brought right back up as Athena continues to fire these bullets in. Amazing J is saved at the last second by Road, but dies to the poison in the stomach of Road.
Wonder which poison was the one that killed him. Acid in this man's stomach? Nah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the Cassiopeia Venom.
Yeah, one of those two. Overall, that's just a great play from IG, even though they're getting denied constantly by Road. And they're just going to be able to get this tower as well. This is just IG taking tower after tower, not that they recognize they're so far ahead. And they have Baron as well, so.
Yeah, they still have a full minion wave. Duke actually teleported to get back in there.
Oh.
He finds Ben 4 on the side, and Kid is going to follow him. The turret actually is dropped, and IG this time are aggressively pushing these inhibitor turrets. They are not going to give Aime the respect that they did in the previous game.
Yeah, and so there's no wave here. They didn't really prep it up, so now they're just going to take a lot of damage from the tower. This is going to be a little easier for Aime to defend. They're not going to be able to do so, but at the very least, the inhib is alive. They're not going to be happy with that anyways. I mean, losing objectives at this point of the game is just really damaging. 42 minutes, though. The IEs are coming through from both Athena and Jin Zhao, so there's still an option for them to come back.
There are some pings right now towards the Elder Dragon from Aime. They could try to force a fight with IG, but it would be awfully risky considering how built up that Cassiopeia is, and that is, in fact, a 6-item barge completely stacked up.
And so Jin Zhao is setting up the traps. These are good traps. Not able to completely use it, but Kid does not have the HP necessary for this.
Yeah, they set up the package to create a wall. The arrow catches Athena from downtown. Amazing J's tanking in the front, but they're looking to finish off the Elder Dragon. It's picked up by Ben 4. Duke flanks from behind. It's Road who's going to be knocked up, but they managed to clean up both Ben 4 and Amazing J despite the Elder Dragon. And Jin Zhao is trying as best he can, but he cannot in fact do it. Duke looking to follow up on Athena has got to respect the Corki. Marge even flanking the Elder Dragon. They managed to get the stun, and that is the ace. With Baron buff, Invictus Gaming bring this minion wave down home.
Yeah, that has to be the game, but that was incredible. That was incredible use from Duke, being able to use ulti on top of Athena to zone him out completely. So suddenly Amazing J, he was tanking a lot, but he was not doing, or at least his backline wasn't able to do much damage at all.
Yeah, the first Nexus turret falls, the second one drops with it, and that is Invictus Gaming taking game number 2, a very drawn-out 2-0 series over Aime.
That was, even though that was a little messy, that was expected. IG, coming out of that, really far ahead in the laning phase. They came out with that one early, and they were able to take the game.
Yeah, they certainly were. Now joining us once again on the analyst desk is Zach Rusty Pie. Welcome back.
They worked out how to close, Dom. IG, it might have taken a Camille that existed. Perhaps that's a big aiding factor into how they were able to close, but they actually did it. They broke the base. Invictus Gaming do get a well-deserved 2-0 victory, but we have seen some positives from Aime throughout the series.
Yeah, that was a very difficult game for IG, and it seems very difficult for them. Even though they did learn the lesson later on in the game, it took a bit of it took Camille. It took a bit of defensive items on that Camille to really feel comfortable about getting those dives in those team fights. But it ended up happening. It was a great win for them. And Aime, I mean, we saw a lot of successful points from them when they were in the late game, but the early game was still a problem.
Yeah, it certainly was. That landing phase, they struggled quite a bit. You can see towards the mid game, they actually started taking some fights and really bringing it back, almost getting back to even in gold, but IG set it up and were able to close that match out with the 2-0.
Yeah, the thing that we did see from Aime was actually, as you mentioned, the ability to start fighting in the mid-game. They hit the big Corki spikes, get the Trinity Force, start moving around the map, not even necessarily with a package, just because you hit the level 11 point. But really, all things considered for Aime, and as good as they were in that mid-game and trying to claw themselves into an advantageous position, Rookie was just too good.
Yeah.
They get picks, and he would equalize the health bars by himself without using his ultimate.
Yeah, Rookie played incredibly well with what was essentially given to him. Even though the power spikes was going through for Aime, it was just Duke. We talked about him, and we really, I guess, upped his value in a sense by saying that he was playing really well with the team. This was a set in which he just wasn't doing that.
He didn't need to. Again, that's the big thing here. Is like he's going to pick Camille. He's going to pick a top laner like Maokai. And the problem with him was he was split pushing on Maokai. So I like that IG have said, well, you just get a split pushing champion. And you can group up later on anyway when we're ahead.
Yeah. And to continue talking about Rookie a little bit more, the fact that he was so strong in laning phase in game number 1. He was camped, so he would continue to get stronger and stronger. And then in game number 2, he was still camped even more. But this time, Athena finally had something a little bit more self-sufficient to keep himself alive. And that, as you said, the Corki getting the power spikes was able to keep Aime in the game during the mid-game.
Yeah, so he wasn't just getting bullied when he was on that Varus. This time around, he was on the Corki, and it was working out fairly well for him.
Yeah, Corki, the difference is he has a lot of self-sustaining peel. He doesn't need to be like a Varus, as we do get to see some action again in this bottom lane. I believe one of the later fights where we watch Marge be an absolute badass.
Yeah, the moment you recognize Jin, I mean, this was a losing fight for Aime, but for 1 second, just even a split of a second, Caitlyn was out of position, and people recognized that he was on Cassio, and of course.
Not only was he out of position, Rookie just dodged all of his spells and got him to 1 tick away where the Ashe could flash over. And again, we're seeing this highlight reel from like this awesome like confidence move out of the Ashe, gets the explosive plant to safety. But what you don't see is Rookie literally dodging everything and doing 90% of the health because he's in the middle of a cluster of teammates and enemies and still can find the right target.
Just exceptional skill that we're seeing out of Rookie. And in fact, the MVP, we're going to give that game over towards Megan. 2, 1, and 12 involved in 78%. His first MVP so far.
Yep, 100%. I think he was MVP. I actually would not have given it to anyone else. There was a very clear-cut strategy that IG were going towards in this game, and it was actually kill Amazing J. Kill the Maokai. When the tank's dead, the rest of the team will crumble behind them. And the way they're going to do this, the way they're going to execute is Ashe hits the arrow, they follow up with Zyra, but then the Zyra's ultimate had to zone the rest of the team. If it didn't zone the rest of the team, Tahm Kench can save him, and if Tahm Kench saves him, they reset. And when Aime were resetting fights, they were winning.
Yeah, and we even saw with that last replay as well. The Zyra ulti was perfectly well played, and I think he played out team fights incredibly well. Didn't get really deleted in any point of the game. He played a very consistent game, and that's not the same case with the rest of the team other than Rookie. I think Rookie was a really strong and consistent point for the team, so if you could debate it, it would be Rookie taking that MVP. But you know what? This is a good moment for the support player to get that as well.
On the significantly squishier Zyra compared to last game where he was the Malzahar with the Void Shift and still going down, albeit completely different circumstances against a completely different team, but still showing, hey, you know what, I died a whole bunch during the last game, I can tighten it up a bit.
Yeah, and again, having the same purpose but doing it in a more refined way. We came into this second game, we were talking about it in the pregame, what changes. I like that they actually did change it, so Malzahar doesn't exist for them. Zyra feels like a very similar train of thought, is that you can catch people out of position, but you can also peel for your team just as much. Malzahar can ult like a Maokai or a Nautilus and lock them down. The kill threat's a little bit lacking, whereas with Zyra, you can ult the whole team, damage the whole team, like impact everything at once.
Yeah.
Yeah, very effective play from Invictus Gaming overall, but that is now Aime suffering their, I think that is their 3rd defeat overall, which puts them at 2 and 3 in the standings and tying Invictus Gaming for first right now with RNG, who will be playing next. How do we look for Aime to improve moving forward? I mean, week 1, they came out so strong, and then week 2, they have just fallen and not been able to pick themselves up.
For me, it starts, I mean, their mid and late game are just fine, right? They've shown time and time again they can actually outplay IG in the mid game. They can outplay them in the late game once they get to that equal standing. They just need to get to equal standing. For Ben 4, we need to see either it just need to be Ben 4, Road, and Athena need to work a little bit more together to be able to get the vision control in the mid lane. For the most part, it fell fairly flat here. I think the jungler here, I think it was Kid. Kid definitely had a lot more pressure in the mid lane, even when he was on a negative matchup when he was playing that Rek'Sai. So overall, I just want to see more of an effort between the three to really strengthen their lanes up.
Yeah, I think lane strength is actually the number one thing I'd look towards as well. I wouldn't say Amazing J could have done much more. He was against a Camille, but mid lane behind in CS, Rookie's able to out pressure him. They ban Orianna, so they very much indicate they're going to pick something like a Cassiopeia, and they still pick the Corki into it, which is fine. You can build Hex Drinker, but still loses lane, and that could be Ben 4. It could be the fact that the 2v2 is weaker, but there's something that needs to be looked at in this middle lane. And then bottom lane just needs to find a way to either win or pick more facilitative champions. Like maybe IMA's AD carry should be the one playing the Ashe. The Jhin works for them in the same way, but they're not getting these champions.
Yeah.
So we've already mentioned that IMA are the hard-working team. They've got 2 weeks before they have to play against cross-group opponents. Is hard work enough to improve lanes, or is this just a skill thing?
I mean, hard work is always enough. I mean, even if it's skill, if you put in the extra work together as a team, that's going to mean a lot more. And so they've always been that team, much like WE in a sense, where they don't have the best players, but as a team, if they work hard enough, they can actually work these problems together.
And the best players can also be stars if you work well as a team. In saying that, it really does come down to what they're trying to fix or how they're trying to fix it. If they believe their bottom lane is lacking mechanically, as an example, they can just play solo queue for 12 hours a day for a week and that week off instead of scrimming, and then come back with a scrim block and practice teamwork again. If it's teamwork, just scrim a lot more, communicate and have strategies.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they will improve as we get into cross-group play. We're going to go ahead and take a break while we get ready for our next matchup. Thank you so much for watching. We're going to be taking on RNG versus LGD.
Something's building, it's a picture, it's a rhythm, it's a context. It's been stepping at your heels, trying to feel what is up next. Everybody's on the pulse of it and dancing to a new groove. You can sit, you can lie, but you know your feet have ground.
Welcome back to the LPL Week 3 and our final game of Week 3, Day 4, and the week. I was right on both of accounts, actually.
There you go.
Stuck to my guns. My name is Richard Pauls Cam. I'm still on the desk with my good colleagues and friends, Zach Rusty Pie and Razzle Plasm himself. Hello, gentlemen. Coming into the desk for this final game, and it's been a pretty fast day so far. Actually, 2-0 is like across the board, and ones that we may not have even thought were going to happen in the first place.
Yeah, for the most part, we expected it. It was a little crazy over there. Just quick wrap-ups other than that 60-minute game. Other than that one, it was quick.
I mean, it was still 2-0, so
Yeah.
for what it's worth, quick, but OMG being able to take out Snake? What on
Yeah,
earth?
that's the biggest thing, right? And like even seeing Snake a couple of days ago, yes, they kind of imploded, but I didn't realize that it imploded that hard. But still, going on to our final matchup of the day, it is LGD versus RNG. LGD actually played Snake the other day, actually, when they had those problems with SOFM. So in terms of learnings from LGD, it's hard to say whether they were like good or bad, but we do know they're improving, and at the very least, look more consistent as a team.
Yeah, LGD have, I would say, improved at least a bit. Imp, in particular, has started to rise into form, and when the AD carry of LGD is in form, their shot caller who works with their AD carry has more freedom to work around the map. So overall, I'd say LGD's gotten better, but it's simply as a result of their bottom lane being better.
Yeah, they're playing much better, but at the same time, they're being given a lot more space. So I like the Maokai pick coming in from Funny. It's such a small thing, right? But I don't like him just consistently going towards carries, unless if he's an incredibly talented player. But being able to facilitate and open up space for your, not only for Waylas, but also for your bottom lane as well, it really is a simple task that can really pull your team ahead.
Yeah, and we did learn that LGD have other things in their draft apart from just the crazy stuff we saw from them coming out of Lunar New Year, which was like the Ivans, the Ziggs in mid lane, things like that. They went to a more conventional composition, so we know that they have not only learned, but also have more available to them in terms of their drafts.
And if there's one thing we've learned, it's that Ivern is banned from them because of how good it was when we did see it. So yeah, they had to bring out these new strategies, and they have made it work accordingly. I think Caitlyn's the other big one that will now stand to attention is like, do we actually ban this from LGD because they're always winning with it?
Sure. And looking towards the bot lane as well, but also on the opposite side, looking towards RNG and Uzi and Ming. We actually had that whole day where Froskuren was very hyped about like the supports in general. What can these rookies actually do? I think for the most part, we saw players turn up, like Megan, as we saw earlier today, also a couple of days ago. So looking at Ming, it seems like he is actually evolving as a shot caller and to help out the team in general.
Yeah, these supports they're coming in, specifically Ming coming in from the LSPL, big questions are if you were going to be able to shot call for his team or really just perform in general. He has been doing it. In fact, RNG has been finding a lot of success here. So it's good question is if they're going to be able to pull out forward and ahead, especially in this game where he is going up against a legend in PY in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I think when we look at this bottom lane, we have a young, inexperienced shot caller against the oldest support the LPL has seen as well, who I think has now got the record for the most assists in the LPL. So doing a lot of good work down there, but a really hard ask because the experience from PYL is definitely notable. Even his adaptations, he is obsessed with explosive plants. Like 100% will find that explosive plant, whether it's just to pop it or to use it.
And it's just fun to watch. We saw the highlight from the last game as well, as he was like, if you see a blast plant, then you better make a play on it, you know, in the end. So also looking at the rest of the map from RNG, I mean, just in general, are we thinking that RNG is as a consistent team as LGD? Because these are still middle of the table teams, right? So right now, this game is like looking towards who can separate themselves from the pack.
It's a bit of a scary question because my question is, what are we going to see from LGD? I think we do have a more consistent RNG. I think they do look towards more plays. In fact, MLXG specifically is a lot more conservative with himself. A lot of the times, his errors, his mistake was a bit of SOFM-esque where he would just go alone and die out. But now we're seeing him play a little bit more far back and waiting for the objective. So we're seeing consistency from RNG. But the question is when we do see a more primed LGD that can topple it.
I am not willing to call them consistent until the end of this set. I think even if they lose, but they look like they're doing the same things, then I'm happy to give them the coin of consistency. But when you're playing, like LGD as an example against Snake, I couldn't say they're consistent. I'd say Snake's inconsistent. And with RNG, the same thing applies. So we need to see them use what worked for them in their last set, replicate this again.
Yeah.
So what exactly do you want to see from them in terms of what you want to see them do in game? Is it not only the draft but like execution? Is it plays around objectives?
It's the way they're playing, most importantly, right? So RNG, they needed somebody to step up and actually be the big carry for the team. I think MLXG and Xiaohu actually played a big part of this, working together as two of the most experienced members on the team. So what I want to see from them is more 2v2, more rotations as a 2v2, and actually communicating as a team, because it's not Ming's job to get you to 15 minutes in the game. It's actually your jungler that has a bigger say in this, and MLXG has been doing really well.
That's fair, and I agree with that point where I want to see RNG look to play around that a little bit more. Meanwhile, I want to see LGD it's a simple ask to see more consistency in their compositions. So if I want to see them look to prioritize tanky champions in the top lane and just allow Imp and Wayless to go up. If we can get that, because there'll be a few moments where LGD want to look to outplay, and if they can get those moments, that'll be grand. And I think giving them the space to do so will be the right answer.
Do you think we'll actually see any bans or like emphasis towards the bottom lane? Because we focused in on those supports, but we have to look at the ADCs as well, like Uzi and Imp as well, who looked extremely good a couple days ago. So is there anything you want to take away from them? We did see a big pinch on Uzi last time we saw him play.
Perhaps the Caitlyn, but it feels like Uzi has been fine playing against the Caitlyn, because he looks to counterpick quite a bit with the Ezreal and the Caitlyn. That's something that Imp has looked to go towards. So I don't believe there will be an outright ban unless if it's just a simple Varus. But overall, I think the counterpicks are well and available. We have seen a few Ezreal around.
So regardless, we'll take a look at the lineups here. Let me, MLXG, Xiaohu, Uzi, and Ming. So no changes today for their lineup. We have seen a lot of roster changes this week in general for teams, but not for RNG. Moving on to the other side, their opponents today will be LGD. And they're still running Funny in the top lane with Amy in the jungle. He did come in this week with God V, Imp, and PYL still in that bottom lane.
And when we look at the bottom lanes, it is a pretty heavy hitting 2v2. Not just supports, not just AD carries. You put them together, they're definitely a massive threat on both of these teams. And when we're talking about, as you mentioned, what are the bans, or is there any focus towards this bottom lane? Uzi has Kate and Jhin banned away from him, but I know that Imp had placed Sivir into the Jhin, and I know that they've got the Ezreal into the Caitlyn, as you just mentioned. Yeah. So I wouldn't say there is a ban. I think that both of the AD carries have a big enough ego as well that they'll be able to say, I will just pick the counter and we will beat it in the 2v2. And the question is more, can the supports round that out? Because if you pick a Jhin, you want something that has like a Malzahar or a Misfortune with that to be able to lock it down, and they need to play it well as well.
Yeah, the only AD carry I would see getting banned would be that Varus. For the most part, we've seen a lot of Malzahar priority in the last few days. I don't think any of these teams will allow Malzahar to go through, and if they do, then maybe we see a Tahm Kench, but I don't think any of these bottom lanes will want to have a Tahm Kench in this lane. No. They don't want to give away bot lane priority.
So without that focus, if we look at the rest of the map, you already mentioned the Ivern, Raz. So are we looking towards any other roles that you do want to hit, or are we just seeing the main three just going to be banned away, and then say a Varus and then like an Ivern?
It's a good question. I think there isn't really anything that I want to take away from both teams, because we're seeing different styles from both of these teams here, except for maybe Maokai. Syndra,
Godvi is the best Syndra in the LPL, and he was the first person to pick up the new Syndra. I personally believe that if you give him that, you auto lose games, just because he is that good on it.
That's fair, but I think RNG would just be fine with that, simply because they've gone towards the Echo pick towards it. So it might not be, I mean, it's Wayless, so a lot of the times you're looking at that and say, you know, it's Syndra's Wayless, it's a respect ban. But if they've given it away in the past for those counter picks for Xiaohu, that's something they're willing to do again.
Yeah, no, I mean, confidence is definitely something that needs to be instilled in Xiaohu. When he performs well on something like a LeBlanc or he gets a control mage, he does look fantastic. But of course, when he's up against somebody like Godv who can just randomly pop off, I just feel like it's an added risk giving him someone like Syndra.
Yeah, it's definitely a risk.
When he is one of our few mid laners, we said red side rookie, Wayless or Godv is the exact same position. If LGD are on red side, they can last pick their mid lane, and he can pick pretty much any champion that mid lanes well.
I'm glad we were talking about mid lane because we can see some of the numbers, and even just from the numbers it doesn't tell the whole story, but Godv is generally ahead in most of them. They are still looking towards like middle of the pack when you look at mid laners, but some of those stats are towards the upper of the table. So as we just had like juxtaposition between these two lineups, is there a specific role that you think there's a big disparity for? Because we spoke about the bottom lane and the mid lane, but is there a role that could really be weighted in another team's favor?
I would say the mid lane. Even though Xiaohu has had a great set of games recently, it's about consistency. And I think overall, in the beginning of the split, in the later portion of the last one, I would think Wayless would be a bit better and also gets a lot more attention in the sense. Recently, it has been a bit different, but I think that's other than maybe support, I would go towards the mid lane. I think it's a difficult question.
I think I would answer more so in the jungle position, dependent on how they perform. So Amy's historically a very inconsistent and poor performing jungler, and LGD went through the whole last split losing because their jungler was invisible whilst the rest of the map was just being ganked relentlessly. So dependent on how they perform, you know, champions like Ivan make this a lot easier. There is a chance that jungle gets exploited by MLXG.
And with that, Raz will get off the desk and rejoin us at the end while we get into Game 1 and our picks and bans here between RNG and LGD. We'll start with the banning phase with Sivir, Camille on the opposite side, and another champion. Can you tell who that one is? We can see
Caitlyn
half of it.
Sivir for RNG?
Caitlyn. Raz is getting the quick zoom in.
No, it's Caitlyn.
We're gonna
Raz,
get
out of the way.
That's not helping. We had a Raz in front of our screen. It wasn't helping. But it was a Caitlyn and Sivir, so good job on that one, Rusty. And on the opposite side, LeBlanc and Camille. We're waiting on those third bans from both teams. Karzik's taken off the table, so Ivan, the pick that Raz was talking about, is still available for the two teams. And with Rengar as the final ban, an instant lock of Jace.
Yeah, so Camille, Rengar, Karzik's taken off the board, LeBlanc as well. Thank God we're not in Saturday or Friday's games anymore, Pulse. But we mentioned before this, is there going to be AD carry bans? Well, there's two of them already, Caitlyn and Sivir. Wouldn't be surprised to see Jhin and Varus as the two AD carries of choice, but by banning all of these ADs, you leave open this for Amy.
And with 2 seconds remaining, I would like to see him just lock it in. We've seen lots of really good, successful Ivan games. Yesterday, Ivan was not as successful, but look at the win rate. That was the only game he lost, and that was yesterday. 83% win rate out of those 6 games. So Ivan, extremely well executed, but we've seen what can happen to the pick when you fall behind, like Swift did. And we'll just see if Amy can do the same.
Yeah, definitely. So reliant now on the team composition built around it. First picking an Ivan actually does show your hand in a way as to what you're going to be picking. Things like Cassiopeia, Syndra in a mid lane position are very much standouts. It's about protecting your carries and then poking. So Varus, if they were to lock that in their first rotation, they didn't, RNG have, then they would pick a Cassiopeia and protect the Varus. That's effectively how it runs out.
Malzahar was picked up as well. We were actually thinking as we were talking pre-game that may be banned away from one of these teams. Not going to be the case and picked up by LGD. So another priority there for the team. Meanwhile, Elise on the opposite side for the jungle, while Varus as well also made it through bans. And then Orianna will be the last of the first picking phase.
Yeah, so Orianna, not knowing if he's against the Jace or not, Jace would be a flex in that respect. I'm not going to say Varus is. Picking their mid laner and then banning mid laners away indicates they want that to be a Jace top, and they want to limit Xiaohu's champion pool to try and give Godv a better matchup, perhaps forcing a Cassiopeia in Xiaohu's hands so that they can win that laning phase and give Ivan some free time.
Get them rolling in that early game. Meanwhile, Ryze bans out as the first ban from LGD on their second phase, while Ashe also look towards Imp here. And while we're talking about maybe looking towards the bottom lane in terms of bans, 3 bans from RNG towards the bottom lane. So AD carries are dwindling quickly.
Unless they ban Jhin right now, I just feel like he'll pick Jhin.
True, but they've already picked up the Varus, so I feel like Uzi just says, I've got a good matchup regardless of if you pick up the Jhin right now.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I feel like they'll just go for a misfortune anyway, and RNG's bottom lane should actually still win in the 2v2. That's just how the matchup pans out. Oh my god.
So it's like, you are picking Jhin this game, Imp.
You ready for the Vayne?
Yeah, the Vayne comes out. Here comes the Cogmore even. I don't know. Or...
Don't be surprised.
Yeah,
like,
that could actually come out as well.
He's having a giggle. He's like, just what are the AD carries left? It's like, I think that says Renekton.
He's like picked on the tab and is just like, I'm going to need more time on this one. You just lock in the top lane right now and I'll take a look at my remaining marksman, to be honest. That's the Shen lock in for funny. And now RNG back over to their side.
They want to see the support, I think, before they actually lock in the AD carry. The Kalista isn't that bad of a choice, but you'll still lose lane to the Varus even before we see what the support is. So super risky and heavily reliant on PYL being a big part of the lane, as we expect a support here.
From RNG, indeed. They've already picked up Malzahar. We have seen Lulu earlier today as a counter to it, but Misfortune will be the lock-in here for Ming. That will be that bottom lane there for RNG completed. So now over to Ming to complete it. Could be a top laner, could be a mid laner. We'll see.
If they want a tank, they go for like a Nautilus, Maokai, all these types of champions. There's just pretty much 80 carries banned, so whatever you'd like. Mid lane, there's a Syndra, there's choices.
And it might indeed just be that pick. And we talked about Godfrey, you even spoke about it yourself, being maybe the best Syndra in the league. It's actually Zhao who's saying that I can do that too. I'll pick up the Syndra in this game. And now over to LGD to lock in their ADC. And now there's been like a minute and a half for him to see the remaining options for ADCs. He could do that too. He has the skin after him as well, so.
I feel like we're just waiting for the Jhin to be locked in, and if he doesn't, it's a surprise. That's a surprise.
Twitch, he's got to play his own skin. I mean, so many times we've seen Faker just like not pick his own skins because it's like, I'm always playing classic, but come on, you've got to do it. You've got to give us the role.
You got to do like the SKT style where they pick their own skins the day after it's released. I feel like he should. The Twitch in particular is really good here. Thinking about the Caitlyn early ban, kind of acknowledging that Ivern is the way they want to go. Twitch can still utilize the brush and have a big range advantage and just try and poke people out really effectively. Like the damage amplification, now they've got a Twitch in the team comp, like they will all, like there's plenty of damage. Ivern doesn't matter too much. And the Shen shield to protect him, Orianna shield to protect him, and Malzol. Like that Twitch is like the golden child.
Yeah, it's actually hilarious how this draft turned out because they were just picking champion after champion and like all the ADC bans were coming out, and in the end this could have even been like almost looked like a predetermined draft looking from this side. It's just like I have so much protection, and you could say this is a classic protect the X composition, and it was actually just a result of Uzi being like ban all away those ADCs from my opponent.
Yeah, all we're missing is like a Lulu support or something to keep it going just that little bit further, but instead the Malzahar, which excels at taking out tanks or frontliners, so if the Jace ever switches to melee form, if the Elise ever gets too close, then they might get poked out. However, when you look at RNG's team composition, they've got Jace, Varus, and MF, and Syndra to boot. So they actually have really long range and potentially outranges most of LGD's team comp, except for when the Twitch has ulti. Like, they will have a really hard time here, LGD, against what is basically a poke and siege comp.
Sure, trying to get into those fights in the first place could be difficult, even if Imp pops off and just becomes absolutely gigantic. And we'll be getting into game very shortly. Players are thinking about how they want this early game to go. We do have an Ivern as well, which does shake things up in terms of the first clear and how these players will be thinking they want to approach this early game, especially MLXG as well, who is on that at least. So we'll look towards these lanes. He has a pretty decent gank lane in the mid lane. Top lane does a lot of damage, but I mean it's Shen, and the bottom lane there's no really a lot of CC until 6. So we'll see what he decides to do in terms of early pathing as we get into game here for our first game of this final best of 3 of not only day 4 but of the week. It will be RNG versus LGD.
Now there is a lot of tempo that MLXG is going to be able to set. If a gank is successful in any of the lanes that he can gank, which is basically all of them, even MF's Make It Rain slows them to the point where an Elise can get in with a Flash Cocoon, but Xiaohu's the real kill lane, and it comes down to if they can find Godv. He's a notoriously aggressive man, but he also wards a notoriously large amount, and he's actually quite hard to lock down as a result of that.
Welcome to the League of Thunderlords. Uzi was letting us down, taking that common mastery of the Warlord's Bloodlust here on RNG. On the opposite side, again, fairly standard. So Shen also picking up the grasp of the Undying in top lane. We don't rarely see him ever take Colossus. Of all the tanks, just want to have a little more damage. He has to go for that second or third item, Titanic Hydra. But we shall see. Godv just coming forwards here, just getting vision, getting ground. And just getting some vision and knowledge, but Amy looks like he's just going to start off in a pretty simple start. Doesn't mean Funny has to go down, and Let Me will just help out MLXG. So nothing to write home about in the first minute and a half of this game.
It's important to protect the jungle of an Ivern. If they invade at level 1, he will just roll over and die, and then all of the health he wasted will be for nothing. What's really important though is that he doesn't actually get those camps stolen too. So putting a ward at the red buff, they'll be able to map out where the Elise wants to go, whether it is invade and he trades, or whether he just does a full clear on his own side of the jungle. What we look towards with Amy is how he's actually able to translate his jungle clear, which will be successfully done, into actually getting ganks off. So from the point where he goes back to red, picks up the Raptors, maybe looks for a Scuttle Crab, can he get a gank off after that? Or is he just going to hang out because his lanes haven't set things up for him appropriately?
Sure. That's the problem that Newbie had yesterday, right, with that one Ivan loss, was that Swift could actually just never get into these lanes. He got the ganks off, but a few missed root callers because the lane maybe wasn't in the same position, or he just simply missed the root caller. Meant that the Ivan fell behind, and you didn't have this incredible snowballing composition where Ivan just runs over your team with Daisy. So it's worth mentioning how valuable that early game is from Ivan.
There is a big CS differential in the bottom lane pulse already. It's not unexpected. A Twitch doesn't always win lane. They have changed Twitch so that his laning is a bit better, but not at level 1. And not when they have this large of a minion wave. So I'm not surprised if he stays this far behind, as Ivan has graciously placed a brush for him. He's just he's just going to use the brush. Elise also invading, trying to find the Ivan, but he's not there.
Yeah, no, he's on the opposite side, so he'll jump over. He sees the crooks are there, so I believe that was actually set up on that from Amy. So yeah, indeed, you can see the shrine is going to go to waste as Amy will walk into the enemy jungle. And while there was that big CS disparity, we now have to see whether he can farm, but YL puts all this damage onto Uzi. I wasn't expecting that much damage as the Voiling army just chases him down. You'll have to pop some of those potions as he went for that longsword start against this mage, but it is a dive being set up in the top lane. MLXG cutting off the minion line, so Zhao who can get in there, and the cocoon lands onto Funny. The easiest gank of the century there, as Jace will pick up the kill.
Whenever you have an Elise on your team, you can actually dive people so much more easily than that of if you don't. RNG actually bringing up Xiaohu. Very clever and very nice to actually get some freedom in this middle lane and rotate. We said what RNG need to change, and that's make a strong 2v2 between their jungle and mid lane. And that's exactly that.
That was just straight up a really nice rotation there. Godby will take the opportunity to go back to base with that slight CS lead. He did accumulate, but overall it's still a massive win for RNG with those 2 assists and the kill. Amy, again, doing what he can to just utilize this knowledge that Elise was topside and then look towards the bottom lane, because we all know that his bottom lane will need some help, being essentially 2 waves behind.
At the end of the day, Funny actually put himself next to the wall. One thing he could have tried to do is flash the Elise cocoon, but instead of being able to do that, he really had no choice. He ran himself away from the turret in safety. He does get a flash, however, out of MLXG, so there's a chance Amy can look for something now and maybe win a 2v2 mid or a 3v3 bottom. He is kind of in the enemy jungle.
Kind of. It's not a full committal. He's sat next to this blast cone just in case he sees MLXG, and he is waiting essentially just for that Skull Crab to be ready to be sent home. There you go, 70 gold in the bank, and he'll wander back into his own jungle. Bottom lane, keeping up the pressure onto him. Each one of these arrows just making it harder and harder for that Twitch to farm. And Elise even staying around the bot side. So if Amy decides to go bot lane, it will still an Elise in his tracks to prevent him from doing so.
Here we go.
Yeah, he's walking here, places down the ward for vision and knowledge over Amy's pathing. And PYL was heading up there as well, as they did spot him.
Twitch is the kind of champion that you would lane swap with normally. That's how bad of a lane it tends to be, especially against an MF Varus. Like, he's phased out of the meta just generally because it's too hard to get through laning phase. But once you get past that laning phase, always going to be a strong champion. I like that he went refillable pot for this exact reason. He'll have to recall potentially once or twice more, so he may as well make it efficient.
Yeah, he's going to get a lot of value from that one. MLXG was looking for the cocoon, but Godby is the old standstill Duke. Means that you won't find that one today. Top lane aggression onto Funny. Off that first kill as well, means that he's going to take so much damage. He needs to be very careful as the flashes up. Yeah, I mean, flashes up from Let Me, so he's well within kill combo as soon as the cooldowns are back up. So he knows it. He goes back to base, and we'll have to look towards his first item, which will be Sunfire. At best, he'll get like a cloth armor, maybe Barmies from this back. But he's even going to be stopped from that as well. Amy has to go up top just to allow him to recall.
Then Amy may even take some poke from this. Funny getting baited just by Amy being here, but the Jace is aware. He wants that level 6 desperately, you'd imagine. There's even a possibility that he recalls at 6 and just ults the island and get back to lane.
Yeah.
This is not a good position to be in as a Shen, and it's all because of that first gank from MLXG and Xiaohu. As again, just let the man go back to base.
Amy put down the brush there, and it's just like, I wonder where the Shen's going to try and recall. I don't think that was necessarily the best of plays there, but either way, he'll get the recall off. and Let Me will do the same. But just take a look at this early game in general from RNG. 2 lanes are so massively ahead that as long as they can keep this snowball up in terms of how strong those lanes are, there's very little that LGD can do outside of making a play themselves.
Yeah, and the thing is, mid lane is so gankable because it's an Elise Syndra that once the flash is there for MLXG, like they might just go mid, and then every lane's suddenly winning, and it's just that simple. They can continue to lane until the game ends itself by the leads that you're getting. However, until that stage, the mid lane of LGD is still doing quite well. As Daisy's now a moving ward, down Ming.
Yep, there we go.
Now dangerous moving
Knock
ward.
up. There we go. Got him.
You can actually micro Daisy to move you closer to the target so that it's not max range knock up. If you want to guarantee that a knock up hits and they can't dash out.
Yeah, you can micro Daisy, but Daisy is a little bit temperamental. Top lane Funny does not want to let me, but he will jump away. There's the ultimate use! And all of that from the Unleashed powers, the instant pop. He was 50% HP and it just insta-dies.
And he hasn't even bought his items yet. Xiaohu, still that Syndra, and RNG already finding themselves, I'm going to say, substantially far ahead at 8 minutes in the game. As there is a response from LGD. They're trying their best to make some kind of trade, but ultimately bottom's losing, top's losing even harder now, and Godby's the only saving grace on this team. They need to put everything into him.
Outside of a late game Twitch as well, you know.
Oh, absolutely.
But it's getting there, which is the problem. And while we have seen many a game in LPL go to the late game for no particular reason, as long as RNG keeps up the pressure, we won't see ourselves hit that point. And it seems like they are way more composed. They're setting up these plays in advance. And it's just really nice to see from the team just straight up. It looks like Amy and Godby will donate this blue after a little bit of time and just allow that camp to reset, as there was no smite there from Amy. Wait for that shrine to come to completion, and MLXG and Ming will head into this jungle and get some deep wards. Probably take away this red as well in response.
You'd expect that RNG are good enough to be able to close out with leads, especially with the champions and the team composition that they have. If you're looking at what LGD have actually put together, their engage is lacking, barring a Shen taunt or Ivern somehow getting a knock-up or stun. Godby has to try and hit a shockwave, but if they have summoners, it's not going to hit. And then it's PYL with a flash ultimate. So that's really what they're banking on, PYL. And getting him out of laning phase. But how are you going to get him out of laning phase when Uzi and Ming are going to keep him busy whenever they are there?
And Uzi is gigantic at the moment, and he's got like essentially perfect farm.
Yeah.
He's not even been taking side camps or anything, but he's just getting all of these minions, which
They're
is
still
absurd.
looking at top lane. There is 3 of them up here, and MLXG is escorting them to this free gold. As the next wave crashes, if nobody helps him, which Godby is, that would have fallen as well. In fact, they know he's there.
You know, he's there. Imp and PYL will take this bottom lane tower, or maybe not the flash, the ultimate. Imp, does he have the damage though? Lemmy's only on a 60% HP right now. PYL gets battered off to the side, and a 3v1. Lemmy picks up the kill. Amy once more wants to get that knuckle from Daisy. Does indeed land it, but Imp's not in range. There's no mini wave just yet. Funny has to commit to the bottom lane. Yes, they'll pick up the kill onto Lemmy, but at what cost?
The fact that the Shen's now down here, they will get the turret, but you look at top lane and you expect that Uzi should still be able to lock the top inner turret down. Xiaohu also now going to throw Daisy back at them. Funnily enough,
Yeah, that's
I
funny.
mean, LGD do something, right? And that's the important thing here. They're not just losing the game in slow motion. They're trying to actually get the Twitch ahead. The Twitch does get the kill. And so things aren't completely roll over and die for LGD. There's some fight in their system.
I'm also disappointed Imp did not pick his own skin, so I'm going to attribute everything that's gone wrong to the early game to the fact he did not pick that one.
Yeah,
But
that's fair.
yeah, a little bit sad. Regardless, back to base for Xiaohu as he makes his way towards his first item. Just picks up 2 big components of that one before heading back into the bottom lane here to essentially get a free lane in terms of farming against Shen. It's worth noting because of the roams that Xiaohu has made, he is behind in farm, but 20 over to Godby compared to the damage that's been done in top and mid, I don't think is really that worth it for LGD so far. And funny enough, we actually do see the gold. Yeah, identical gold because of the roams, and then in those side lanes, big advantages.
And it's mostly through the Jace as well. So when we look at how RNG are effectively going to make this work, they should be rotating to where the Jace is, not just avoiding him. Uzi is only 300 ahead of him because the kill that came down the bottom lane is able to reset some of the gold differential there. And so Uzi, Ming, and MLXG moving as a trio is fantastic, but unless they complement the Jace, they're not using their gold lead, they're just playing the map.
PYR is on the top side of the map with Amy, so again, every single time that RNG do make a play, there is a response from LGD, even if it is a smaller consolation prize for them. They are being proactive about it, and this may even result in the top lane tower for them and a trade.
This is hilarious. It's like watching a battleship's board or something, where you're like trying to sink their, like you just place dots everywhere on the mini map, but they're separated down the middle. Like red side on the top side is just red wards, and then blue wards on the bottom side.
Yeah.
That's all you're seeing. No one's even trying to actually defend. Realistically, like Jace and Shen exist, but they're just perpetually scared and hiding for as long as they can. So trades keep happening, because the vision setup is just so real.
However, if this pick goes down in the bottom lane, it's not going to be, but just clicking R on Godby drops him down to half, and that will allow RNG to take this tower. So even if it is not a lot of interaction, then it does mean that it will be a 2-for-1 trade. Or not. RNG do not get that in time before the cavalry arrives for LGD, but just one more push will do it for them.
Yeah, and they have enough wave clear. They'll pressure this one in. Godby has to go back to base. You would imagine he's running around with less than half health. But thankfully the blue buff and the range means that he can use his ball. And the fact that RNG don't get this means that this is now still a difficult tower to break. Ivan's always going to exist. Godby's wave clear is still strong. As long as he can go back and get his Morello soon, they don't give room for RNG to get this as he's recalling.
We are hitting power spikes though across the board at RNG. This is always the scary thing when you have this early game going. At least 2,000 gold over to RNG, because you get the Black Cleaver, the Morello Nomicon, the Ghost Blade in the bottom lane as well from Uzi. So if they do want to make a power play onto that mid lane, they will be able to make it.
Yeah, and once that Hurricane's there for Imp as well, they will actually converse on the side of LGD, be able to make plays. Funny.
He's in the bottom lane, but he's a little too far pushed up without a tower, so this will be a kill. It will be a long one, it'll take them a little bit, but Funny, they was expecting him to jump over the wall, but he's just going to take it like a man. No flash used today, and another kill to RNG.
Yeah, so Funny's just going to basically take it again. All of the emphasis of RNG, the time that they're spending is going to be near the Shen, and absolutely keeping him down. It's not even about getting the Jace ahead. It's just about stopping the Shen from being useful, not letting him use his ultimate or his teleport to get anywhere on Summoner's Rift. Just focus him, get the turrets around him, and then make plays when he is dead, as there's 2 blue buffs running at Syndrome.
There are 2 big sentinels running at him. Imp has the ultimate on top of him. He is stealth currently. Xiaohu knows something's coming. Comes in with the taunt. Lands onto MLXG, but he'll come up with the instant repel. The flash over the wall and does not get the kill there. Summoner's burn, yes, but mid lane even taken by RNG. And the play by LGD completely fizzles.
And the submarine comp is still definitely there, but because it's not successful, even with the flash burn by Funny, there's now resources wasted, time wasted, potentially Imp wasted. Maybe. We'll see.
Yeah. We'll see. He's waiting in the bush, but I think he's good. He's stealthed up,
Cinder's
so
11,
will
so like
take the wave. Yeah, a level 2 ultimate is probably just the ultimate by himself is at least 70% of Imp's health without magic resist.
I'm pretty sure a mean look would kill Imp from a Syndra.
Yeah, I think like a spell and ult will be Imp's step. I mean, he doesn't even have like, he's just over 1,000 health. Yeah, if he gets caught by anything, he's completely dead. So he'll back away. Imp is there with PYL, but I think if PYL lands his ultimate, I'm not entirely sure that's a kill for them either, so he's not the best of defense for him.
No, when we looked at LGD's engage, we said maybe Flash Malzahar ultimate is the best engage that they've got, but you can't kill somebody in that duration. Like a Syndra in particular will just turn around and press R on you, and you know, we'll have that 50-50. We'll make a gamble and see who dies first.
And in any type of game, then this one is the one to prioritize Rift Herald just a little bit, as there is no other objective on the board. But just allowing Let Me as well in that top lane to completely destroy Funny is what he'll want to do. Funny, not even close to getting a first big item. He is essentially an ultimate, and he's a Shadow Dash, and that's all that he really offers up until the point where he gets 2 items.
Yeah, he's super far behind in comparison from the breakpoints. Let Me can also group with the team now. Black Cleaver, poke everyone's resistances down and do a lot of damage. So if they choose to group around their Jace or have the Jace group around them, RNG should be able to win fights successfully even through the Shen ults and teleports that are available. First things first, they have to set up side waves. And because they can win side waves, I'm not even sure they want to fight yet. They can just group up, or they can just 1-3-1 and win the game. Really, it is on them. That's because laning phase is going really well for RNG.
What are LGD's actual options? Because we mentioned this in the early game if Ivan doesn't get ahead, and at the same time if his team doesn't get ahead, then what can they do? Because it's so difficult to even utilize the Ivan in that capacity, he just becomes essentially a second support, and a weak one at that.
Let's just keep swimming.
Oh, or they could play in the mid lane. Imp does get the ultimate off and the ult from PYL, but there's no one there to follow up and no root caller or anything, so he just scares Ming away from the tower. And Uzi will come in here and sweep up the minion wave. So while LGD tried to make these plays, they're just so weak.
And Amy wasn't really there as Godby.
Oh, look at the damage from Godby onto MLXG. He drops very low, yes, but he might be able to get away from this. Jukes over to the ward, but he doesn't have to flash there, so he'll keep chasing him down. Godby, he has a lot of movement speed. He should be able to catch up to MLXG, but Letme's here in time. Imp unstealth, but Funny's under attack, and it will force Imp away. Bullet time will force him back. Xiaohu lands the ultimate and lands everything onto him. He was on a sliver of HP, but that was the only spell he had to use, and another pick to RNG puts them further ahead.
Yeah, Imp doesn't use the heal, just acknowledges the death is the only thing left for him, but RNG still coming out ahead. MLXG living there, very creative getting to that ward, and now they siege.
They catch Xiaohu, he'll jump in, but Funny instantly shadow dashes away. Does not really want to be under attack from that. And at just 18 minutes, we're looking at these inner towers being cracked open from RNG. Amy getting shoved back as well by Uzi, and the world really is their oyster for RNG as they'll head towards this Infernal Dragon as well, or at the very least, just get those wards down for themselves.
The kind of team composition that if you get it ahead, it tends to stay there. RNG now pushing incrementally further, and that is actually growing more and more as time progresses. Remember, the risk is there of the Submarine Shockwave and the Submarine Shen ultimate. Imp will start doing a lot of damage once he actually buys his next item, but to get there, he has to get through a 6,000 gold difference. And a Varus that'll outrange him, and a Syndra that will outrange him, and a Jace that will probably do the exact same thing.
All of the highlighted issues for LGD have obviously shown their ugly faces because of how this game has gone so far. 19 minutes in, it doesn't seem like that's going to change with the 5,000 gold advantage plus that first dragon. Baron spawns soon. At least the small thing is RNG will probably not go for that in the near future.
No, that actually, because the Infernal Drake is available, the blue buff is also up in 20 seconds. I think RNG's next best bet. Pick a blue buff, free Infernal Drake, and then they can transition to placing vision around the Baron in the top side of the map. But this is where you look at LGD and you say, oh, we know our blue buff is available, so Daisy's going to come check it.
Daisy to the fellow who sends him to go down, and RNG will take away this Infernal Dragon. And even on the opposite side, look at Xiaohu. He's already picked up that Quicksilver Sash, so if LGD had a chance to take down one of those big carries, it's not going to happen now. Using PYL's ultimate. Godby has been noticed out here by Ming, but it's really just what defensive vision can we put down from LGD? Can we stop a random Baron being taken by RNG and generally just stop the bleeding? But you look at the win conditions from LGD and it's essentially get to 60 minutes and hope that Imp 6 items.
You would expect, yeah, that after the Black Cleaver for Varus, he can go QSS as well, and then PYL's job in this game is probably just to try and peel for Imp. The problem with that is if they try and make those submarine plays, Imp will be frontlining. And so PYL should be the one actually kicking it off. That's a tough ask.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for sure. But at the very least, there you go. Imp gets his red buff. He'll go to the top lane. But more than anything, I feel like he's just a sacrifice for Let Me if he steps up more than just to take these minions. So Imp will do just that.
Red buff's handy though. The health regeneration that he gets will be enough to keep him well and truly healthy, even through all the poke of the Jace. Like, get half health, but once he's out of combat, 9% of max health per 5 should be plenty. So the red buff's nice. But he also has to be with the team. He can't be the one that's dealing with the Jace. It should always be the Shen. But right now they've actually just got everybody bottom, opposed to anybody top.
Yeah, a bit curious on that one. At least RNG did not pick up another tower, but someone needs to defend this one. I mean, Lemmy's just going to walk up and he may trade his, well, he'll trade his life for it, but even if he picks up the tower here, that's absolutely fine for them. In fact, he'll just back away. Amy will come down to this root call if it connects. It will all come down to the side step. He's going to jump past to try and instantly land that trigger seed, even committing the Shen ultimate to this one. Misses the root caller, but does land the shadow dash. In comes in there, misses a skill shot. He's getting dove on top of Let Me as well. He's got the shielding in for Godby. So 4 members on the top side will get that one Jace. But now Xiaohu, he's in the bottom lane with Uzi.
Yeah, they push bottom now. It's just PYL trying to deal with these two, and now they're just going straight to the Baron buff. LGD, do not funnies hit the ward. Funny, you've cooked it.
Yeah, this is a bit of a disaster now that Ming and MXG are coming in. Baron's down to half,
They're
but
still
this is the
doing
Baron
it.
power play. The LGD need to come back into this game. It's a Hail Mary, but if it pays off, this could help them make this happen for themselves. MXG comes in for the steal, and all of that just goes down the drain. And Funny is the only member surviving from LGD. Ming limps away as Uzi is happy to spray down another kill. 4 for 1, RNG solidified their victory in this game.
22 minutes, you can sneak a Baron, sure, but Misfortunes Make It Rain gives vision on the Baron and gives enough room for MLXG to come in and steal it. The execute damage from an Elise is always going to surpass an Ivern. The shockwave was not even used to prevent the Elise getting in, so all of these mistakes definitely in a pit of desperation, a last-ditch effort. But MLXG comes up superior, and even after a good shockwave, Xiaohu's bodied everybody on the opposite side of the map, so simple pickings for RNG, but LGD definitely recognizing they're behind, just make the play.
Make the play, exactly. You know, they had one shot, one opportunity, and they were pushed into their base. But why not just try and make a play? Because otherwise you're going to be slowly pushed in by this long-range composition. So, I mean, props to LGD for making it work. Had they picked up that Baron, we could have been in a very different scenario. As it is now, RNG have only exacerbated their lead. Over 10,000 gold at just under 24 minutes. 2 dragons, next one's mountain. And LGD have essentially no ammo left.
And this is that stage where an Ivern is just useless. He just sits there and shields and uses his redemption. He tries to keep his carries alive, but a Syndra kills him instantly. So here we go.
Ultimate from PYL, but he's blasted over the wall from Xiaohu. That was just 2 spells. He tried to make a play, but it's all shut down.
He just died instantly, and there wasn't even the ultimate used. That's dirty.
Xiaohu is unbelievably far ahead. This is one of those games where you actually just feel like a god as Syndra. Anyone who steps up is gonna die. Godby knows he has to use the ultimate on the minion wave if they stand a hope at keeping this tower alive.
Yeah, shockwaves the minions just to get back and actually get a shot in. No one defending bottom, and top will go down with this next wave if they don't defend it properly. And now there's no shockwave. Good luck.
Bot tower's down, the base is already cracked open from RNG. Seems like this will be easy pickings for themselves as the combo comes out. Godfrey has to flash away. Funny's getting chunked down, even from the Misfortune ultimate here. Funny backs off, but he takes a massive amount of damage, and the ultimate from Xiaohu follows him down, takes him out, looking for the scout of the week now on all these orbs. Godfrey takes down by Ming. And Ming is now a secondary ADC. I wouldn't be surprised if he's stronger than Imp at this stage in the game. But it's RNG just padding out their stat lines. Imp's trying to make a play. Yes, he picks up the kill onto Xiaohu, but that's all he can get in this game because PYL steps onto the spawn pad as the Nexus goes down. And in just 25 minutes, RNG destroy LGD.
A complete dismantling of LGD. Not something we expected coming into this series, but LGD are an all-or-nothing side. And they definitely gave it all or nothing with the Baron attempt, and that was the final nail in the coffin, so notably smiling still for Imp. It was the kind of defeat where you don't feel too bad about it. You knew it was over at 5 minutes in the game, and you just had to keep playing it out.
Exactly, and I think you can even just look at that goal graph. Maybe just a little bit after that when you see that small spike there in gold at around 7 to 8 minutes. And after that, it was just all downhill, quite literally for LGD. We reintroduced Raz to the desk, and I mean, it was a 25-minute win, Raz.
Yeah, it was very clean. RNG recognized the comp that they got, and we mentioned at the very start, the damage there.
Okay,
Absolutely
so just
not.
highlighting something here that Ming has out-damaged every single member of LGD.
I mean, that's true. That's fair. I mean, just going back into the bottom lane, I'm not against the Twitch pick. I think Twitch is a very comfortable pick. If they're going to go for it at the last couple picks, that's fine. I'm against it being paired up with a Malzahar, especially since they're going up with Varus. I think Varus is one of those picks that will just outright deal with every AD carry, especially the one that is fairly low in range. But pick a support that can keep your AD carry up and at him. So picking Malzahar is there. It won't be able to deal with the wave, but it's going for those pick potential, and you'll get shoved in for the most part. But, you know, you got the misfortune up against you, you're just going to get shoved in all the time.
To be clear, there was still a Jhin available. Like, if the goal was to not lose lane, I feel like they should have just went for the Jhin. But instead, going for this Twitch, picking for the team composition and acknowledging that we're going to lose lane, I guess they just... Like, at the end of the day, it was a 20 CS difference. It wasn't too drastic. But the rest of the map just lost so hard.
Yeah, and that's a big one because remember you mentioned Syndra, and I didn't. We forgot about Xiaohu picking up Syndra himself. He was like, I was like, he can pick into the Syndra. No, he's gonna pick it up himself. Not only did he shove in his own matchup, and he just went straight top, and he consistently just brutalized that top side matchup. Even though there was the Jace into the Shen, which is, you know, if you pick Shen into that, you're saying, oh, I'm going to survive. This is going to be a fine matchup.
It's the same thing as Poppy, right? 30 CS down.
Yeah, but it's still on top of that, you have the Elise and Syndra constantly visiting your lane. RNG, they're looking really solid, and especially Xiaohu is a lot more active when he does have that pressure.
Sure, not even just from the early game plays that they're making, you know, that roam up to top lane, but also in picks and bans. How much do we attribute to the picks and bans here? Because we had those 4 ADC bans, essentially giving Imp the option of you have to pick Jhin or you go for something oddball like a Twitch in here when they've already locked in the Malzahar.
I think one of the biggest points for pick ban, and it's an issue with LGD, they have the lowest gold difference per minute in the game. And this was a great moment where they were coming back and they were going for the Baron. It's incredible that the Orianna ulti didn't come through to just deny Elise from coming in. This is a crucial moment. You can burst it down here if you can get MLXG off of it. It didn't happen. Elise was able to secure it, but that's a great play for LGD. Even though I just mentioned they're bottom 3 in terms of goal difference, they can get themselves back into the game with these scaling compositions, and for play like these to happen. So I think the play was good. Obviously, they don't want to find themselves that far behind in gold, but it's one of those moments when they look to all in on that Baron. It's about just erasing the jungler from that entire play.
Yeah, I think when we look at this game as well, I'm not looking at LGD like I have like a lot of teams I feel like this week and said, look, there's fundamental problems that has just meant that the game is completely over. Touching that point in a second, there's Xiaohu on that Syndra, even just plays it into Godfrey and it's like, look, I can do this and I can do it better, and just has a stellar game. 69% on that kill participation by 1 of 4. I mean, just honestly strong, and 4 MVP so far this play.
Yeah, he killed someone without using his ultimate. Like, he was super fed, but he also 100%. Played well. Yeah, 100 to 0'd them. I think he played super well on the Syndra. Something we may see attacked in the next game is that Syndra and pick ban from LGD a little bit more seriously, maybe.
Yeah, it looks like Wayless will not allow it to go through in terms of, he won't allow it to be taken away. He might even early prioritize it or just ban it outright. So I think the Syndra, as you mentioned just before this game, might just not even see play for the next few games.
Yeah, and again, looking at the side of LGD, it's not like they had fundamental problems. It was just like they screwed up in picks and bans, perhaps, and then also that early game just didn't go their way, and then we saw this snowball happen, right? So I feel like LGD can definitely fire back in this series, and it's not like they just have to bring a sub in right now. They just need to reevaluate how picks and bans and early game goes for them.
Yeah, and for how quick RNG was able to end this game, that was the most surprising part to me. They seem like much more of a well-oiled machine, and the fact that they are willing to play as a team. It felt like they didn't need Uzi. He felt like a supportive role for the entirety of that one. He was able to get poked, but honestly, for the most part, he was just farming up, maybe helping out in the most part. It was a Xiaohu, MLXG, and of course, Let Me in the top side.
It was just super clean though, right? Like the Jace gets ahead, and instead of saying we're just going to win through the one big win condition of the Jace, we're actually just going to lane swap now. We're going to get the turret that the Jace has set up for us. Then we're going to go back to mid lane. We're going to break that turret, and when all 3 were down, it was actually just RNG as a team invading, pushing their lead, being super aggressive. It wasn't slow, and once they got to that point with the Baron buff, it was just Jace splitting, invade in the jungle on the other side, draw pressure, and win the game outright. Like, it was really clean cut, but the fact that they did it this way and they weren't just like, we're going to go focus the winning lane is admirable.
Yeah, it really was.
Pretty much everything after the 5-minute mark was just done and dusted, essentially, for RNG. It was so easy for them to play the rest of the game out. Regardless, we are going to take a quick break before we head into our second game of our final series of the day. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back just after this for LGD versus RNG Game 2. welcome back to the LPL. We're here for our final game, and may even be the final game in this set because RNG completely just dismantled LGD. As we come back onto that's going to continue talking about this matchup. LGD, I mean, we just need to see them fire back essentially, and maybe not hamstring themselves in that champion select because once they fall behind, not only with this composition, but against the composition who is exceptionally strong, went ahead.
I mean, I'd come into the second game. I'm not a coach, Raz, you were, but I'd just basically say to my team, pretend game one didn't happen, and maybe look at the draft differences coming into the second game, but nothing actually happened on the Rift. It was a fallacy. You're imagining things. This is the actual game one.
Yeah, this is game one.
Except if you lose once you're out. But
somehow convince them that a game 4 exists if it does get to game 3. Overall, just jokes aside, that's a good point. I think LGD, they played creatively when they were behind, but you don't want them to be that far behind. And I think RNG has shown themselves, they're not an IG, that when they do have a lead, they can close it in fairly decisively. And so RNG right now, they're at a point where, you know, they're getting good compositions. They're getting the Varus. They're getting the Syndra as well. That should not happen anymore. So as long as they can, LGD can secure a strong bottom lane, or just even just a strong mid lane, and allow Waitless to actually play at a good strength in the early game, that should be the focus.
To that point, do we look at the first rotation, or at least first phase pickup of the bottom lane, or the core of it? So looking towards an ADC, so that RNG cannot employ the same strategy of just banning everything away from him.
I don't think the AD carry bans were too big of a deal, but yeah, if the side selection changes there, I think LGD on blue side will be a little bit happier. RNG obviously with mandatory bans. I don't think we'll see the Twitch again. I like the submarine idea, not the execution, and I don't think the coach will trust them with it again.
Yeah, when it comes to LGD, I like the AD carry pool that you have, and I don't want them to just go back into. I mean, Varus is a very simple point, and I think if you want to go back to a Twitch, or if you want to go to the Caitlyn, right, I would much rather you just ban out Varus. I think Varus is the only one I have to worry about. Even if you have a Jhin, you can lane against a Jhin. I think that's fine. Prioritize a strong support and just. And this is only if they want to go back to that strength that they did have. Because the composition was cute. It was fine. You just have to find a way to survive in the early game.
And pick the Zyra for themselves if they really want as well. If they're concerned with the misfortune on the enemy team, they picked Mel's for themselves and banned Zyra. So they seem to have a super high priority on actually getting Malzahar. I think what they do is they don't pick Ivern that easy early either. I think they just sit back. You know, Ivern can be a later pick. But I guess they were concerned with MLXG playing it, so they denied it, given the jungle bans that were present.
I love how there are shared pools between both teams, because that just changes priority, right? You don't know if you want to prioritize mid lane, jungle, even AD carry for the most part. So they just need to be able to make it easier in the pick ban and focus it down. So for instance, maybe even just ban out the Ivern, so that's never even a fear for them, and they can just ease out jungle pick to the second phase. Overall, whatever they go towards, I think 80 carry is their largest pool, and that's what they should be focusing on and letting through this second phase.
Right, we'll see if that comes to fruition, Raz. Thank you very much for the analysis as we head into LGD versus RNG Game 2 and the picks and bans. That will be the Varus first ban, so you're already right, Raz, as you leave us, and Caitlyn as well as the first ban from RNG, so hitting that ADC pool once again.
And honestly, thank God he was right. I didn't want to see another Varus for Uzi. That was a strong Varus performance. It is really hard to actually break down what happened in the first game because it was just such a stomp. But from LGD's point of view, they just don't want anything that beat them to be seen again. None of it. All of it's gone. Ban all 5 of them.
I mean, they technically could if RNG don't pick 2 of those on the first rotation, but we'll see if that's the case.
They should ban Kha'Zix or something along those lines
we'll
here.
See. We saw it last game as well on that blue side, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that from LGD, or maybe even like something like a Rengar, LeBlanc even, because those 2 are still up. But Uzi, he'll be pretty much fine with anything you send his way, but it just kind of makes the problem worse if you give him Varus. LeBlanc as the final ban, so Kha'Zix still available. RNG, where do they throw the final ban? Will it be Rengar? Will it be Kha'Zix?
It should be Rengar, and you'd have expectations of a Kha'Zix then picked afterwards. Of course, Lee Sin can be looked into it. Elise as well, very good into Kha'Zix for the sake of Spiderlings, as is Malzahar for the various reasons. Good way to get rid of isolation. So LGD's first pick, if they want that Kha'Zix, RNG have options.
Yeah, many options in fact for LGD. How do they want to sculpt their composition? I think the easy one is to pick up the Kha'Zix, as we had so much discussion over that one. So first pick of the Kha'Zix to Amy. Also denies it from MLXG, and we've seen many a good performance from him So make sure he doesn't get his hands on that one either.
So only Varus and Caitlyn are banned this time around. RNG banned the Sivir from Imp. Now whether Uzi wants to play it or not is another story, but when you do play Sivir, usually you'll have a Malzahar with it, or something that has a higher degree of champion kill potential, so like Zyra and Malzahar.
And Malzahar will be that first pick there for RNG. And that's locked in as well. Wow, actually focusing Sivir as the pick for Uzi here.
We've got this one nailed, Pulse.
I know, all the way down. All right, next rotation here.
Nah, no
Rusty.
idea.
No?
Orianna and no, I'm not sure.
You had to preface it with, it's 100% going to be let's two champions.
I don't
if you're
want
wrong,
to be
you just
labeled
peace
as a
out.
prophet. Like, I was going to say support, but I don't know if they want to do Zyra. We already suggested he should do that because it's a good pick with Misfortune into Malzahar, however.
Well, you're already wrong.
No, I was absolutely wrong. I just said Orianna.
Yeah. I mean, it was worth a shot, right? But it was your chance to challenge the king of picks and bans to finish it himself.
I went for an abstract one, so
Yeah.
if it was right.
It was like, you just look like a complete god. So Zyra picked up the LGD now, maybe even just looking towards their bottom lane. They know Siv's being picked up, and give Imp a natural pick this time that he can at least do something in the laning phase and not die. And then RNG now looking towards their mid lane, and maybe they just pick up the Syndra again, to be honest.
Yeah, they may well go towards the mid lane. It depends how they want to do the next part of the ban phase. So if RNG lock in a top laner again, they can start getting rid of some top lane champions. But again, this is a very good way to do this. If they ban the Syndra, they can happily have a Ryze.
That's true, because they get the ban priority here now as well. So Ryze comes up, banner phase now in. Let's see what it'll go to. So we know it won't be ADCs. I'm looking now towards mid lane and top lane.
We have seen Ryze actually picked a fair few times into Syndra if you go for Courage of the Colossus. Being on patch 7.1, Courage hasn't been changed in any way. It's still super strong, and so it's something we may see.
True. Can't get 100 zeroed as easily. Ali's banned out there towards MLXG, so one of those picks that is good into Kha'Zix. Lee Sin's still open. Could see that as a second ban there for LGD. And RNG back over to them.
I'd say Cassiopeia, honestly, the other good mid laner if they're going to focus that role. That or perhaps a top laner.
True,
like
but
the
there's so
Shen.
much left open in terms of top laners for funny. It would just be like, what's an annoyance? So Syndra there, banned away. So Cassiopeia still open if Godvi wants it. And now their final ban as well. Will it be jungle again? Will it be top lane?
I mean, I don't know how afraid they are of either top lane or jungle. If I was to choose on LGD's side, I'd be more afraid of jungle and just get rid of like a Lee Sin while we're going and just start to make him stretch. Or they can respect the Ivern that they picked away from him even, acknowledging that MLXG can also play that.
Yeah. Actually just takes away the Maokai. I actually like this a lot considering you have the Sivir and you already have a composition that synergizes very well with Sivir. Take away the Maokai, which would just make the problem a whole lot worse.
Yeah.
So...
In saying that, Nautilus can still do the same job. So it is really hard to ban out the top laners once the team composition is effectively decided with the Sivir, Malzahar, Ryze. Maokai Ryze is actually really good as well. Nautilus does the same thing. If you have a hyper tank and you pick that tank and have the Ryze ultimate just the tank behind them, super fun.
Yeah, could be a possibility. And to add just to the general composition of RNG, Rek'Sai picks up for MLXG as well. Zia, yeah, going into that mid lane there, so completely locked in. We were talking about Azir for a little bit, actually, in the LPL, and you can see was picked once and actually didn't win that game rather. So we'll see if Godvi can do a little bit better with this pick.
And still, we're expecting the Shen Gragas top is actually a thing as well, so Gangplank can be played by Funny, but this one makes the most sense. Not knowing who he's against, but perhaps the expectation of a tank kind of brought this about. In saying that, with Rek'Sai locked, I would have less expectations of a tank, and so LGD's decision is kind of just pick him Shen and, you know, hope that it does work.
Yeah, Shen great into many matchups in the top lane unless you get snowballed on like we saw last game with a Jace, and actually Brummel could probably do something very similar actually to a Shen, so it has to look towards that early game to make sure he doesn't get completely bodied. And Amy can probably help him out with that because they will be looking to get a little bit later on, so at least he can use his ultimate and be effective in the early game without just getting pushed in and not accomplishing anything.
I think the major difference here is that MLXG is not on a lease, so diving a Shen is a lot harder to do. I would imagine the strategy of RNG now completely shifts away from the top lane It's actually about getting the rest of the map going, and they have really good objective control. So having a Rumble ultimate, a Siva ultimate, and Malzahar lockdown, it's, I guess, pretty vision-oriented, mostly.
And if they get into those team fights as well, you can see how strong that composition can be and get there very quickly if they are engaging on top of RNG, or the other way around, LGD rather, as we get into game 2. So RNG already with this 1-win advantage, 1-0 over their opponent, so just need one more here. And Uzi, always like to check in on his spectrum of emotions, I would say.
Pretty tepid, easy.
Upbeat.
Yeah.
Upbeat Uzi.
Middle ground Uzi. He's not quite laughing Uzi at the moment, but he's being a jokester.
Yeah. I think he's going to feel good as well after that game 1, so it's nothing to be uncomfortable about. Imp making sure that there's no traction issues on his mouse. And MLXG, I don't know, what is that emotion? I'm trying to figure it out. I think he's just living life.
He really is having an existential crisis mid-stage, isn't he?
Yep. It's like, what do I do?
How did they know Rek'Sai's a female?
That's hilarious. Okay, we'll get into game very soon. I just like looking at all these player faces and just seeing how they're feeling. I think we're just going to go through every single player. So I wonder if we do have a brief pause as we get into this, because this is taking a little bit longer than usual.
Definitely looks like they're playing.
Are you sure, though?
I'll give it a 99%. There we go,
yeah.
yeah.
We're there. We can see Godby staring down Zhao Hu in the character portraits there as well. We have these 4 compositions, so which composition do you prefer, Rusty, as we get into this game, if you had to pick one?
I still actually like what LGD's got. In saying that, I think they have a very hard time against their opponents. So I look towards the 2v2 and say it could be a bit of a challenge. Siva Malzahar has a lot of lane control. Ryze actually has a lot of lane control against Azir. Depending on how he plays this out, he just gets too tanky too quickly, and the Nash's Tooth doesn't actually touch him at all. As Funny has gone, I believe this is Expression.
Ah.
Expression.
Expression, not expression, because he did try to change it to that before everyone's saying just go back. So Expression. Expression it is. But yeah, triple rejuvenation bead, which is more of a solo queue thing. You sometimes see that in just like high elo when you go into matchups or you have a rough early laning phase. You can see like an early rejuve bead just picked up to try and supplement that for the health regen.
Yeah.
And especially against Let Me, where it's just like if I go for a bunch of resistances, I'm going to go back to base anyway. So if I just try and survive this early laning phase, that's the play I'm going to make.
Yeah, because Doran's shield gets rid of single target damage as a reduction. Rumble doesn't really have that. The harpoons and the occasional auto attacks don't amount to a lot. It's all about the flame spitter, and he still wants the same health regeneration. It's kind of like the 7 million dark seals on a singed kind of approach, where you'll just sell the items, but their efficiency is about getting you through laning phase as effectively as you possibly can. So it's never really that bad of a decision to go for this. We'll just have to see how he does play this one out, as it is LCK inspired.
That's true. That's a big crit onto Ming in that bottom lane. He just simply walked up and PYL slapped him across the face, and Imp came in there as well with that final crit as he was farming minions. So already the lane advantage has been given over to LGD. Very big difference from game 1, but not quite as bad for Uzi, as he'll pick up most, if not all, of these minions.
Except those two.
Except those.
I still think Uzi is relatively happy. He hasn't had to use his potions yet. He's got a longsword 3-pot. They do have an extra potion on the side of LGD, having the boots. And by bursting out Ming, it does use some potions, but he'll still be super happy. This is a 3-potion player in that support role.
Yep, absolutely fine. There are many biscuits in this game. 6 players starting off with that one. Going into this mid lane, yeah, Ryze won't have too much of a problem against Azir for most of this game, but it is fun to see Azir. He can make some really flashy plays happen. We can really see what Azir can do when he pops off in a game. But Zhao Hu's just going to simply walk towards him, put a lot of damage on towards Godby. But as he walks into the bush, that's such a really heads up by Zhao Hu. Makes sure that if there is a jungler, he can back away. MXG was also there in time, but he'll have to use both of his summoners to get out of dodge.
Yeah, MLXG and Amy are looking at each other. Xiaohu having to use 2 summoners is super tragic, but Godby also used his exhaust. So in terms of kill threat, that's still there for Xiaohu as long as there's no junglers involved. Speaking of,
actually just a return going here from MLXG. He uses his flash preemptively, and that's the flash, the furious bite for the kill. MLXG, easiest gank there for him.
Yeah, definitely. Samuel XG having the flash. The repeat occurrences seems to have gone through wards as well as the spectators so kind of show us. You really got to challenge Godby there.
For sure, first blood over to the jungler, so that will accelerate MLXG, but really glad that we get to see that ward, because it's just like, yeah, I mean, why wouldn't he back away? And at the same time, he saw him, so it was just him being run down by Xiaohu, but at the same time, Xiaohu capitalizing on Godby being a couple too many steps forwards.
And it's really handy for MLXG that going for the 5 minion clear in the jungle is able to get that first blood, so extra gold and potentially a big spike in items when he does go back to base, whenever he does decide that is, however.
Easy just farming up under the tower as well, so pretty big advantage as these minion waves are now even, so 10 CS advantage to Imp is essentially what Uzi had in that last game into that Twitch, so Imp will see if he can keep it up. The later this game goes on, as long as Civ is alive, she'll just soak up minion waves everywhere because of the speed at which she does so. That won't be too bad. It's worth checking in again in that top lane as we haven't spoken about it. While Funny is hurting in that top lane, he's got the minion wave there, so it's only going to be a 1 minion wave advantage to Let Me, which in the whole scheme of things, when you're a Shen into a Rumble, is absolutely fine. So I would say the rejuvenation beats have paid off.
Yeah, definitely. It just means he'll be a little bit behind in the item spikes on top of all of this. He's still trading okay. Things are looking a lot better for LGD.
Ming again caught out. Nice sidestep actually there from the Deadly Flourish. Imp will back away. Preemptive flash use. He'll flash after Ming as well. He is that full shot, but he didn't shoot him. Oh, he'll back away.
He's laughing at himself in the camera.
He's just like, man, I had the kill in my sights.
He had it. He should have just crit and queued, but he tried to do the Q crit to, you know, get it all in a 1-kill combo, uses the Q, doesn't actually throw the auto attack.
Yeah.
It is tragic. That should have been money in the bank for Imp. Imp ain't easy.
But yeah, and honestly, Imp of all players as well, missing out on a kill like that, he's always going to be the player who will laugh at it.
That's revenge for OQ's death.
That's
right
true,
there.
yeah. It's just like the karma has come back around. What goes around comes around for Imp, so there you go. He's fine with that in the end. He'll go back to base. Oh, we get to see it again. Oh, no.
They're kind enough to replay this for us. Note that he does try and make the combo. Good dodge from Ming. And waits for the exhaust to end, and then uses heal and waits for the Q to be back, and then he's like, Q, and I didn't auto attack. Most likely cancelled it because of the animation of Jin. Sometimes you have to adjust to it, and you forget that it has those animation lags.
Oh, Godby jumps in, but he did have Shen on top of him. They both decided to make a play at the same time. It just depends who is going to come out ahead of this one. Funny getting chased down, but he's dodging all these skill shots so far. He just has the flash still. May have to use it, still following after. He's going to put the equalizer on top of him. He'll sidestep, but it's enough damage, and even as he steps out, Rise coming in with the round wall, chasing down PYL. The Rune Prison locks him in place for a double kill. RNG come up big.
And what was meant to be LGD having a kill is now 3-0 to RNG. Simultaneously, these teams are on the exact same page. It just comes down to execution.
They're going to dive mid lane tower as well. Godby over the wall. They chase down Amy. He'll flash away. Electro Harpoon does not land, but with the Prey Seeker landing, anything will kill Godby. LXG waiting for that Prey Seeker, but the flash was still there for Let Me, and that's another kill. 4-0 for RNG.
And 4 clean kills picked up. That is pretty absurd if you're LGD right now. You're thinking about how did this go wrong? And the answer is literally we met in the middle and they bested us in manly man-to-man combat.
Pretty much, because LGD were looking to make a play at the exact same time, and it just comes down to the execution where RNG came out ahead, but not just by a little bit, by a lot. 4-0 in this game. Big advantage in terms of gold, and that's spread onto all of the big carries of the team. Let Me 2-0-1. It's probably going to go to become one of those monster Rumble games that you all just hate to see, where you think back to games of like Impact, and it's just like, oh, well, he has double penetration build, and we're all dead.
Yeah, he's just that big Rumble now. The second he groups, we all die. It's all about stopping him from grouping. He's 2-0-1, so when he does go back to base, you'd expect after this wave, he is a very rich Rumble. Big ol' Yordle.
Big ol' Yordle in the top lane in that mech. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Uzi hasn't caught up in terms of farm, but he's getting there. Top lane, Funny will just trade onto Let Me. This is essentially the only window he has to trade onto Let Me before he goes back to base and spend all of that gold Funny will spend the rest of his time just to farm out this wave. So yeah, take that while you can.
The question is it a Leandri's outright or is it a Rylai's? Because they're the ingredients for both.
Leandri's. There we go.
Yeah. So Rylai's is very handy for obviously catching people, but the Leandri's is much more efficient for damage output, especially as a Rumble, obviously, with all of the burn that you have. If he goes for the Sork Shoes with it, then we do hit the Hoonie zone. Where you just call it the left, right, good night.
Yeah. Up, down, sleep tight. Wait, I screwed it up. No! I did a fish. Either way, Zhao will go into the river, look towards that brush. Godvi waiting in that brush as well, just in case he decides to step out. And there are no junglers around just yet. But MLXG will come down and head into this jungle and clear out that ward. So Ming's also escorting him, and RNG are just solidifying their advantage by placing down these wards. And Amy also knows he's there, but there's not a lot they can do about it with 3-man strong. As PYL also looks to join his team, but it's too late. Vision control has already been established by RNG.
Yeah, Uzi's still happy down here in this bottom lane. The CS difference, obviously you can see that down the bottom, but like he's about to cash in on his cull. He's doing well. Everything is okay for him because at the end of the day, he's just a Sivir. And just a Sivir comp, so to speak, relies on the rest of your team being ahead anyway. And he'll do his part as you hit late game and consolidates the lead that is already forged by RNG. So, I mean, 3 CS the difference, it'll grow, but Uzi's a happy camper.
It really is. Imp will pick up the rest of the time as well. Top lane, let me with this full Leandri's. That was essentially a flame spitter, and Funny's down to half health, so he knows where he stands in this lane now. He'll back off to his tower. Bot lane, a spell shield from Uzi, and a nice sidestep as well. That player is really insane with those sidesteps. He's one of those players back in the day, people just like, he will just straight up just dodge those skill shots as it's coming towards him. And he sees the animation, opening up with the curtain call onto Ming, just gets outside of it just in time. Amy also heading towards the bottom lane, but a little too late to the punch if he wanted the kill to happen. So, like the attempt from LGD, but RNG simply walk away from it.
Yeah, a good flash actually from Ming and an even better ulti used by Uzi as he's the duking it out. But the reason the ulti was good from Uzi was to make sure he had enough move speed. They want the turret. They don't actually want to fight you, Funny. Just leave.
But if they land the electro harpoons, they'll burn the flash as
Kill
well
the turret.
from Funny. Yep, someone needs to punch that one down, and it will go over. So I think the MLXG may have even just been trying to give the full gold over to Let Me, but it aggroed him, unfortunately. So they will just take it down, and he'll go back to base, probably look towards Boots next. And he actually goes for Merc Tread, says, I'm far enough ahead. I do not need to just go all in and go for Sork Boots as well.
I'm unhappy with that. Do damage, man.
Yeah, come on, just 1v5.
Release your inner
Have
Hoonie.
that game, exactly. Dreamer Shuffle on to Zhao, who's got Amy coming in here as well, but the late TP out from Let Me is actually enough for them to say, screw it, we don't want this anymore. And Zhao, who using both of the summoners, will be him backing away.
Yeah, I remember Godvi used the flash earlier. Didn't have the cooldown on his Q because he hasn't built any cooldown reduction yet. And because he's got completed Boots of Lucidity, Xiaohu with his Ghost is pretty much unstoppable once he starts running and just Usain Bolts his way out.
Yeah, he's home and dry for sure. We'll go back to base bot lane. Uzi caught up by PYL and Imp. Surely this should be a kill. PYL picks it up.
He's laughing at himself. They definitely said don't walk near the bush. And he walks near the bush and look what happens.
I like this bottom lane. This is a fun bottom lane. You know, both players are having fun. We're having fun. Kills are going down even within the 2v2. But there's no hard feelings, you know. So I feel like that's just infectious from Imp. No matter what lane he's in, you just feel good about it, winning or losing.
He just, like, LGD do this as a whole. It's not even just Imp. It's that they create chaos so well that it really is just hard not to become chaotic yourself. Exhibit A, that blue buff was given to MLXG.
I mean, why not? Okay, MLXG picks it up, but the chaos seems to be coming back to bite them, though, in this game, because RNG are the ones coming out ahead in these trades, which is the unfortunate part. Godv again, another combo, another trade going the way of Zhao. And I'm just looking at the side now of LGD and struggling to look at things that really they have going in their favor. I guess now that the bot lane is firmly ahead, Imp is one of those factors to help them get into this game.
Massively ahead down in the bottom lane. Has the big item spikes as well with his Ghost Blade completed and his Boots of Swiftness. Godv will always scale and Funny is always relevant, even if he's behind. And because he's got completed magic resistance, he won't be dying to the Rise anytime soon. Of course, Let Me will still be able to shred him with Leandri's. So there are positives here for LGD. They just need to actually connect all of this and make a fight out of it or get an objective from it, start breaking turrets and trying to siege if they can somewhere. And it's all working around Imp. But they can't siege wherever Uzi is. If it's just Imp, they need some kind of dive threat onto the Sivir. And that's where PYL is actually super important. Needs to lock people down, and before they make any of these plays, it's Vision and picks. That's what they need the most.
It all comes back to Vision in the end in the game of League of Legends. 14 minutes into this one and Dragon is up. RNG have that vision over the area, and Imp is pushing up into the bottom lane though, so that is something that is going away of LGD, meaning they can probably move some members into that river, but they choose better of it as they back down into the bottom lane once
Look
more.
how hard that is to break the turret. Uzi can catch the wave, so unless LGD are confident enough to actually walk at Uzi directly because they've set themselves up, then it just doesn't happen.
Again, another combo from Xiaohu. MLXG will poke Godby back, and had that Q landed, that would have put him very close to death. But it will be enough to poke him away from the tower, where RNG can rotate to the mid lane. Uzi had the long walk up to mid, and this will be the tower going down. Traded in the bottom lane, yes, from Imp, but RNG maintain their one tower advantage. That'll be Uzi finishing off there in the mid lane as well. Also, that mid lane tower being very precious when it comes to vision control, and ultimately heading towards this Dragon. They are all running towards the bottom lane because Imp decided to go for the extra wave, but moves upwards. So he will look for the execute play. He places down the trap. Which way is he going? He's going to take a left, but Xiaohu, oh no! He is not fast enough, unfortunately. Imp has to turn around and try and trade with him, but what are you going to do against the mid lane Rice, who's 2 levels above you, and Xiaohu will finish him off. You can't beat Hussein Bolt in this game.
No, just does his absolute best to dodge spells, but RNG definitely having a good time now. The Sivir ulti, the Ryze ulti, they've got so much mobility, and when they're snowballing, it does not feel like they slow down anymore. Xiaohu with his Catalyst, when that becomes Rod of Ages, like the trading patterns between Azir and Ryze completely blow open. So I'm not the biggest fan of this matchup, especially at the 1-item breakpoint. Azir has to try his best to just outrange a Ryze. Uzi's just going to die again, isn't he?
There's the Shen ultimate,
Nice
but he
spell
spell
shield.
shielded. That was
Wow.
pure reaction as he was recalling.
That's incredible.
I mean, what? That was actually, and he's laughing. He was just like, I knew there was a Zyra in there.
It's the same damn bush. Every time. No, that was honestly impressive from Uzi. To be able to spell shield, it's not quite Wild Turtle with a Malphite type of flash reaction, but damn.
Yeah. But to be fair, he was waiting for it.
Well, that means he wasn't looking at his shot. So.
Yeah, no, he was recalling and was just like, as soon as I see the animation for grasping roots. He saw it come out. So well played by Uzi. He did have to burn his summoners there, at the very least, but it was fun. And Xiaohu waiting around the side with MLXG and Ming looking towards Amy. He just wants to get into that bush, clear out the ward, but it will go over to RNG. So these small plays where they have this pressure advantage, they have the numbers advantage, which allows them to pick up these wards.
So
and
this
ultimately transfer this
Here
into
we
a
go.
Dragon. There's the ultimate, the equalizer onto Eamon. You said it yourself. As soon as he steps up, he's gonna die. And while the curtain call comes out, MLXG will be happy to tank all of these up, and Ming even comes there with the Void Shift. So just the pick onto the jungler will equal this Dragon for RNG. That does expose the mid lane though, so they are converting resources and translating it over to mid lane.
Yeah, and it also means that there's not a lot of ultimates actually available for RNG. That was a lot of effort for a single pick. Uzi's not nearby. So they have to show some respect and they don't commit to the Drake. The Ocean Drake, honestly, not that worth it. The pick was more worth it. So, not a bad move. Again, what RNG should be doing in future, though, is actually going for the objective and then utilizing their team composition in the middle of taking it to lock them down. It's a Rumble that's level 11 or beyond that, who can use the equalizer and lay down the red carpet.
He's getting towards the stage where he's going to be 2 items as well. Probably looking towards the Rylai's actually on Let Me. So once he hits that power spike over what is only going to be 1 items across the board from LGD, they need to be shaking in the boots. And honestly, it's very hard for them to get into these team fights because we're looking at almost a 5,000 gold advantage before the 20-minute mark. With that Dragon now over to RNG, they are firmly ahead.
And he's 2 levels ahead in the jungle right now, MLXG. There is no stopping this entire team of RNG. We said they need to work around Imp, but that's like extreme levels now.
It's true. At the very least, there are the tools there from LGD, which they just simply not have in that last game, and it's not going to take like 60 minutes for them to come online. But regardless, the massive lead that RNG have simply negated that. They
dangerous,
will jump onto Xiaohu, yeah, but the team is there. Amy has the ultimate on top of him. He'll jump after, finish him off with Unseen Threat. Meanwhile, MXG still on those front lines. Uzi coming up there now with the auto attacks. They can't chunk through Funny. He'll come in with the flash, but look at the knock-up timing from MXG. The slide, the glide, the ultimate onto 3 players, locking them inside the pit there. MXG will back away, but they've got the slide and glide from those soldiers. They look to chase down someone, but he doesn't have the vision anymore, meaning he can't put the damage down. But that is a win for LGD, 2-0.
Yeah, it was over-aggressive from Xiao. He knew that was a mistake, but he went for it anyway. He literally looked at 3 people and said, I'll take you, let's go. And then pays for it. The Shen ulti also very valuable there, being level 11 and having the second level up of that. So Godv comes in and makes the big play that they needed, rounds all of this out. Now they get a lot more for it.
Godv will get it as well, yeah. I mean, this is a real nice gold catch-up, and it was all started off Xiaohu getting called out here.
And he knows, like, he watched them clear the ward, and he even turns around to try and get Amy, so he kind of deserves death for that. MLXG definitely overexerts in a way to get kills, and whilst the taunt literally misses everybody, this is the big deal, because it locks them inside the red pit, which means they have to flash, they have to try and get to safety. And it's honestly really good movements from LGD. It could have been a lot more, and then we just watched Happy Uzi turn into Sad Uzi very quickly.
We've changed forms here. The mood has changed. He's setting his status to unhappy. And 4-6 now in terms of the scoreboard. And we're looking at a 2,000 gold lead now only from RNG when we were looking at nearly 5. So LGD catching up, equalizing the towers, and getting the gold essentially where it needs to be. That went down onto Amy, it went down to Imp. I mean, Godv would have liked to pick up some of that gold outside of those assists, considering he was the main proponent of why they picked up that fight. But regardless, this is now a game.
There's absolutely a game on our hands, Pulse. 2 towers apiece, so we're waiting for the next ones to fall. The bottom lane one, though, is definitely going to go to RNG, so a little bit more pocket gold in their pockets. We'll see if they can progress past that point, because Baron's really the big thing they have to look towards. Kha'Zix excels at taking Barons, Azir does as well, and so does Zyra with the plants, but Malzahar's got Voidlings, Sivir and Ryze, and even Rumble with the Leandries. Like, they will be bursting these objectives if anyone loses a fight subsequently afterwards.
At the same time, you look towards Uzi, and it's like if you wanted to push your lane and Civ is there, not going to happen, unfortunately. Godv will eventually get to that point as well where he can eliminate these waves very quickly, but Letme's in that bottom lane, he sees an opening, he takes the tower, gets all that gold to himself, and the Void Staff was actually the pick up there for him, so not the Rylai's, but he has now got that Fiendish Codex in his back pocket.
Yeah, potentially the Zonias afterwards as well, that way he can be a frontliner with MLXG, and they have 2 tanks. Be very good at eliminating the threats of LGD in the backline, or at least zoning them away, because the Zyra's ulti only really will force Zonias instead of actually giving kill threat to the Rumble. So RNG, they still have their mid lane outer turret, and that's the big difference between these teams right now. If LGD can find a way to break that, open up the map a little bit more and alleviate the immediate pressure that is always present around the Baron area, I'll be a lot happier.
Because we're still looking at a team on LGD who have a composition that have 2 carries that scale incredibly hard into the late game. Azir will just do 1 billion damage, so will Imp. So it's still something that RNG need to keep in mind, but they are ahead. It's still worth noting that Letme, his ultimate, he's in the mid game, he has penetration, he gets into a fight with multiple people on that equalizer, it's going to be a 1 fight for RNG.
Yeah, and Uzi's still efficient right now, right? He's got his Zeal, so the Essence Reaver makes a lot of sense, and he's working towards Infinity Edge. Hasn't even upgraded his leather boots yet. And so honestly not far away from a massive point of power, even though Imp is ahead. The AD carries pretty much equal footing. Mid laners, I would still say that, you know, Godv's big, he can have a big impact, but Xiaohu is ahead for sure. Like the 2 completed items, once that upgrades to Seraphs, there's no real contesting this Ryze, and there's also the 1-3-1 availability of a Ryze. Even like a 3-2 setup, having Letme and Xiaohu together, can burst out carries caught out of position.
That's true. Off into a side lane. It will be Ming actually there just waiting in the top side. So still a 2-2-1 currently. He wants Xiaohu to help him into the jungle, I think. Look for a pick using his ultimate. And there are many people in that top side who could be under threat of that. And there is no tower still in mid lane, so LGD have to be a little bit wary of this fact. And Dragon being up in 30 means that will most likely be the next point of contention for these 2 teams. So they Flourish just goes wide, and MLXG will probably path towards the bottom side now.
Interestingly enough, top laners are bottom. So if they decide to stay up there and Xiaohu decides to stay on the top side of the map, I would imagine they're threatening the Baron much more so than they are the Drake. It's a Mountain Drake, so it's a super valuable one to pick up. Very delayed from RNG.
Yeah, it is, because Xiaohu's only now recalling, so he'll be on his way there. I guess they're banking on the fact that they know they still have momentum and the strength that LGD won't just step up and be like, we now have control over this area, but that may just be the case as he is coming in. So is Amy. Place down this this vision, and they will actually start it off. So this could get a little bit risky, but yeah, no, he needs to stop that recall.
He cancels. Uzi also a red buff, so they can take the Drake. They're just choosing not to.
They also don't know he's there.
But that's, yeah, exactly. They don't actually know where RNG is. And so if they had vision of where RNG were, they would have just done the Drake already. Instead, this Baron threat or Baron priority also has to be recognized. And so in order of priority, they are continuing this. And again, the Rumble being bottom, pretty strong indicator of that fact.
Rumble continuing to push up. And Shen actually goes top side, so he just wants to be there immediately. Also catching this big wave, saying I needed to deal with this Rumble off on the side, but not giving it over to anyone else. The two carries in the mid lane. There's going to be a big setup from RNG. The round warp is being set up, but they actually just launched themselves towards Godfrey. And with the Nether Grasp and everything on top of it, it's a simple kill to Uzi and now the Dragon to RNG.
Uzi even spell shielding the Azir ultimate as an afterthought, just casually walks through it and phases it. And now Let Me threatening bot. PYL.
PYL caught off here, but it is the curtain call to save him. Xiaohu will flash away, but Ming under attack now. MXG will tank it up for him, so he'll get away safe. But Let Me will now go back into the bottom lane and take down this tower.
And they're rotating to help him as well.
Actually, if you look at LGD, they don't have the positioning over this. Xiaohu and MLXG doing lots of damage to this tower. Funny, get there in time. It's just the fact that the Shen shows his face that RNG back away and head towards that Dragon now.
And pushing for everything they can before going to the Drake. I like this decision from RNG. It's late enough in the game. The death timers are just long enough. The Godby is now finally back alive. And there is no contest present for the Mountain. So, very easy pickup for this team. Good movements at the moment from RNG, and working around that Malzahar, which really is the determining factor when you hit mid-game in a lot of the LPL games we have seen today.
Getting those 1 picks in these skirmishes is highly valuable to convert those into objectives and get the pushes off so they can make that happen. PY out was off to the side, just in case he was trying to clear out those wards. And actually just hit that with a Prey Seeker, so I'll back off for now. Xiaohu will be sidestepping all of this CC, apart from that one.
And that one.
And that one. But to be fair, he was in place for that one, so he was able to dodge.
Dodge the important one.
Yeah.
That was what mattered, so Zyra doesn't lock him down. Also going towards Iliandra's Torment for PYL, he will be absolutely destroying everybody on RNG, whereas we have a conversely different build from Ming on his Malzahar, where he's going towards Redemption again. So the second Redemption Malzahar we're going to see means that he can keep his team alive. He's going to play Peel. He's going to let Xiaohu, Let Me, and Uzi do work. And he's able to do this because there are 3 carries that we just named.
Exactly. He's got enough damage. He just needs to stare someone down and Peel for his team 4-7 currently. RNG, these 2 Dragons, will continue to push in the bottom side. Let Me. It can't be understated that he will still win. But Godvy's here, so yeah, in terms of wanting to stick around, I'm going to go with he wants to back off because Godvy, if he turns up, he will kill him. So he's still staying there.
But the only reason Godvy is down here is because they have a ward on the Baron pit. So if RNG clear that ward, you will never see Godvy down here again. Because it's just too scary.
Pretty much. Imp pushing out this mid lane as well. And it's just kind of this point in the game where we are you know, just staring each other down, posturing around this Baron, and doing a lot of damage to Amy with both swings of the Boomerang Blade.
Oh, okay.
And he just steps up, and then just instantly picked from RNG, who happened to be there. So, I mean, that's just straight up a problem for them. Ming takes a big shot of damage from Imp, but Amy shouldn't have done that.
I don't know what Amy was doing. I feel like he just walked up and got ultied. He has everything available, including Flash. And now RNG just have the, they just have the inside track.
Yeah,
thanks, Amy.
Yeah, all down to that one play. And it's just like one of those things that you just have to like look at and state as it was. Oh, yeah, that one ricochet just annoying Baron. Put damage onto MLXG. It won't be the Baron started, but it's pressure now across all of these lanes. Top already pushed in, crashing against the tower. Ah, God, V face planted the wall. like observers, we could have moved away from him, but no, we just we focus in on the fact that there is now an indent of Godby's face on that wall.
And he missed so many minions. Nah, he didn't miss too many. He's all right. He'll be able to collect some farms still behind Xiaohu, though. And while we're looking at Xiaohu, actually is going to be a super tank for a damage dealer. That's a super scary right?
At the same time, so is Rumble. So we get into these fights regardless of someone just randomly getting picked off, and it's scary. And we just talk about those item builds. We look at Uzi, who has finished his boots, is 3 items. And is honestly at a point where he is full civil. So,
yeah, he's real hard to deal with now. If LGD ever try and push into him, they might even find themselves dying incidentally to him just hitting minions again. Like, Siva is at that stage of the game where laning phase was a bit weak. This is now the 3-2 that we were talking about. Xiaohu can rotate just as quick as Let Me with the ultimate. And they're going mid.
The flash, the ult from Ming onto Imp this time. Another knock-up, a lot of resources committed, and this could start turning around for RNG as they start regrouping in his middle lane. Xiaohu just running around in the circle, but he gets taunted up there by Funny. Here's the equalizer, and Uzi's going in. He gets 1 kill, looking for a second. The ricochet lands onto PYL. Let Me starts to back away, and for now, it will be that 1 kill to RNG.
Godby does enough damage to potentially zone them away, and Xiaohu super forward in his movements. Now threatening with MLXG because they might want to dive this.
The flash, the snare, the ultimate from Godby to disengage, but he wants to go back in. No. He's going all the way in, but Funny comes out not in time. He'll get 1 kill for 1, but he's the big damage dealer of the team. And PYL might be collateral damage here, but Funny will back away. And that's opened up bottom lane for the Rumble and the Baron potentially for RNG.
They have no jungler for like 30 odd seconds. Doing this is just unrealistic. But they really just want to get someone actually walking over there as a pick. There's no Drake for a minute as well, so in all honesty, they just get the kills. They're happy with it. And Godby, that was like, it's okay to go in, but not that in, because that was 2 in.
2 hero, I think we say in the LPL there,
far
Rusty.
too hero.
Yeah, far too hero. Not only was it the kills in the mid lane, Let Me had time to sweep into the bottom lane and take that tower. So the work that he was doing has culminated in that extra gold for them. So it was a nice little influx of gold for RNG, but again, another 1 fight for them. Even off an engage that could have gone wrong, and probably the best it could have gone for LGD, they still end up losing.
And the crazy thing now is we take a second before the next real objective of the Infernal Drake is look at the CS that Uzi and Let Me both have. Like, they are ahead of the clock by 20 CS each. It is just so much farm. They are honestly farming their way to item breakpoints before their opponents could ever dream of. That Hex Drinker means that Uzi should very rarely die now, and he's pretty much an unstoppable AD carry.
Mid tower, chunked out from that last fight and the last engagement, will get Uzi in there with his team to finish that one off. So LGD rapidly losing ground, rapidly losing vision over objectives like this dragon, which will be a simple pickup for RNG. Earth, Wind, and Fire over to this lineup now. And they will set up for this Baron. There's wards over that area as well. So LGD, another pickup, but Ming's team is not quite there right now. Funny, doesn't land the taunt. Got the curtain call for, again, more than anything, just covering Fire. Big Rumble ultimate onto Funny, and Amy forces him back, and Funny will also need to take a trip back to base. And RNG could swing this into at least vision, if not forcing this Baron and forcing LGD to come to them.
That was pretty keen from Ming. I don't know if the Malzahar ultimate had to go out in a situation like that when the rest of your team's doing Infernal Drake, but if nothing else, it was unexpected. And then when Imp presses his ulti, he disengages as quick as he possibly can. RNG still content with the major objective of an Infernal Drake. With all of the damage their team comp has, that's definitely the Drake that they want. But they don't keep tempo here because they fought and lost the fight afterwards. As LGD on a ward, they know that people have recalled, and they do this quick.
Man, it's going down real fast. Another Hail Mary in this game. Xiaohu coming around the side. He's low, but it's secured by Amy. Ming comes in here. How many members are going to get lose, though? Godfrey running after. Realizes he can't take that route. Funny. Going to help him escape from this one. MLXG backing away. Emperor's Divide comes up, and he will return damage onto Ming, but the best he can do is go for 1-for-1. Uzi chasing down Funny. Getting that movement speed from his passive means that he's probably not getting away from this one. He gets the shield up, and also the Spirit's Refuge. Boomerang Blade, one more auto. He runs into Amy, and will have to back away. Zhao, who also following up there with the round weapon. He's actually very low health. But he'll follow up with Amy. Ming was there. He still had an ultimate, and he will stay alive. Gets the healing from Redemption, and this will allow 5 members strong to push into this base.
They just kill everybody from LGD again. They've thrown at the Baron buff, even though they got it this time. RNG aren't stopping.
And because of where the minion wave was and all the members sweeping towards the top side, this could just be the game right here and now. Funny and PYL are left alive, but the damage dealers are down for the count. PYL is dead. It's a 1 versus 5, and this ninja is just simply not strong enough. They'll turn onto him, they'll take him out, pad those stat lines, head on to the Nexus, and in 34 minutes, RNG look towards the Nexus itself. Yeah, take out Godby, kill him, make sure that they know this is going to happen, and the fact that they've won 2-0 over this series, and we have a clean sweep once again.
They let everyone and their family know that they're killing the Nexus and there's nothing that you can do about it. RNG, they know when they can win and they just do it. That is very aggressive and clean from them.
Very aggressive, very decisive, and I've simply got to feel good about that win. And again, it's another pretty fast game, honestly. I mean, the first one was fast, and that one, yes, it was 9 minutes slower, but it was still an accelerated one.
Yeah, very quick, and it all comes down to the RNG LGD dynamic. They know they want to make these fights, they want to fight each other all the time, and the aggressive decision to go for a Baron just compounds on itself. And RNG, by getting all of the kills, literally just set up the side waves better because they have control in their side lanes.
We hardly gave Raz a rest. He's back on the desk already. You're coming back. You're seeing the win screen. Hello.
How's it going? I mean, I guess the answer is pretty quick with this one.
Yeah, I mean, I've essentially had less than an hour of games casted today. I'm off. See ya.
I mean, I feel like these combined games are much faster than that one long
That's
IG
true,
game.
yeah. It's a completely correct statement.
Yeah, RNG was fantastic. I'm so surprised with how quick they are, and specifically let me on the Rumble and let me on anything. It just feels like they're starting to get a lot more comfortable in this lineup.
And we said this last week as well. He plays Camille. Like, he actually shows up, gets double kills. Like, it seems that when he does play carries and he's starting to get better and better with this team, he's definitely warming up.
Yeah, and so even though Uzi's the star player for this team, a lot of the other players are really starting to shine.
He's a player who can do well with resources, I think it's worth saying, because when he does get at those advantages, it doesn't seem like he gets them himself, but when he's given those by his jungler in the early game, it's like the Gimgoon effect, right? Like, you get those kills and can roll with it, and then the game starts to become about him.
Yeah, and the setting for these fights came around and it made it a lot easier for him because when they were in these red side jungles, blue side jungles, that was the stage of the fight, and it made it very easy for his Rumble ulti to be incredibly impactful.
That's the thing. Objectives and jungle fights are things that you shouldn't actually be fighting a Rumble for, let alone a Rise. Rek'Sai also excels in those areas because he's already got tunnels set up. Like, there are a lot of things that shouldn't have happened for LGD, even though they still looked okay in that game.
Yeah.
I admire that they just went down swinging, but they could have made it a lot better.
They could have, and I think it comes down to a small point, but it's very impactful. In other regions, Malzahar is falling off, not simply because of the nerfs that came through, but because people are becoming a lot more, I guess, sturdy in how they build against him. We're seeing a lot more QSSs. It comes through very frequently in other regions. The moment you're going up against the Malzahar, make it so it's impossible for him to do his job, especially since, like, force him to build AP for him to be useful. If he goes towards a utility build and just decides, I'm going to be the ult bot, that's not consistent at all. And so this game, we saw Hex Drinker coming out of Imp and it just, when you have not only a Hex Drinker, but every single other member in the team not even looking to build the QSS. We saw Kha'Zix with an armor pen. I forget which one it was, actually.
I think it was Mortal Reminder.
Mortal Reminder? It's a hefty purchase when you could simply just be going for a QSS. So every single time they got picked off, they died. Or they had 25% HP by the end of it.
But they simply just didn't have the resources to spend at the QSSs because they were so far behind outside of that one fight that went their way.
I mean, the Kha'Zix, I will agree, definitely did not have many resources. But if we're going to go like order of priority, I have seen Rises play it. and go tier QSS. Like it's just such a high priority of an item. If you know you're going to be fighting, you know you're going to be roaming, and what does LGD do? They roam and fight all the time. So I think QSS over Hex Drinker, I 100% agree. QSS over Mortal Reminder, like just leave it at Last Whisper if that's your priority, and just try your best to actually have a meaningful team fight, because every single time they had a team fight against RNG, they lost.
Yeah, they lost it, and it was right from the beginning. The moment one single target got Malzahar ultied, suddenly has 25% HP. They had to flash away in the team fight, even though the team fight was kind of edge in the favor of RNG. It just was that how they started it off, and it was just a constant flow of these. Whenever Malzahar had ulti, it seemed like they won it out.
And I posed this question coming into this series and saying, which team is more consistent? And Rusty, you said that we need to see the series to see what's that's the case. We'll touch on that in a second, as we have our MVP, Xiaohu. Just had a solid Rise game, honestly. He just had a solid game. I mean, like outside of that, it was just the team working together. So I think he could have given the MVP to a lot of places.
Now, this kid's just stacking up MVPs. I don't even, you know,
It's the second one in a row, actually. Yeah, he picked up the first game. What is this?
He has 5.
I wonder who said that this guy was the weak link coming into this. I don't know.
I did in week 1. Did you watch him in week 1? He was the weakest link I've ever seen.
No, but like even going into this set, I was like, oh, you know, Wayless versus Godby versus this guy. It's not going to work out. You know?
I mean, so Xiaohu, when we were in China, I actually had a chat with him and asked him some questions. And the question was, you're rank 1 in Korean solo queue. Is this like a goal of yours that you hit? And he was like, not at all. I just was winning and decided rank 1 would be cool. My fans said that I should do it. And I was like, okay, I'll do it. And it feels like he's back into the solo queue form again. He's been playing a lot better.
Yeah, playing a lot better with his teammates. It feels like he's so much feeling so much comfortable now that he's just bringing along MLXG. MLXG, I remember in prior iterations of RNG, MLXG has been tied to the bottom lane, and it feels like he's tied a lot more towards Xiaohu.
And we mentioned the top lane, we mentioned the mid lane as well, and it seems like so many of those components now are coming together on this lineup. And Lunar New Year, we said it did a lot for LGD, but apparently it also did a lot for RNG.
It's almost like if you get rid of the support shot caller, they gank bottom less. Like Uzi is definitely someone that can carry for you, but a lot of the resources were 100% going to Marta as well as Uzi, because they lane together. So it is kind of funny to see how the shot calling, you know, the information processing and decision making of Marta has now influenced RNG when Marta's not actually there.
Exactly. It simply was 2 words, right? Come bot. And no longer are those words being uttered, so we'll see resources go elsewhere.
I'll ask you one thing. I wonder who MLXG is trying to impress now. He can't impress Marta anymore. He's gone. Maybe it looks like the other players are trying to impress him. So, you know, there we go.
Yeah.
That does change a lot.
Perhaps, yeah. He doesn't have a senpai, as he said himself, to try and impress.
Actually, So that's something.
And to go back to that question that I asked before the MVP, in terms of consistency now, I think we can answer that question that RNG do look significantly better.
Yeah, I think RNG are just the best team in this group right now because they are the most consistent. Invictus Gaming have issues closing out. Snake are like literally Invictus Gaming when they're winning as well. When they're losing, they look like a broken record. I mean, LGD, for someone that has been taking wins off everybody, not cleanly, but they have been taking wins, you can see that RNG are just like a step and a half ahead.
Yeah.
It seems hilarious to me that I look at this group now and really just like closing off the show because, you know, this is the end of the week. It's fun to see, like, looking back at a wider view and say, RNG and OMG are the best teams in the group. I would have never expected that.
I mean, I agree with the first one, but OMG, have we seen enough from them to actually say that? Because coming into the day, they were at the bottom of the group, and yes, they had that one win at the start of the day against Snake.
They're tied for second.
Yeah, they are actually. Yeah, I mean, like after that day,
2 and 3. That's all you need. Everybody's 2 and 3. Suddenly, we can start to have the conversation.
I think the crazy thing, right, is I'm not going to say OMG are the second best team in this group. I will say RNG are the best team. However, that's Group A, and when you look at Group B, who's the best team below EDG?
Oh,
like, does it exist?
Are EDG even at the top right now? That's another question we have to ask ourselves, right?
That's a fair point. I think I would say EDG is #1, but definitely now that Xiaohu has dropped into the same standing with WE. WE's maybe
WE finally winning again.
Yeah, there we go.
Like Nubia lost to games again, so it's a bit. They lost to Game Talents as well of all teams.
I don't know where you put them now in the.
What's
power
Group
rankings.
B even really?
I don't know. Welcome to the LPL, where everybody beats everybody, and that's essentially what we're getting here. So, after all of that, Group A does look more consistent in terms of not only the players, but also the teams and whether it's stacking up. And I think moving forwards, we just need to see if they can maintain that, because I think going into like week 2 and week 3, it was just like, oh yes, for sure, this match will go this way, this match will go this way. But I think if today has taught us anything with OMG taking those 2 games in a sweep, that's not necessarily the case.
I think we're starting to get a better vision with some teams, right? Specifically, RNG now looking 4-1 in the standings. RNG seems a lot cleaner, and I feel like I'd be incredibly surprised if a team can take or at least a team in Group A. I'm gonna stop it with that. Team in Group A can take a win against RNG.
So I think RNG are the best team. I don't think LGD will be able to break 3rd by the end of the season, but my reasoning behind LGD as well is that I think they beat teams that they are individually just better than, and RNG are a really good individual team. So like the decision to do a 22-minute Baron, not everyone's going to be aware of that. Not everyone's going to see it and counter it. And like that's LGD's strength, where the really good teams will always beat LGD because of that.
Yeah, that's true.
And simply could go either way. We're going to take a look at standings in a second here, as you can see them on our screen. RNG at the top, and OMG are still in 3rd with basically the rest of the group.
That's actually everybody.
Yep. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, we are opening up a little more in Group B. EDG still at the top, only with that 1 loss that we saw from them, and then Newbie still down at the bottom. But as we've seen, those teams are very strong, and it's now worth talking about as we see the both groups head towards those games against each other. In terms of relative strength, which team is actually stronger in those groups that we'll see play against each other?
I want to see an RNG versus EDG. I mean, that's a clash if I've ever seen one. We've seen it in the last split. We saw it coming into playoffs, and now that the Koreans have definitely left, or at least EDG still has their own, I want to see how it looks for both of these teams.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's going to be the most exciting matchup when we compare the 2 groups. I think WE is always interesting to see if their slow style can beat individual players or if LGD will whitewash them in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Are there any teams that could potentially get more wins that we go into this cross-conference play?
Game
Talents.
Talents.
I think they'll do that by themselves within their own group, to be honest.
Yeah.
Game Talents have been turning up, and I've been really happy to see. You know, I really like watching that team play.
Oh, you're lying to me. You really like to see Gimgoon.
Yes, I know. Look, Raz, I was trying to cover it up, right? Because we had so hard at Gimgoon yesterday. I know, it's just like, he's a Gimgoon fanboy. So if I say the team, it's easy for you to cover that up.
Yeah, there we go. I see through you.
Damn it, Raz, you just broken it all for me. Either way, we are going to close the show here. LPL will be back in 2 weeks, so set that in your calendar because we have IEM next week. Unfortunately, EDG will not be attending due to visa issues, but Hong Kong Esports will be attending. So we'll see how they do heading into that tournament. So thank you so much for watching. I will see you in 2 weeks from now.